The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means, adjourn debate on question. Now.
The question is as on the order paper. Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to open this final day of the debate on the Chancellor's growth budget. And as I rise, can I welcome the new shadow team? It's lovely to see them in place. I think many of us on this side would admit we were shadow ministers for longer than we ideally would have been, but I know it is a tough job at times, it is a thankless job at times, and on a personal level, I wish them well for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Chancellor rightly stated, growth is our only path to prosperity, to increased living standards and to delivering the change that the British people voted for so decisively over the summer. And we on these benches recognise that you cannot have growth without investment. Growth demands investment in our infrastructure, into our public services, into the cities and regions that have gone overlooked and underinvested in by past administrations. And that is what this budget chooses. It chooses investment over decline. More than £100 billion of public investment into our roads and our railways, our parks and our playgrounds, our schools and our surgery, all of the things upon which a successful economy and a healthy society depend. This was a budget for affordable homes, for the NHS, for the school rebuilding programme, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, a personal priority for me as MP for Stalybridge and Hyde, the Trans-Pennine route upgrade, including a new station at Mosley, something I'm sure the whole House can be excited and get behind. This is literally rebuilding Britain in action. And make no mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, businesses need that public investment too, because it creates the right environment for them to thrive now and long into the future. And that's why the OBR says our increases in spending will drive up the long-term increase in GDP by up to 1.4%. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State, and he makes much of growth. Of course, we all want growth. But the OBR report actually says that growth in real GDP starts to slow over the next 3 years, and in year 4 and 5 of the Parliament goes negative. So what it's telling us is that the government's budget is actually going to result in a smaller private sector, not a larger one. How's he going to explain that to business?
For its intervention, that's not what it says. First of all, he is right to say, he's right to say on the figures, you cannot make, I would say, first of all, a like-for-like comparison, because we know the information provided by the previous government in their financial information was erroneous. They did not square their own spending pledges with what was in those documents. Now, the analysis by the OBR shows that long-term improvement in GDP growth is absolutely vital, but I would say to him, and he will recognise this, what it cannot do, what it cannot model, is some of the wider parts of the government's agenda. It can't model those changes in the planning system that are so important to the government. It can't model the changes to having a long-term industrial strategy. They can't model our changes to trade policy. So I recognise there is more to do to prove the case of the government's overall commitment, but I can tell him that fundamentally fixing the foundations, honesty and stability in the public finances and a focus on long-term public investment are essential to the long-term growth of the country. And I would also say, actually, one thing that hasn't had sufficient recognition is that many of the real benefits of greater public investment don't accrue in this Parliament, they accrue beyond it. And it's about time we had some long-term focus again in this country, and not before time, if I may say. And to deliver that investment, OK, I'll give way to the honourable member again.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman, but he, I hope, will be aware that the long-term economic growth of this country relies not primarily on public investment and indeed public infrastructure, but on a healthy private sector. It's the wealth creation, the wealth creators from whom we can take the funding to deliver into those goods which he talks about and which are part of a balanced and successful society. This budget does not help them, it does the opposite.
I'm sorry, but again the honourable member is wrong. Now, I agree with part of his assessment. I agree that a strong and thriving private sector is crucial to growth. If I may say so to the honourable gentleman, I just find his analysis a little bit simplistic, because what private firms will tell you is they also need a decent transport system. They need skilled workers. They need people being able to get into work. When I, for instance, through many parts of the last government, got up on a morning, I would check my phone for people using that Transpennine line I've just talked about the upgrade to. And it would be full of people saying, I cannot get to work. So I need the Honourable Gentleman to take a slightly broader analysis than the one he is currently making. But I would also say to him, despite the fact that what they have left us was a raging skip fire in many areas, in terms of the money we have got to raise, not to deliver our pledges, to deliver their pledges that they didn't properly fund. At the same time, we've had a regard and a heed to the level of competitiveness in the UK economy. For instance, on the national insurance the rise to employers' national insurance, over half of all firms with national insurance liabilities will actually pay less or they'll pay the same because of not only the changes to employment allowance, but how we have removed the threshold so all firms now qualify for it. So despite the frankly terrible inheritance bequeathed to us, we've done our best to meet the needs for that and deliver a long-term focus on the future in a way that delivers us long-term growth. I was going to move on, but I can't resist the Honourable Gentleman.
I hope you'll not be disappointed. Minister, the one thing, look, there's lots of good things in what you've brought forward, what the Minister's brought forward and Government's brought forward. But what isn't there, unfortunately, is for the farmers and the inheritance tax. The farmers are the backbone of Britain. They create the food. Almost all the food we eat in this chamber and across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the farmers produce it. The farmers will be impacted greatly. All the farmers that I've talked to in Northern Ireland, I'm a member of the Ulster Farmers Union declaring interest, and the National Farmers Union here as well. They have indicated that every farmer, they tell me, in Northern Ireland will be impacted by the inheritance tax. If you wanted to get it right, if the government wanted to get it right, then what needs to be done? The threshold needs to be raised. It's not too late, Minister, to do that. Raise the threshold to £4 to £5 million, and that means that the family farms, the backbone of Britain, can continue to be here.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I always genuinely listen to the Honourable Member because I think he's a genuine conscientious member when it comes to representing his constituency interests. So I will always listen to what he has to say. What I would tell him about the threshold is we can judge exactly the impact of these changes because we can look at what the value of claims to date has been. And I do think on a lot of the analysis, certainly the Conservative Party's analysis, what they have forgot to do is aggregate the impact of the changes to those allowances on, for instance, agricultural property relief, alongside the existing nil rate band and the ability to transfer those allowances between spouses in all cases. So actually, if you look at the number, the total number across the UK of farms that would have been affected by this change, it's only 500. The estimate is 500 for the 2026-27 financial year. And I think that has been missed. And I would also remind colleagues on this side, if you have any kind of inheritance tax liability, you have 10 years to pay it, interest-free. So I think, to be frank, some of this is a little bit of scaremongering on the other side, and we've got to be clear with people about what actually the case is. But I will move on a little, Madam Deputy Speaker, because yes, we've had to restore economic stability to deliver that investment, and we shouldn't be shy of pointing out why that has been so necessary, because the previous government's scattergun approach to growth left our country starved of investment, left it economically divided, and left it struggling to maintain a competitive edge in the global economy. Previous claims from the benches opposite to have already delivered the fastest growing economy in the G7, based on its performance in the first half of this year, are frankly laughably false. I believe the Sunday Times described it as a person walking a marathon in 6 hours, but because they ran the last 100 yards, saying they're the fastest runner in the world. The truth is, consistency and stability have been sorely lacking. We had 7 growth strategies since 2010. We had 11 business secretaries in as many years, to say nothing of the UK's revolving door on Prime Ministers. I've given the Honourable Member one go. Let's just make a little bit of progress and see if he can do a better one next time. But the result, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a protracted period of anaemic growth. Had our economy grown at the average rate of other OECD countries over this period, it would have been £171 billion larger. Now, let's just imagine the difference that would make to all of our communities and to this budget debate today. And quite understandably, in the face of uncertainty, British firms just haven't seen investing domestically as a sufficiently attractive proposition. They've been reluctant to adopt new technology, to upskill their employees, or to plough money into R&D. What we've inherited is that in any given year, roughly 40% of UK firms choose not to invest at all. And we want to change that for good. We want to give businesses certainty and confidence and, yes, stability, so they can make decisions for the long term. And that is why, at the budget, the Chancellor reaffirmed our new, modern industrial strategy, Invest 2035. It will be a central pillar of our growth mission. It's a strategy that will let businesses plan not just for the next 10 months, but for the next 10 years. A strategy that's already won the backing of Make UK, who told us that businesses will no longer have to fear the constant chop and change in policy we've seen over the last decade. They can instead focus on the long term. And our industrial strategy will create a strong pro-business environment, making it simpler and cheaper for companies to scale up and invest. And it will unleash the potential of our high productivity services and industries. That's because, Madam Deputy Speaker, our recent economic history has taught us that we have to play to our strengths. Over the last 25 years, high productivity sectors were responsible for roughly 60% of our economy's entire productivity growth. If you look at the figures since 1990, over half the GDP growth in the UK economy has come from just 3 sectors: ICT, financial and professional services, and advanced manufacturing. And that's why our industrial strategy will channel support to 8 key growth-driving sectors, those in which the UK services sector will excel today and tomorrow, the services and industries that present the greatest opportunity for output and productivity growth over the long term. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I thank the right honourable member. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. How does that all gel with the fact that the OBR is saying that business investment will fall by 0.6% as a share of GDP by 2029? It sounds great, but it doesn't add up in the OBR's eyes. Can you please elaborate?
To the honourable member for his intervention, it's a similar question to the one from this side of the House. The wider government's pro-business changes cannot be modelled by the OPR. We have to prove those. We know that. But I can tell him that there is simply no way we will get to the higher business investment, the higher productivity growth, the higher economic and stronger economic growth in all parts of the country we need, unless we're honest and robust and responsible with the public finances in a way this budget does and the previous government did not. And if it sets the trajectory on long-term, strong public investment to leverage in that degree of private investment, if we do not do that, we will not have the foundations to succeed. And that is why I'm so excited by this budget, because it gives us those strong foundations for the future. One more time, go on.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. The problem with our economy is too often people build small businesses and then they sell them off. They don't sit on them and develop them and potentially hand them on. Could he explain to me how what he has been proposing in terms of inheritance tax changes are going to encourage people to nurture and grow and take risk on their business in order to pass them on to succeeding generations? Plainly, what he is suggesting is going to have the reverse effect, therefore make the situation worse, and that's going to damage growth.
Again, I'm grateful for the honourable member's intervention, because I would just ask him to look at the detail of the plans. We know from the data the Treasury holds, we can plan for how many firms will be affected by that, and it is a very small number. Now, in most cases, given the use of the existing inheritance tax nil rate band, especially if property is involved and if there's a transfer from one spouse to another in the inheritance chain, the allowance is so great that it is already considerably in excess of the average claim for relief in this area. What the honourable gentleman is talking about is a very small number of firms at the very, very large end. And I think we can have the changes. The revenue can be raised in a way which protects the kind of family firms he and I would want to see to continue to thrive. But what I would say to him is, we all know there are cases of, for instance, people advertising the sale of agricultural land or in certain types of investments, specifically to avoid inheritance tax. Now, that's not right. That's not good for business. We've got to recognise that this is a set of proportionate changes, again, to pay for your honourable members' spending commitments in the last government. And we've done that in a way which is proportionate, it is fair, and it always has a benchmark for international competitiveness, in a way I think the honourable members should recognise rather than scaremonger. Now, as a statement of intent, Madam Deputy Speaker, on our new industrial strategy, at the budget, we saw the Chancellor making the first of many down payments with multi-year funding commitments for these areas of our economy. Significant tax relief for our world-leading creative industries. Up to £500 million for a brand new life sciences innovative manufacturing fund. And nearly £1 billion for our aerospace sector, funding vital research and development into Jet Zero technology and boosting industries in the East Midlands, the South West and Scotland. Plus, Madam Deputy Speaker, £2 billion for our automotive sector, ensuring that the next generation of electric vehicles are designed, developed and built right here in the UK. At the same time, we recognise our industrial strategy's success rests upon working in partnership with mayors and multinationals, with councils and CEOs, with unions and academics. It's why this government is championing local growth plans, which will be growth plans for the long term, delivered by strong local political leadership. They will then work together with this government to create the right conditions for success. And crucially, Madam Deputy Speaker, our new industrial strategy will be international from the start, taking learnings from the best of what has been achieved globally, so we enable businesses of all sizes and sectors to thrive in our market. To that end, it works in lockstep with our trade strategy and our twin-track approach to trade, acceding to the CPTPP and negotiating deals with the Gulf Cooperation Council in India, all to the benefit of British business. But, unlike the previous administration, we're also making it much easier for UK firms to do business in and with Europe. The opposition may not want to hear it, but the EU is not just our closest trading partner, it is still our largest trading partner by quite some margin. Yet, the government's adversarial approach to working with the EU, all of that incendiary rhetoric, that was not conducive for good business. We're changing course, aiming to remove unnecessary barriers to trade so that British companies will be able to operate more easily in France, in Germany, in Italy and across Europe. And we're making real progress. Earlier this month, the Prime Minister and the President of the EU Commission issued a joint statement to deepen our cooperation on the economy, energy and security. We've agreed to regular EU-UK summits to strengthen our connections in all these areas, including the close business and investment ties that connect our economies, like we wait for them to remember.
The Minister for giving way. Just on the issue of the various sectors that he tells us will benefit, would he agree with me that it would be better for some honesty and openness regarding the issue of the hospitality sector, where the government did announce 6% increase for those on minimum wage, but many of those people are employed in the hospitality sector, in the private sector. So our constituents will pay for that 6% increase, but the Treasury will benefit by hundreds of millions of pounds, because almost all of those minimum wage earners will become taxpayers overnight.
Again, I'm grateful to the honourable member. I think he maybe could recognise that the Chancellor did make an announcement on personal tax thresholds, which is perhaps unexpected by some of the benches opposite, reflecting again the very difficult inheritance the new government has. But I think we've got to be proud of the fact that the minimum wage, now called the living wage, has been one of the most successful policies in the history of this country. I think we can say that. I think we're very proud on this side of the House. I believe some Conservatives now even claim credit or support that as a policy innovation. But yes, there is a burden on hospitality. There's no doubt about that. If you employ people in this sector and the living wage rate goes up, that is a business cost. We've got to acknowledge that. I would fundamentally say that what those businesses need are customers. Customers who've got some spending power to use their disposable income in those places. So it's not without benefit, but I recognise it is painful. But let's all acknowledge the future for this country cannot be as a low-wage, low-productivity economy that's not giving people the living standards that they want. Fundamentally, I've been on television many times talking about the stagnant wages of the last government. I want wages to be higher. And if you look at, for instance, the changes to employment allowance, the doubling of employment allowance in this budget, it was to recognise the burden on those types of businesses. You can now, for instance, employ up to 4 people on the living wage without any national insurance liabilities at all. So you've got to have a system that accommodates those burdens. But fundamentally, this is a government in favour of higher wages, and we're not going to pull away from that in any measure. And Madam Deputy... OK, I'll give way to him.
He was right to emphasise the importance of a well-funded public sector and the importance that well-provisioned public sector organisations serve in terms of economic growth. He'll also be aware that there still remain some questions as to how much additional support public sector organisations will receive to cover the additional costs of national insurance contributions through the employers. Does the Secretary of State expect or anticipate that they will be compensated in full for those additional costs?
grateful to him for the intervention, and he raises a legitimate point that is considerably outside the remit of the Department of Business and Trade. But he's right to put that on the record. I think there will be the opportunity for some clarity in that space, and I understand why for his constituents he'll want to ask that question in this budget debate. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we're discussing with these interventions shows that what the budget is about is not just a set of policies that will be to the advantage of larger businesses, but also for our smaller startups and SMEs, as well as our oldest, biggest family firms. We've committed to hardwiring the views of small business into everything that we do, and we've already started to do that. It's why, in September, together with the Federation of Small Businesses, we announced robust measures to tackle late payment with our new Fair Payment Code and tough new rules on company reporting. At the same time, we're reforming the British Business Bank to free up precious capital for SMEs to expand, to create new jobs, and to take ideas from design to development. The Chancellor's budget gives the green light to my department to invest over £1 billion over the next 2 years so the British Business Bank can widen access to finance for small businesses across the country. This includes over £250 million each year for small business loan programmes like our startup loans and the Growth Guarantee Scheme. And as honourable members will know and have asked about in this debate, while we are raising national insurance contributions, we've mitigated the impact for small business by doubling that employment allowance to £10,500. It actually means 1 million small businesses will either be paying the same or less national insurance contributions than they do now. That's why the Federation for Small Businesses have said the budget shows a clear direction in business policy, now for the whole of this Parliament, to target support at small businesses, prioritising everyday entrepreneurs working in local communities in all parts of the country. And through this new support for SMEs and the stability afforded by our new industrial strategy and the resetting of our trade relations, we are showing unequivocally that the UK supports business, it wants to partner with business, and we are open for business. The pro-worker, pro-business approach that is already having such a significant impact. Last month, hundreds of the world's biggest firms and investors, from Blackstone to the BW Group to Haleon to Holtec, lined up at our International Investment Summit to back Britain and back this government's growth mission. That summit resulted in £63 billion of private investment commitments, more than double the amount secured by the previous government last year, and in just 100 days. It will see billions of pounds flowing into our tech, digital, manufacturing and life sciences sectors, spurring growth in all 4 nations of the United Kingdom and creating almost 38,000 new jobs in the process. But we saw something else at that Business and International Investment Summit, Madam Deputy Speaker. We saw a ringing endorsement of this government's restoration of stability for the UK economy. IFM investors said they were, and I'm quoting, very encouraged by the new government's commitment to a long-term pro-investment mindset. Ørsted, a global leader in green energy, stated that the main reason they were investing more in the UK was because of our green energy targets. They recognised us as a government who wants to work with business to enable the investments required. M&G went one step further. They said the UK has a clear national mission to drive economic growth and back wealth creation across every region of the country. And they welcomed our efforts to put the UK back on the investor map, showcase market opportunities and reinforce how business and government can work in partnership. So let there be no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the dust the opposition is trying to kick up, this is a budget with stability at its core, a budget that sets a course for growth, a budget that rebuilds Britain. Now, the former Prime Minister's response balked at the wave of new investment this budget ushers in, but he could not be more wrong. And whilst we are restoring economic stability and going for growth, we are keeping debt on a downward path. Indeed, on the back of the budget, the IMF has said they support the reduction in the deficit in the medium term, including by sustainably raising revenue. They recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that what we on this side of the House know to be true. The principal way to drive economic growth is to invest, invest and invest. And may I remind the opposition, we've tried it their way, and all it did was stagnate wages, stifle growth and put the public finances into a £22 billion black hole, with nothing to show for it. Madam Deputy Speaker, you can't cut your way out of a hole. You need the investment to lift the economy up. And having endured the last government, lurching from crisis to crisis, the British people in July voted overwhelmingly for change. They voted for a government that would set budgets to serve their long-term interests, not serve the news cycle or the election cycle. They voted for stability, They voted for growth. They voted to fix the foundations. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is exactly what this budget delivers, and I commend it to the House today.
Before I call the next speaker, I would like to make a short statement, so you may all sit, that I hope will be helpful, and it is about the way in which members are called to speak in debates. Members who wish to catch my eye, or indeed the eye of Mr Speaker himself, or any of the other Deputy Speakers, should write to Mr Speaker in advance. Those who have not written in may still be called, but priority will be given to those who have written in advance. Members who have applied to speak but no longer wish to do so should notify the Speaker's office as soon as possible. Once you have written in to request to speak, you should turn up in the chamber for the start of the debate and all front bench contributions. You should be present in the chamber for most of the debate. If you are not able to be here because of other commitments, then you should withdraw your application to speak. Selection of speakers in debates is at the discretion of the Chair. The Chair cannot, however, predict precisely when a member might expect to speak. When a very large number of members have put in to speak, as we have seen over the course of the entire budget debate, it may not be possible to get you all in, even with the use of time limits. If for any reason you need to be briefly absent from the chamber during a debate in which you are down to speak, you should notify the Chair, but a prolonged absence may result in your name being removed from the list. Can I ask members not to crowd the Chair, please, to make requests about when they are likely to be called? Please go through your whip. It is very distracting and difficult for the Chair, particularly if there are a large number of interventions and a large number of members trying to speak to me. So please go through your whip, who will be able to handle those requests appropriately. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by congratulating our US allies on the election of their 47th president. When it comes to business and trade, America is our most important partner because our economies are so interlinked. Nearly 1.5 million Brits work for American companies and more than 1.2 million Americans work for British companies. That trade relationship is worth £280 billion a year, and the amount invested in each other's economies has now surpassed £1 trillion. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government may be right to say that there is much to rebuild in Britain today. But what this budget does, combined with the government's nationalisation of railways, employment rights bills and GB energy, is take us further away from that goal. Higher taxes, more regulation, bigger government and a smaller wealth-producing part of the economy. It's a budget for prejudice rather than progress. Whilst the Labour benches will praise the budget for the finery of its measures and the socialist purity of its design, their constituents can see that when it comes to growth, the budget emperor has no clothes. The OBR strips it back to its stark naked flesh when they say budget policies temporarily boost output in the near term, but leave GDP largely unchanged in 5 years. If growth is its central mission, the government has already failed. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the harsh light of day, the Secretary of State's colleagues are starting to realise it's not just such an appealing sell. As was reported on Sunday, Labour backbenchers have said her budget is impossible to sell to horrified constituents. They've been reading their emails again, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the Business Secretary's colleagues told The Telegraph, it's been received very badly indeed within the Labour Party. You just have to compare with what the OBR is saying against what the front bench are claiming. It's in stark contrast. The chances are it's not going to be a growth budget, as is claimed, but all the evidence is it will have no more growth by the end of it. And it's certainly going to be paid for by higher effective taxes on working people. Madam Deputy Speaker, his colleagues are right, aren't they? And no wonder. The private sector experience of the Cabinet could barely fill a beer glass, let alone a boardroom. On this side of the House, we know that it's business. On this side of the House, we know it's business which creates jobs and the prosperity to pay for our public services. Businesses are the builders, and there is no rebuilding without them. That's something the Labour benches simply do not understand. Britain's business needs a government that has their back, not one that drags them down. I'll give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to him for giving way. Under the last government, life expectancy plateaued and the number of people living with long-term ill health increased. Was that good for business?
Yeah. The ability to continue to invest in our public services and the sterling work done by the predecessor government on levelling up every part of the United Kingdom relies fundamentally, they don't like it, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it relies fundamentally on private enterprise that pays the taxes to pay for the prosperity and infrastructure that this country needs. And I'm afraid the honourable gentleman is merely showing once again the deficiency in understanding how a modern economy works, how markets, not governments, drive up the level of prosperity and indeed, through free trade, have increased the amount of human health. Let me just I'll make some progress and take some more interventions.
Thank you very much, and I thank him for giving way. Does he think that the Conservative designed and implemented Brexit is good for markets, good for business and good for growth?
Yeah. Well, we'll talk a little bit later about stability. And if colleagues don't have maiden speeches, I'll be very happy to talk at great length about the many benefits of Brexit and the important ability for a country to be able to make their own laws and deliver benefits for the economy. But to make some progress, the Secretary of State has talked a lot about infrastructure, and that is indeed part of today's debate. Now, while this is a noble and important goal, it's important to all of the constituents who send us here, words, I'm afraid, are cheap, and the actions of his party somewhat undermine his position. It was his party that voted in the other place against measures to allow 100,000 homes to be built. And it's his Labour Mayor of London who has failed to build to such an extent that the Housing Secretary is now proposing to lower his targets. It's this Labour budget that's pulled up the housing ladder for so many by increasing the burden of stamp duty for first-time buyers. Currently, an estimated 80% of first-time buyers pay no stamp duty. But from April 2025, that could fall to only half. I'll happily give way to the Honourable Lady, particularly if she can tell me how this budget will help deliver for first-time buyers.
I thank the Minister for giving way on that. Does he agree that it's this Labour government that will help renters by banning no-fault evictions?
Yeah. Well, it's extremely rare that we're going to help deliver outcomes, and I was party to the debate that my honourable friend, who's now the leader of the opposition, talked about the unintended consequences. Well-meaning, I accept, but the unintended consequences of piling burden upon burden on the rental market. And we only have to look north of the border, where similar measures were introduced, to see the devastating effect on the rental markets, the shocking increase in rents as a result of a government trying to over-regulate a sector. Now, laughably, the government talks about investment. But in their first 100 days, what have they done? They've cancelled, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Restoring the Railways, clearly with some honourable exceptions. But they've cancelled the Restoring the Railways programme that would have made it easier for constituents of members in this House to get around sustainably to their work. They've cancelled road schemes, including the A303 and declaring an interest, the A27 Arundel bypass in my own constituency. Actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, not for the first time has a Labour government cancelled the A27 bypass. And they talk a great deal about the future of this country and the technology and their modern industrial strategy. But what, if not at the heart of that, are new innovative technologies like artificial intelligence and supercomputing, And I'll happily give way to the Secretary of State if he wants to explain why it is that he no longer deems investment in these important parts of the economy to be of importance. Please.
Reflect on where we are today, the first day of the constructive opposition. The new leader of the Conservative Party, stood at that dispatch box an hour ago, 2 hours ago. She called for tax cuts. She called for massive public spending on defence. Where are you going to pay for these projects that you promised and you never delivered and you know you could never pay for?
Order. The Secretary of State knows better than to say you. Andrew Griffith.
I think he'd have got a better answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, from ChatGPT. But the reality is that the budget not only increased taxes by in the out years £40 billion a year, but also increased borrowing over the course of the plans that they lay out by £140 billion. And yet within that large S, there was no room, Madam Deputy Speaker, to fulfil the mandate to British researchers to continue to invest in the supercomputer and the infrastructure that they need. Now, let me make I'll give way because the gentleman stood up before.
There was a previous business secretary under the last government who wrote an industrial strategy, but that was quickly binned. And I just wonder, under the new leadership, what is his position on industrial strategy? Because we went without one for many years.
Forgive me if the honourable member has been here for more than the 120 days, but actually, if we look at the industrial strategy and the sectors, which I fully support, that this government has articulated, and the reason I fully support them is they are continuous with the strategies of the previous government. They are identical, and not for the first time do we see what I call name-plating from this government. A British business bank, a UK infrastructure bank, rename-plated as a national wealth fund, and a modern industrial strategy that takes the existing science and technology innovation framework, our plan for financial services and our creative industries strategy, and rename-plates that under a different banner. Now, that is welcome. I mean, there's nothing quite as flattering as plagiarism, and I'm delighted that those really important sectors of the economy will benefit from a degree of continuity. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget has been absolutely crushing for business, and if the Secretary of State is honest, he will know that in his engagement. The only thing it's delivered for businesses across the country is more burdens. According to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, the increase in national insurance contributions amounts to a £25 billion tax on business. The reduction of national insurance threshold by over £4,000 will keep small and medium-sized businesses up at night. And let's not equivocate, the measures brought forward in this budget amount, in the words of the Chancellor herself, to be a jobs tax. From industry leaders to shop owners, I think this colleague trying to get way behind me. Look, from industry leaders to shop owners, those in the retail, hospitality and leisure industries in particular will think back to what they heard during the election campaign. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I know he follows these things closely. This £26 billion jobs tax bombshell actually, according to the OBR, only nets, because of reduced investment and other funds, only nets 16 billion. And 3/4 of that 26 billion falls on workers' wages. So only this socialist government could be so incompetent that it can actually reduce wages by more than it takes from a tax it introduces. I haven't heard that observation yet reflected in this debate, but I share it with my right honourable friend.
Well, my right honourable friend is exactly right, and sometimes we've heard from the opposition benches talk of a circular economy. Well, this is entirely circular. As the OBR observe, it doesn't add to growth, and as my right honourable friend mentioned, 3/4 of the burden of this will feel on the low-paid themselves. The party opposite has a distinguished record on these matters, and if they are serious and thoughtful about this, they will interrogate their own front benches in much greater depth, because it will result in lower-paid jobs, poorer jobs, and in particular, a much harder position for people to get on the jobs ladder in the first place. There are also, Madam Deputy Speaker, enormous number of unanswered questions. The impact on GPs that is uncosted, that the government has not come forward for. Charities and the third sector, those who care for us at the most difficult points of life. I met with a charity in my constituency on Friday that cares for those with dementia. They do not know, Madam Deputy Speaker, how they will balance their books. Their income is fixed, their needs are ever present, and they simply do not know, as a result of this Labour budget, how they will balance their books. I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. Is the reality that, in fact, the Labour government do not know how they will balance its books? I asked a written parliamentary question to ask the Secretary of State for Health how much the rise in national insurance employer contributions would cost that department, and they said they didn't know.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. I mean, either they don't know and they should know, or they do know and they should say. We also saw in the budget the highest ever increase of capital gains tax, and just as with the family farm tax, the reduction of business property relief, which is an attack on the family-owned businesses which dominate our high streets and industrial parks. The incentive to take risk, to create and grow a family business with the objective of passing it on will be fundamentally undermined. Some 75% of UK businesses are family-run, and in aggregate they employ 50% of all workers in the economy. Decades of hard work dedicated to building a legacy, insurance policy on their passing. And these so-called loopholes in inheritance tax that the front bench talk about are legitimate tax policies introduced by a Labour government in 1976 to ensure that businesses are not broken up and devastated on the death of an owner to the detriment of remaining employees, workers, suppliers, customers, even the Treasury in terms of a future tax take and the wider economy. This could be absolutely devastating for our communities and our high streets up and down the country. It's not just us on these benches, though we may be doing it with a certain greater degree of passion, raising the alarm. The CEO of UK Hospitality said that the increase in national insurance will undermine businesses operating at the margins and be a brake on growth. Family Business UK, who represent family-owned enterprises, have said this budget will entirely remove any incentive to start or run a family business. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Minister for giving way. He will recall that in the spring budget of 2022, the party opposite increased national insurance for employers by 1.25%, and he supported that. Can he explain why he was in favour of it then, but he opposes it now, even when we've introduced the increased employment allowances that counteract that change?
Well, I'm pretty sure at the time his now Chancellor described that then as a jobs tax. And that is exactly what this is. But what we're seeing is not the need to balance the nation's book on the back of a global supply chain squeeze, higher energy costs due to the war in Ukraine and the aftermath of COVID, but a government coming in with premeditated plans which they shared not with the British people, making the biggest ever tax raid budget of British history. It's an enormous difference, and business understand and can see absolutely through this government. One of the UK's leading hospitality entrepreneurs, Luke Johnson, I think runs Gales, something some of my colleagues in the Liberal Democrat Party are rather keen on, I believe, the party of Gales. Well, Luke Johnson said it's heartbreaking that Britain's proud record of innovation, flexibility and business success is being thrown away thanks to that old knee-jerk Labour instinct of taxing success. I agree. You want to talk about your knee-jerk instinct of taxing success? Please, I'll give way.
It's clear the honourable gentleman disagrees with the way that the budget has raised revenue. Does he oppose the £22 billion investment in the NHS? Is it that he opposes the investment in SEND education or the increases in the schools budget?
I hope that the honourable gentleman has a long and successful career in this House, but he won't have very long to wait, because if he's concerned about a lack of investment in the NHS, I would ask him to sit down with his Chief Secretary of the Treasury and ask exactly what is the rate of growth for NHS spending and departmental spending in the years 26-27 and the years 27-28. And then perhaps the honourable gentleman will come back and tell me what he thinks about that level of future spending growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government talk of stabilising the economy. We've heard a lot about stabilising the economy. But this is not a budget. This is not a budget for stability. It's anything but. And let me educate some colleagues opposite. There is nothing stable about lowering the rate of economic growth. There's nothing stable about lowering the rate of economic growth. All you do is create an economy that is more fragile and susceptible. And there is nothing stable about changing your fiscal rules after saying you won't. And there's nothing stable about a razor-thin level of headroom, even with those potentially unsustainable levels of departmental spend, which the OBR quantify at only £10 billion of headroom, just one-third the level her predecessor set to ensure they stay within the fiscal rules. Fiscal rules, by the way, that they've just made up. I'll happily give way if we're talking about headroom and the fiscal rules and the lack thereof.
Stability, and I wonder if the honourable gentleman recognises the irony in his party, the party of Liz Truss, lecturing this government about stability.
Right. I'm trying to find something relevant. To say to the honourable lady. I'll happily give way in a minute. But at least the budget that the honourable lady talked about was an attempt to do two things. One to shield households in this country going into a cold winter from an increase in energy bills, and colleagues on the honourable lady's side of the House may wish to contemplate what they have done to 8 million pensioners with the reduction in the winter fuel allowance, and secondly, a budget for growth, and this, as we have observed, this is. Well, some people are making interesting directions, but actually the direction in this budget is to actually lower growth rather than to increase it. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Will the honourable member agree with me that actually when they're talking about the impact of budgets, the gilt market and the reaction to this current budget is far worse, is in a far higher position than it was following the mini-budget? And you might want to do some research into the impacts of your own budgets.
Well, my honourable friend makes exactly the right point, and the government is enormously lucky, given the increase and the spike in gilt yields over the preceding weeks and subsequent to the budget. They're actually enormously lucky that it was the previous government that dealt with the aftermath of the financial regulatory failure in respect of LDI. And we've dealt with that, and as a result we have a more stable financial system which has been able to so far survive what the government has done. But it was Richard Hughes, in evidence taken by the Treasury Select Committee yesterday, that explained, and I shall say this slowly, but explained that just a 0.3%, a 0.3, one-third of 1%, increase in interest rates would wipe out all of the headroom. And that is no doubt why, it's in the OBR EFO report, that is no doubt why the OBR gives only a 54% chance of the government hitting their targets. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is barely better than the odds on a coin toss. So there we have it. A government who spent months talking up their credentials on enterprise, looked business owners in the eye. They told them that they would have their back. They told them they would support them. And 120 days later, they went back on their promise, a prawn cocktail offensive with a nasty dose of indigestion. They've crushed confidence and destroyed investment. They've checked any incentive for growth. They've left thousands of enterprising strivers wondering when the day will come when the shutters on their shops will not be lifted again. I dare the Secretary of State to stand in front of the 4.8 million family business owners and tell them that this is a budget that will work for them. Risk takers and wealth creators deserve a government that has their back, that invests in infrastructure, doesn't embolden the inefficiencies of the public sector. Be left in no doubt, whilst this government keeps growth, innovation and entrepreneurs in its crosshairs, these benches will always be on the side of business.
Florence Eshalomi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to speak to this first Labour budget in 14 years. And across Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, the last 14 years have been very difficult for my constituents. Too often, my constituents have felt that the government hasn't been on their side, not hearing that austerity has left us with retreating public services and more fragile communities, not reforming the planning system that would have helped alleviate the housing crisis and stop my constituents facing 20 to 30% rent increase, and many of them facing eviction during the cost of living crisis. Not taking those difficult decisions to protect the economy and leaving this government with that black hole we needed to fill. And we heard loud and clear in July that government must be different, and this budget offers that. We've seen the rise to the national living wage and the rate for under 21s, making work pay whatever your age. We've seen over 25 billion in the NHS over the next 2 years, which will deliver tens of thousands of extra doctors and appointments, including helping hospitals like St Thomas's in my constituency across the river from here. But as chair of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee, I've heard a lot from our local authorities on who've borne the brunt of the failures to tackle the housing crisis. Councils have been forgotten, with devastating impact for our communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday at our first public committee meeting, we heard from homeless organisations and local authorities representing them. They spoke to us about the state of temporary accommodation. Councils are having to spend unsustainable amounts to fill the gaps in this area. This is driving our councils to near bankruptcy. In London alone, 70% of local authority housing budget is being absorbed by temporary accommodation. And this means less money to fix repairs, maintenance for the housing stock, which leaves tenants feeling the rise in the crisis. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what was even more shocking is the human impact this is having on people. As I speak, there are over 150,000 children in temporary accommodation across England. And in the last 5 years, 55 children have died in circumstances linked to temporary accommodation. 42 of them were under the age of 1. This should shock and shame us. These deaths are not coincidental. And yesterday, the committee heard about families living in one room where we are stunting the children's growth. Children are not able to do things that they should, like crawling. We'd heard about the ability for them not to form that social cohesion with their peers because of the lack of consistency and constantly moving. We heard how parents are often plunged into mental health crises because of the stress of raising a family in these conditions, which further isolates the child. The government can and must do better. So I welcome the steps in this budget, such as supplementing the affordable housing programme, increase homelessness spending and scaling back the right to buy to boost our housing stock. But these must be the first steps. We need to see further significant changes in the upcoming Fundle settlement, and the next budget must truly start to address this crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly worried about the freeze to the local housing allowance, a lifeline for many people who are struggling. And I know that this area is covered by the DWP, but will have a significant impact to tackle the homelessness crisis, and there needs to be addressed in the upcoming statement. The deep harm caused by the last 14 years will not and cannot be fixed overnight. And this budget is the first in my first 5 years in this House, which gives us that glimmer of hope and a roadmap for fixing our broken public services. So I do congratulate the Chancellor and her team for getting on with the job so quickly. But I'll be a voice for the thousands of families who continue to fall through the cracks with no safety net behind them. They cannot afford to wait any longer for help. They need it now. So I urge the government to give attention to people in crisis, such as those in temporary accommodation. We cannot, as a Labour government, risk failing a generation of young people.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, who's given another customary powerful speech and reminds us of the injustices facing those who fall between the cracks. Madam Deputy Speaker, we live in an uncertain and an unstable world, and the US election results makes that more so. So as we debate how to rebuild our great country after the mess left by the Conservatives, many of us will have a sense of apprehension today about what the presidential result means for the US, including women and minority groups, as well as for the UK, Europe and the world. Families across the UK will also be worrying about the damage that President Trump and his administration may do to our economy and our national security, given his record of starting trade wars, undermining NATO and emboldening tyrants like Putin. Nonetheless, this may well be the context within which we must rebuild Britain. We Liberal Democrats believe that rebuilding Britain starts by rebuilding our NHS and social care. Never before have I heard so much desperation than at the last general election. The legacy of the last government was to leave people saying they could not see a GP, they could not see a dentist. They were waiting months for mental health assessments or special educational needs documents. People were asking me on the doorstep whether everything was so broken, maybe it couldn't even be fixed at all. But we Liberal Democrats know that health and social care must be fixed hand in hand. We welcome the government's investment in the NHS, but they cannot remain silent on social care. They cannot dismiss social care as a second-term issue. And when it comes to businesses know that people's productivity plummets when they have to pick up the pieces of a broken social care system. Madam Deputy Speaker,
the Honourable Lady give way?
I would.
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she makes absolutely the right point about the NHS and its interdependence with social care. But the government has done more than be silent on social care. It has, with minimum wage and NICs, imposed £2.5 billion of additional cost on social care, while giving just £600 million to local authorities. It's actually taking an already difficult situation and making it rather worse.
The honourable gentleman for raising that point. He may remember that at Deputy Prime Minister's questions 2 weeks ago, I raised precisely that point with the Deputy Prime Minister and advised the government that if they went ahead with the national insurance contribution rise, it would affect social care. He will, however, remember that in 2019 it was the Conservative Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised to reform social care once and for good, and clearly failed to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, on that point,
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I have had two managing partners from GP practices in my constituency of Ayrshire and Walton who have written to me about the significant impact of the increase in employee NI contributions, which they say will directly undermine access and patient care, and a huge impact on the brilliant work of Princess Alice Hospice in my constituency, already hugely stretched. It will cost them £400,000 a year. Would you agree that they and the GP practices should be exempt?
I thank my honourable friend for that excellent intervention. I absolutely do agree they should be exempt. In fact, I think the national insurance contribution rise is the wrong thing to do, full stop. But if it is going to go ahead, there must be these exemptions. I've heard from my own area, for example, one local hospice in Hertfordshire will see its national insurance contributions go up by £150,000. And their warning is very clear, as a local hospice, that if this goes ahead, then beds will have to close. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, people must see opportunities in enterprise as well. But the rise in national insurance contributions will hit small businesses hard, especially those on the high street. And the success of our high streets really matters, not just for growth, but also for confidence. For so many people, the high street is the most visual and the most visceral mark of whether the economy is thriving or not. And I would be grateful if the Minister could indicate later today whether or not the Government intends to bring forward a high streets strategy, and if so, when we might see that. I have been inundated by small businesses from my high street in St Albans, and here are just some of the quotes. One business said, "The reality of last week's budget will mean that no more investment and no further recruitment as was planned, and in all likelihood, redundancies." Another small business said, "I provide employment locally, I raise money for local charities and have created a much-loved addition to our town centre, but I am worried about how much longer I can go on." And one more said, "We will be impacted mainly by business rates increase, and my plea is that that can't happen. The high street challenges are hard enough as they are, without having to face an uncertain Christmas trading period." Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, some other colleagues have mentioned the impact on medical charities, on hospices and on GPs. In Hertfordshire, the local medical committee has indicated that since 2014, we have seen 56 practices close or merge across Bedfordshire and Hertfordshire, representing 35% of the 216 practices that existed back in 2014. GP practices do need certainty as to whether or not any of these costs will be passed on to practices when they are already feeling the squeeze. And I can guess what the Minister may say. He may encourage those on the opposition benches to indicate how we would raise taxes instead. But in the spirit of constructive opposition, we Liberal Democrats do urge the Government to think again, because the burden of fixing our public services should fall, we believe, on the shoulders of the big banks, the gambling companies, the big tech companies, not on the small businesses who are the beating heart of our communities. Suppressing small business is not the route to growth. On business rates reform, Madam Deputy Speaker, the business rates reforms not only fall short of what we need, but it actually makes things worse in the short term. The last Conservative government promised to reform the business rate system and failed to do so. The current system penalises the bricks and mortar retailers, whilst the out-of-town retailers manage to get off almost scot-free. Pubs and high street shops and the rest of hospitality have been really hit hard, with the discounts being reduced from 75% to 40%. This is going to have a major impact. St Albans is renowned for its pubs. Many of the more long-established members will remember that I talk about pubs in St Albans on many occasions. We have more pubs per square mile than anywhere else in the UK. But our pubs in St Albans will now face additional business rates bills of between £5,000 and £35,000. Some fear that this could push them over the edge. Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been said over the last few days about food security as well. Now, we Liberal Democrats agree that the loopholes that are being exploited by big corporations that buy up swathes of our land, those loopholes must be closed. But we are concerned that the Government's approach is rather crude. And in doing so, whilst trying to close those loopholes, some family farms will be collateral damage. So I urge the Government, again, in the spirit of constructive opposition, whether he will consider and look again at our proposal for a proper family farming test, as is used in some other countries. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, a word or two about investment. We Liberal Democrats believe the Government has done the right thing in changing the fiscal rules, and we do believe in principle in the importance of borrowing for productive investment. But I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and again I say this in the spirit of constructive opposition, I think the Government has put all of its growth eggs in the building basket. I understand why they may be doing that, but given the Trump presidency, given the potential prospects of tariffs and trade wars, which could drive up the price of products like semiconductors and construction materials, there is a very material risk that the investment that the Government makes does not reap the rewards that we all hope for, not through no fault of their own, but through the changes in the global climate. We need to have a resilient economy. So I praise the Government for investing, but I do urge them to look at this question of resilience. And at this time, it makes it even more important that we look for growth from small businesses and high streets. So I urge the government to think again, unleash the power of our high streets and small businesses. Don't hamper them. Thank you.
Charlotte Kane, no, apologies. Irene Campbell to make her maiden speech.
Many thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to give my maiden speech during such an important debate. It was great to see a budget delivered by a female Chancellor, the first ever in this Parliament, and a budget delivering the largest funding settlement for Scotland in the history of devolution. I'm delighted to be here today as a Member of Parliament for North Ayrshire and Arran, my home constituency, and I'm honoured that people put their faith in me and voted for me to be their MP. And I would like to thank my family and friends for their support, which was greatly appreciated. I'd like to pay my respects to my predecessor, Patricia Gibson, for her work in the constituency over the past 9 years. Like me, she cares about the community we serve, and I wish her well. I would also like to pay my respects to her staff for their hard work. Staff often go unrecognised, but play a vital part in delivering for our communities. So, I first got interested in politics from a very young age. One of our neighbours, David Lambie, was an honourable member for Central Ayrshire from 1970 until 1983, and he was very active in the area. So this was my introduction to politics in this place, and I was fascinated as to what was going on and how it all worked. And I remember being in the gallery to see a PMQs in the 1980s, and it's hard to believe that I'm now here on the green benches. Still can't quite believe it. So, North Ayrshire and Arran is a mix of towns, many post-industrial. We have villages, rural and island communities, and it is the best of both the countryside and the seaside with two beautiful islands, and I'll say a bit more about this later. So I've lived in the constituency for most of my life, although I started my working life in London in the 1980s, as jobs were scarce at that time in North Ayrshire and many other parts of Britain. So some people may remember that unemployment was very high, and to get a job, people moved to cities. Well, I arrived in London, an enthusiastic young punk, and not only got a job that I loved, I also got to see lots of bands, go to great art exhibitions, make some lifetime friends, and generally have a great time, as most young people do. I would not have expected that years later I'd be back in London where I started my career. I'm no longer a punk, as you can see, but hopefully I still have the attitude. So back to my constituency, and I feel I must mention a very famous resident, Alfred Nobel. In the 1860s, Alfred Nobel identified a site in the town of Stevenston to build his explosives factory on the Ardeer Peninsula. At one time, it was the largest explosive factory in the world, and in its heyday employed around 15,000 mainly local people. So Nobel actually lived locally during the start of the project, and my great-grandmother Clara came over from Sweden working for the Nobel family. She never left Stevenston, as she met my great-grandfather instead, so I'm obviously very grateful. So, North Ayrshire and Arran is a diverse constituency with towns of Colwinning, Ardrossan, Saltcoats and Stevenston making up a post-industrial landscape, along with the Garnock Valley comprising the towns of Dalry, Beath, Kilburney, Glengarnock and the villages of Gateside and Barmill. The famous Glengarnock Steelworks opened in the 1840s and operated until the 1970s. And the North Coast is made up of small, pretty coastal towns with the villages of Sea Mill, West Kilbride, often referred to as a craft town, Porton Cross, Fairley, Largs and Skelmerley, and of course we have the wonderful and beautiful islands of Arran and Cumbria. So a little bit of history. North Ayrshire and Arran has many ancient castles and monuments, from the medieval abbey in Colwinning, castles in Ardrossan, Porton Cross, Glengarnock, Kersland Dalry and many more, along to the ancient Macri Moor standing stones on Arran. The town of Largs is famous for the Viking battle in 1263 and hosts an annual Viking festival. And these historic sites attract many visitors, and tourism is very important to our local communities, and particularly our island communities. I must mention some famous residents, past and present. That's a Freudian slip on the 6th of November, so forgive me for that one. So, past and present. So there's Betsy Miller from Saltcoats, who was the first woman to be registered as a master of a ship, and was apparently mentioned in this House during a debate on the provisions of the Merchant Shipping Act of 1834. And there's Henry Faulds from Beath, a Scottish doctor and scientist who is noted for the development of fingerprinting. I'll now move to the present day, and we have from Saltcoats Steve Clark, the Scotland football manager, and Colin Hay, who was singer and musician from the Australian band Men at Work, who incidentally didn't come from the land down under because he came from Saltcoats. We also have classical violinist Nicola Benedetti from West Kilbride. We have Gemma Ricci, the Olympic athlete from Beath, and musicians and songwriters Gallagher and Lyle from Largs. So there are many community organisations and projects working hard in the constituency, and to name a few, North Ayrshire Women's Aid, where I served on the board for many years and was chair, the service provides crucial support for women and children. There's also the Men's Shed throughout the constituency, and I think throughout the whole of the UK, and they're doing great work promoting mental health and general well-being. We have the First Alliance Credit Union in Cowinning. This ensures local people can save and access affordable loans. And in Kilburney, there's the Radio City Association, working hard to bring community energy and the associated benefits. The award-winning Sea Salt Group in Saltcoats, helping to improve the town centre. And I must pay tribute to the Save Our Drawson Harbour Group, who are fighting hard to save their Drawson to Brodick ferry route, which has been in existence for around 190 years, and there's many more I could mention. But finally, I want to move on to my hometown of Saltcoats, where I've lived for most of my life. Saltcoats is a small seaside town in the Firth of Clyde. It was a great place to grow up, with plenty for children to do, and one feature that I must mention is the great outdoor swimming pool, which was built in the 1930s. Had a beautiful Art Deco pavilion, which wouldn't have been out of place in the Côte d'Azur, but we certainly didn't have their weather. And the pool welcomed many visitors from Glasgow and beyond. It's very busy throughout the summer, despite being freezing cold, and sometimes you would be swimming next to a jellyfish or an eel, but that was all part of the experience. And I learned to swim in the pool at a young age and have really fond memories. So sadly, the beautiful Art Deco pavilion was demolished in the 80s, but the swimming pool still remains, and during COVID I started a campaign along with other local enthusiasts to revive and reopen the pool. We call ourselves the Splash Group. I linked with UK Future Lidos Group, a group comprising other Lido enthusiasts aiming to build or reopen existing Lidos throughout the UK and Ireland. And outdoor swimming has never been so popular, and now is definitely the time to do it. It's good for both physical and mental health and well-being, and is a safe outdoor space for swimmers. So the Splash Group has been working with London architect Chris Romer-Lee, and we have a visionary 21st century design for our pool, and this would be a fantastic asset for Saltcoats and the wider North Ayrshire community. So that's a tour of my constituency. I'm in this place to serve my community, and my aim is that during this Parliament I can bring improvement, investment and work hard to make positive change to the lives of people in North Ayrshire and Arran. Thank you.
Danny Kruger. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, to his role. And I note what a distinguished career he has held in business and how eminently qualified he is for this role. I also enjoyed listening to the Secretary of State, who I know is a very intelligent man. I know by reputation what a decent man he is as well. But while we were sitting here, I looked up on Wikipedia what his business experience is, what qualifies him for the role he's had. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry to report that he has about as much business experience as I do, which is precisely none. I spent my career before this place working in Parliament and in the charity sector. You could mistake me for a Labour MP. Almost indistinguishable from members opposite, easily mistaken. But I will do my best to disabuse them of that false impression by saying this. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a very shameful thing that the Labour Party allowed the public to be so misled in the run-up to the last election. They promised not to raise taxes on workers. They promised not to increase borrowing or indeed to change the borrowing rules. And certainly they promised not to impose inheritance tax on family farms. All of these things they have done in this budget, and it is a shameful thing. And leave aside whether or not these measures are good or bad for the country. Leave aside whether indeed they were suddenly discovered. This is erroneous idea that suddenly the Labour Party understood the public finances after they got into government when they didn't understand them before, even though before they got into government they said they knew exactly what was in the public finances, as of course they did, because that's what the OBR enables. The fact is that they very understandably, Madam Deputy Speaker, stressed in the run-up to the election that they were standing on a platform of probity and integrity and trust. These are the words they used repeatedly in their election campaign, and the public responded to it. Insofar as it is possible to say that they won public support, of course they didn't really, we just lost it, but insofar as they won public support at the election, it was on the grounds It was on the ground. He asked why we lost it. We did lose it because the public couldn't trust us. They didn't think we had integrity. And I get that. That's what the public... I'm not stupid. We understand what the public thought. I'm not going to disagree with them. But they promised to be different. They promised to be different. And in this budget, they have absolutely broken their promises on integrity and on trust. So it's a day of shame for the party what they've done with this budget. Now, in a less partisan spirit, let me say this: there is actually much to critique, I think, about the economy that the Labour Party inherited when they got into government. I recognise that there are things that are wrong in our economy, deep structural problems with our economy. They go back decades. They go back a lot longer than 14 years. And insofar, and again, speaking seriously, insofar as it is possible to critique my party for failures in government, it's because of very understandable reasons, not least the deficit, the broken economy that we inherited 14 years ago, and because of other events that took place during the time we were in power. Our failure was not to fix those fundamental structural problems with the economy which we inherited. Those problems to do with a high tax economy, a high borrowing economy, high levels of public debt, caused by high welfare and high preventable health spending, high rates of private debt as well, low productivity, low wages. These are the underlying structural realities of the British economy going back decades. They are the reality of this century so far. And it is therefore right, and I'm pleased to hear it, that the Chancellor talks often about fixing the foundations. That is absolutely the right framework, I think, in which we should be approaching the challenge that the new government has on the economy. So I welcome that. The problem is that they are leaning in to this broken model that we have. They are further damaging the foundations of our economy that need to be fixed. More borrowing, more tax and spending, and as my right honourable friend said from the front bench a little while ago, a plan that will lead to no greater growth in the economy over the course of this Parliament, only minuscule improvements if the forecasts are correct. But nevertheless, let me hope, in the spirit of a cross-party consensus, we do need to fix the foundations of the economy. What are those foundations? Well, classically understood, the foundations of prosperity are the foundations of any economy are land, labour and capital. And let me look very briefly at each in turn. The fundamental reality of our land economy, of the planning system, and I point particularly to the work done by colleagues in the think tank world, Southwood, Hughes and Bowman, called the foundations, which is absolutely the right framing, as I've said. It is impossible to build anything in this country. It is impossible to build things quickly, and it's impossible to build them in the right places. Yes, we need new housing urgently, and I recognise and I applaud the government's commitment there, but their approach is entirely wrong. They're proposing to build where houses are not needed and not wanted on our green fields, instead of where they are urgently needed and are very much wanted, which is in our cities. What we need in our all across the country, but including in rural areas like the one I represent in East Wiltshire, Madam Deputy Speaker, is more business space. We need industrial use, we need office space. We urgently need to enable our entrepreneurs to create businesses and to grow them in the places that they want to. And I am very conscious of the challenge that we have in Wiltshire about the lack of affordable and available land for business. And I'll quickly mention, others have in this debate too, the crime of proposing to tax family farms and to insist that farmers sell up when farmers pass from one generation to the next. Another flagrant abuse of trust by this government. The second foundation is the labour market. This is a crucial challenge, and I don't hear it addressed at all by what we've heard from the government so far in the budget debate, in the budget itself or the budget debate. This crucial challenge of our economy that's so dependent on high rates of low-skilled migration, which depresses wages, which increases welfare, and inhibits productivity, crucially because it disincentivises employers from investing either in people or in machinery and in technology that grows growth and productivity. So we have to cap migration, and we have to shift spending into the skills economy, into our own people, into supporting people to gain the skills they need to do the jobs that need doing. And then lastly, the third foundation is capital itself. And we've heard a lot from the ministers about the need for investment. What they mean is public investment, public spending. What is fundamentally needed is private investment, and we hear nothing of that, and we don't see much sign of it. We have a broken capital market. Again, recognise that a lot of this goes back well before this government. It goes back many, many years. It is difficult for businesses in this country to find the capital they need to start and crucially to scale. And so the incentives are all to rush to private equity or or to an IPO and to cash out as soon as possible. When we heard earlier from my honourable friend during PMQs, the member from Mid-Norfolk, about the failure of the London capital market to direct capital into UK businesses. This is a perennial challenge with our finance sector, which needs addressing. And I want to echo the point made by the Liberal Democrat spokesman just now. She's absolutely right about the crucial importance of investing in UK resilience. We need money in the UK, crucially private money, to be going into those SMEs and those key growth sectors that are going to be needed in the turbulent times to come. So we need to incentivise, we need to use the incentives in the tax system and the regulation system to direct finance towards British businesses. And crucially, we need to make British businesses more competitive. And that brings me, lastly, Madam Speaker, almost lastly, to the national insurance increase. It's this huge jobs tax that has been imposed on the country without any warning, in fact, in direct breach of promises that the Labour Party made, and even the OBR itself, in its happy to give way. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a business owner that is pleased to see more money not just in my team's pockets, but in the pockets of my customers, does my honourable friend agree with me that the Conservatives are very good with their own money, but absolutely appalling with the country's finances?
Well, I'm delighted to hear that there is, in fact, a businessman on the Labour benches. That's a tremendous... delighted to have discovered one. And I hope he and his business prosper under the government that he is supporting. The fact is that the OBR itself has said in its commentary on the budget that payroll tax rises are passed through into lower wages. So the effect, the direct effect, what the government is doing, they are taxing workers to fund their spending commitments. And those spending commitments going partly into what they call investment capital projects, but also into public services running costs. And as we've heard today, the bulk of that money will be front-loaded at the start of this Parliament in what one would have thought would be direct contravention of good fiscal management. But crucially, and more importantly, more worryingly, as we've heard, the effect will be largely circular, because the additional spending will simply be taken in tax through the NIC. So increases. And I would just quickly add, Madam Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, the one spending area where a number that I regret particularly, but the cutting of the transport budget. They talk about increasing investment in in the public sector. They've cut the transport budget overall, and particularly to the regret of constituents in Wiltshire, they've scrapped the plan to upgrade the A303 and to divert all of that horrendous traffic around Stonehenge. I deeply regret that, and I'm very sorry that we have yet to hear from the Transport Department or from the Chancellor or from the Treasury any plans to alleviate the chronic traffic problems that we have. So let me finish by saying how much I regret the missed opportunities that this budget represents, how much I think we do need growth, we do need productivity. That fundamentally will only come from the private sector, as my honourable friend said earlier, and what we need to see is more savings in the public sector to fund proper deficit reduction, which we're not going to see, meaningful tax cuts to get the economy going. And one area where we urgently need more spending is in defence, which is the one area we really haven't heard about. When will we hear about the timetable to get to 2.5?
There will have to be a time limit, but after we have heard from all of the maiden speeches. So I call David Williams to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm really pleased to follow the excellent maiden speech by my honourable friend, the member for North Ayrshire and Arran, and I look forward to many more speeches as the afternoon goes on. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an absolute honour to represent Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove, an area that's made me who I am, and I'm proud to speak in this incredibly important debate. This government takes seriously the need to boost household incomes and to lift families out of poverty. So I am delighted that the increase in the national living wage outlined in the budget will put an extra £1,400 in the pockets of thousands of workers across Stoke-on-Trent and Kidsgrove. Yeah. Now, in memory of Charlotte Skye Naglis, I would like to thank my predecessor, Jonathan Gullis, who campaigned to change the law to allow blood samples to be tested without consent where loss of life has occurred following dangerous driving. As I said to Charlotte's mum last week, I will continue to fight for this critical legislation, though I know nothing can make up for the loss of your child. I would also like to say thank you to Baroness Anderson, who put the national scandal of holiday hunger firmly on the radar during her time in this House. So many children up and down our country are now fed during school holidays. Madam Deputy Speaker, I did not set out to become an MP. After studying at Keele University, one of our two great local universities, I worked in a local store start centre. I saw how mums had been let down by the state, but I also saw how, with a hands up from a new Labour government at the time, they were able to get back on their feet. I then worked for the YMCA, where we set up training schemes, secured funding to reopen youth clubs that had been closed down as a result of austerity, and I supported young people into affordable housing. However, 14 years of Conservative government left our services on their knees, and levelling up was a failed promise. Locally, we faced a 97% cut in spending on our youth services, and that's in my constituency alone. Our Sure Start centres were hollowed out, and annual household incomes have fallen behind rising living costs. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in some areas of my constituency, as many as 2/3 of families live in poverty, and the weekly earnings are some £100 lower than elsewhere in England, against the England average. So I put myself forward to be an MP because I want to break the cycle of these broken promises. Our young people locally should not feel they need to move away to get well-paid work. I want our families to live in affordable, decent homes, and I want high-quality care for anyone who needs it. Real investment, high-quality public services, restoring hope to our people. My dad once told me that people like us don't become MPs. Whilst thankfully he was wrong, because I'm here today, many people still believe that where you were born will forever dictate your life's direction. And that's why I'm a member of the Labour Party, because we believe that everybody, no matter where you are from, should have equal access to opportunities. And I am incredibly proud of my background. My mum and my granddad worked in the local pot banks, H&R Johnson, Richard Towles and Dunn Bennett & Co. My mum and dad met in the old Adulty Ballroom in Burslem, and my weekend as a child, they were spent at Burslem and Tunstall markets, playing out in Tunstall Park, after Mass, of course, because my mum would make me go after Mass, and doing our weekly shop in the Normand hypermarket in Torque Pits. Having worked locally for over 20 years, I also know how blessed we really are to have so many local people, charities, businesses, faith groups that provide vital support to our community. Whether it's CAFAG, Middleport Matters, the Hobb Foundation, or excellent community organisers like June Cartwright, Anne-Marie and Colin, or Mark Porter, I am so grateful for the contributions they make to our towns. Our history is one of hard-working people, from the potters to the miners who powered us during the Industrial Revolution, to the public sector workers who care for us, and the business opportunities who create opportunities for our community. Our community is forged by our people, who have contributed enormously to our local economy, but also to the success of our country. Like Reginald Mitchell from Butt Lane, the engineer behind the Spitfire, which helped us to lead to victory in the Second World War. Like Clarice Cliff, a pioneering potter who took on a male-dominated industry to make a name for herself. And like A.R. Wood, our best-known architect, who created some of our most beautiful buildings, be it the Burslem School of Art or the Queen's Theatre. These buildings, like many of our other historic sites, are ready to have new life breathed into them. We need new spaces for small businesses, new homes for our families, and I want to see our history build our future. In our constituency, in my constituency, we are proud of our past and we are ambitious for our future. And that ambition, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know will be matched by our new Labour government. Yeah. Traces of our proud past can be found in our bottle kilns. Whether it's Moorcroft Pottery in Cambridge or Moorland Pottery in Burslem, it fills me with pride to see the flames of our history continue to burn in these modern times. And I'm part of what we call the Turnover Club. Though I've attracted some bemused looks as I walk around Westminster in the cafes, as I lift each plate, bowl and saucer to see where they were crafted, I am so pleased to see that so many were made at the Steelite factory in Burslem or at Churchill's in Sandyford. Yeah. I am so proud that my constituency continues to lead the way in ceramics production. Finally, I'd like to pay tribute to my friend and predecessor Joan Wally, who represented Stoke-on-Trent North for 37 years. Joan truly embodies what it means to be a good constituency MP. Yeah. In her maiden speech, she spoke eloquently about the quality of housing. Her fight for improved living standards continues to this day, and I am incredibly proud to be part of a Labour government that has delivered its commitment to working people through its first budget in 14 years.
Charlotte came to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the people of Ely and East Cambridgeshire for electing me as the first MP for the new constituency, but following in the Liberal footsteps of Clement Freud and others before him. I'd like to congratulate Irene on making her first speech to this House. Your constituency sounds almost, but not quite, as beautiful as mine. And I'd also like to congratulate David on his first speech. My mum is a member of the Turnover Club, and so I became an honorary member when I came to this House because I felt I needed to check the saucer so that I could report back to her. So I understand where you're coming from. Ely and East Cambridgeshire contains part of North East Cambridgeshire and the most of South East Cambridgeshire. So I'd like to thank, names I'm hopeless with. I'd like to thank Stephen Barclay MP for being so helpful in passing over casework from those constituents. And I thank Lucy Fraser KC for representing South East Cambridgeshire and in particular for supporting the much-needed upgrade to Ely Rail Junction. And on that, I was really disappointed to hear nothing about the funding for that in the budget. We all want economic growth for this country. You need to help us fix the Ely Junction if you're going to get freight to and from the ports and allow us to have that growth. I'm a chartered accountant, so I know that the business case is unanswerable, and I urge the Chancellor to put the funding for the Ely Rail upgrade, Ely Junction upgrade, in the spring spending review. My constituency has a range of occupations. We have farmers, we have people in horse racing, and we have cutting-edge technology. But going back to the earlier speaker, I was amazed to be invited to the awarding of the King's Award for Innovation to a company, Almouth Crucibles, who make crucibles in my constituency. People have been making crucibles for 8,000 years, and yet they have come up with an innovation. As an archaeologist, I was utterly amazed that they can still be innovating. But I was also amazed to look at how they make those crucibles. They make them with fantastic materials, but they make them in the way your parents would recognise from the pottery industry. It's stunning. We're also a beautiful constituency. We have amazing natural environment. We have chalk grasslands, we have the wetland peat, and we have the River Great Ouse running through it all. People have been doing things to add to that over the centuries. We have ditches, dikes, and loads that help control the water in the fens. And we have the Devil's Dyke, which runs from my home village of Reach through to Wood Ditton, a beautiful late Saxon, probably, earthwork and a chalk grassland. And watching over all of this, we have the Ship of the Fens, which many people say is one of the best cathedrals in Europe. Personally, I think it is the best, but I wouldn't claim to be an expert in cathedrals. The National Trust are doing a lot of work near me with Wicken Fen, because they have a vision to enlarge that to a much wider wetland peat area to protect the biodiversity that depends on wetland peat, and also, as we've heard earlier in a different debate, to capture the carbon within that peat. And I was lucky enough to visit recently, and they promised me that they had a kingfisher and we might see it on our trip. And we did indeed see this beautiful kingfisher going back and forth across the river. It was really fantastic. However, there are some downsides. It is very expensive to buy a home or rent a home in my constituency, which is pricing out young people and families. The price of a house in my constituency, the median price, is 11 times the average salary. Wow. And the rental market follows on, basically. It is unaffordable for very many people. On top of that, a lot of our affordable housing is very, very badly insulated, and people rely on oil for their heating. So we have families across my constituency who cannot afford to heat their homes. So as the government is rebuilding Britain, which I hope we can do, then I really say make sure that the buildings, the homes that we're building, are affordable for people to live in, and not just because they've got an affordable price or an affordable rent, but because they're energy efficient, and so they're cheap to run as well. But also make sure that we have the infrastructure and the support around those homes, doctors, dentists, schools, green space, water. We need to have all of these things. And on the subject of dentists, we are a dental desert in Ely and East Cambridgeshire. I'm horrified to say that you cannot get on an NHS dental list in my constituency. That has to change. I've met people who've spent their life savings on dental treatment, people who, for heaven's sake, have done it themselves. It's horrendous, and we have to address it. So my great-grandfather grew up in the workhouse, actually around Stoke-on-Trent. My parents were the first people in their family to go to university, and they always brought me up to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do as long as I really worked hard on it. Well, I first stood to come to this house in 1987, and both Mum and Dad helped me with that campaign. Sadly, my dad died a few years ago, but my mum supported my election campaign this year, and I know that Dad would have been really pleased to see me elected, just as Mum was. Now I have to correct an error I made on the election night. I didn't expect to win, so I hadn't written a victory speech. And I remembered most of the people I had to thank. But as my husband and my children have repeatedly reminded me since, I forgot to thank them. So I am delighted to put on record, and in Hansard no less, my thanks to my husband John and my children David and Catherine for their unswerving support and encouragement. Yeah. I also need to thank, and this might sound a bit odd, Foster's Mill, which is a 19th century windmill in Swaffham Prior that is still going strong. And it's their Prior's oats that fueled my campaign and now give me a breakfast boost each morning to get me through the day. Of course, I have to thank my agent, Lorna Dupre, for running a wonderful campaign, and all my campaign team for delivering the leaflets and doing all the canvassing. But really, most of all, I want to thank the people of Ely and East Cambridgeshire for engaging in the conversations and putting their trust in me to be their MP. I am going to do my utmost to make sure their voices are heard in this House, and I'm also going to try to be the very best local MP possible.
Thank you. It will be a 3-minute time limit after the next speaker. Michelle Welsh to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To stand here is such an honour in a place that has bestowed in such history, an honour bestowed on me by the good people of my constituency of Sherwood Forest. I wish to pay tribute to my predecessor, the Right Honourable Sir Mark Spencer, who served the constituency of Sherwood for 14 years. Born and raised locally, I know he was very proud to be the MP. When I tell people I'm the Member of Parliament for Sherwood Forest, most think of Robin Hood and what a legend he is. Many have tried to claim him, but we all know, really, Robin Hood belongs to Nottinghamshire. But Sherwood Forest is actually so much more than Robin Hood. It was a beating heart of our coal industry. It was the place where the first vertical flight took place, engines for planes built and tested for our war efforts in the Second World War. It's Lord Byron, it's Ada Lovelace, it is our farms, our villages and towns, and most importantly, it is our people. The communities of Sherwood Forest are kind people. They are strong, they are proud, and they tell you exactly how they feel. To be their MP is an absolute honour. I was raised on a council estate in Nottinghamshire in the 1980s. Hard to believe, I know. I saw poverty every single day in my community. I looked it in the eye. I saw social injustice, and I saw a system that not only took away an industry, but it did its very best to break working people. It was these experiences growing up that have brought me here today, to be a voice for the most vulnerable and to stand up when it counts. I start from the very premise that where you are born should not determine your future. As the first woman, the first working class woman to be the Labour Member of Parliament for Sherwood Forest, I thought I'd smashed a glass ceiling. But the truth is, I've merely cracked a porch window. The battles that my mum and her fellow sisters were fighting all those years ago for equality, for better services, health services for women, they still exist. As a Member of Parliament for Sherwood Forest, I will be fighting those battles so every girl and woman knows that they can, and every working class child knows that they can and they will. Madam Deputy Speaker, my son was born in the first week of the very first lockdown, and the care that we had at the hands of maternity services was far from the standards that any mother should expect. The trauma of what happened to me has not left me, but it's that very trauma and the strength and the courage of my precious son that has driven me to campaign for better maternity services. We were one of the lucky ones. My partner and I left the hospital with our son, but many families in Nottinghamshire did not. This is why I will continue to support the 2,000 plus families in Nottinghamshire who are part of the biggest maternity review in NHS history. Why I will work alongside the Trust and organisations to improve maternity services and ensure those families in Nottinghamshire get the answers they need and deserve. I went to school in the 80s, again, hard to believe, I know, and early 90s, in an era of leaky buildings, not enough textbooks and not enough paper to write on, to then working in education under the previous Labour government, an era of different educational pathways, high quality work experience, educational maintenance allowance, a national careers service, and I remain so proud of the work that I did in establishing Sure Start. No Child Left Behind, tackling child poverty and raising standards. I am proud to be part of a Labour government that is transforming education once again and giving back the life chances to so many children living in Sherwood Forest. Health inequalities in Sherwood Forest are stark. Those living in the south of Nottinghamshire, on average, living 7.5 years longer than those living in the north of my constituency. We must do more to combat this. Early diagnosis, prevention and healthcare in the community are absolutely vital. Sherwood Forest is a rich tapestry of people and organisations helping each other. From the Carers Support Group in Hucknall to In Sam's Name in Ollerton. Sherwood Forest knows, through its history, how to stand shoulder to shoulder. Today, talking in this debate, I'm proud of the businesses in my constituency, employing local people, including J. Murphy and Sons, founded in 1951, a global specialist engineering and construction company with over 3,500 employees. It is clear to me that we are a government of business, and I will do everything I can to bring investment into my constituency and to support our local economy. My journey to this place speaks to the very values and morals of my mother and father, the ones they installed in me, for the endless overtime they worked, for the times that they went without so me and my brother could, for their endless backing and absolute faith they placed in me. To my courageous son, already in his 4.5 years, has been through so much, and the commitment and support from my unwavering partner. This journey, my journey here, speaks to every child who thinks they don't belong on these corridors of this building or don't belong in this chamber because of where they come from. My politics are a politics of service, and that is what I will do. I will serve the people of Sherwood Forest. Thank you.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to speak in this budget debate today. And I just start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Sherwood Forest on making her maiden speech today, and I wish her well. Last Wednesday, we sat in this chamber to listen to the Chancellor's budget, a budget of broken promises. And as each day has gone by, we have witnessed the masked slip from this Labour government. Even before the budget, we saw the Chancellor start to set out her stall with the callous cutting of the winter fuel allowance. And just this week, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was the students that Labour have attacked with a monumental hike in tuition fees. A tax on aspiration, a tax on young people and their hard-working families. And as the week has gone by, we have seen this budget unravel as manifesto promise after promise has been broken. And I have constituencies coming to me with anxiety, with worries from pensioners, farmers, businesses, charities, community organisations, GPs and many more. My farmers are devastated. Promises made to them have been broken with no consultation, no opportunity to plan. This government has shown it is no friend of the farmer, the producers of our food, the guardians of our countryside. From food heroes during COVID to being abandoned in the cold, this government seems to have failed to grasp that family farms are not only farms, they are much more than that. They invest in their businesses for the long term, for the next generation. This government needs to keep its promises, reverse the changes to APR and BPR, and abolish what I and others would now term the family farm tax.
My right honourable friend.
Very briefly, I'm watching the clock.
Grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I think it was Thomas Jefferson said, honesty is the first chapter in the book of wisdom. And for this government to so serially to break all the promises it made during the election is corrosive for our politics. Does she agree?
Absolutely, because small businesses also face a tax on aspiration and entrepreneurship. Inheritance tax will be the death of enterprise. Increases to national employer national insurance and minimum wage increases will stymie growth and investment. Inflation looks set to be higher than growth under this Chancellor's measures. In fact, far from being a budget for growth, the measures set out by the Chancellor will be a hindrance. Put all of this together and who does it hit? It hits working people. Even the Chief Secretary of the Treasury admitted that, I believe, on the TV.
Finally.
Think, too, of the jobs for working people that will be lost or never even created thanks to the budget of broken promises. This is a budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, that punishes pensioners, destroys our countryside, chases after our motorists and denies working families and their children choice over education. And it saddles young people with more student debt. It is a budget that is about ever-increasing spending, ever higher taxes and an ever-expanding state. Prosperity has never been the result of the state handing out more taxpayer money, but from empowering businesses, entrepreneurs and families, and it's about enabling opportunity. Once upon a time, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour would have been thought of as the party of the working people, but not now. Far from fixing the foundations, they are digging an even bigger hole.
Yeah.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say what a privilege it is to follow so many accomplished maiden speeches that were particularly moving as well. And can I start by congratulating my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, on her first budget. A budget that I think shows the first steps of this new Labour government as the work of change really begins. And I hope it will mark a turning point from decline to investment, from instability to security, and from self-interest to public service. The choices made in this budget certainly turn the page on the last 14 years. They begin to restore our public services and improve the rights and rewards of low and middle income earners in this country. And in the short time that I have, I want to touch on just three areas of particular concern to my constituents. First, I want to welcome the £25 billion plus of investment to get our National Health Service back on its feet, to cut waiting times and deliver 40,000 extra elective appointments a week. This move will give real hope to people worrying about their health care. It recognises our NHS staff across the service, those in Aintree University Hospital in my constituency, and specialist facilities like the Walton Centre. I also welcome the intention to shift focus to prevention in healthcare. My constituency is one of the most deprived in the UK, and far too many suffer the health impacts of poverty, addiction and despair. And I hope to work with the government to address these long-term public health crises. Next, and crucially, this budget delivers some long overdue justice and fairness for those who have been failed by the state in the past. It will transfer the Investment Reserve Fund in the Mine Workers Pension Scheme to its members and fund compensation schemes for the victims of the Post Office Horizon scandal and the infected blood scandal, including a number of my own constituents. It gives me hope that this government has shown a commendable will to right historic wrongs. And I hope in the months and years ahead the Chancellor will also consider the claim of the WASPy women born in the 1950s, including 5,000 in my own Liverpool Walton constituency. And finally, I want to mention the hospitality industry, which is so central to Liverpool's visitor economy. The 40% relief on business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure is welcome, but with costs continuing to rise, there remains a climate of uncertainty for far too many local businesses. We need to level the playing fields between bricks and mortar businesses and the online global giants, and we need to prioritise our high streets and take the necessary steps to give relief to local businesses.
Dame Caroline Dinenage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And
You will know that the Gosport constituency is a community built around a shared history of service in and for our armed forces. 13% of my constituents are veterans. These are good, hard-working people who have served our country and asked for little in return, but they're not wealthy people, and they're now disproportionately impacted by this budget, a budget that delivers the opposite of the growth we were promised. It delivers taxes and cuts that will leave my constituents disproportionately poorer. It started with the baffling decision to cut winter fuel payments. Many of my constituents exist just outside of the pension credit threshold and are hanging on by their fingertips, but the government's own data suggests that 13,000 of them will lose this lifeline through the cold winter months, and Age UK say it's 5,000 more than that. In fact, 91% of pensioners in Gosport, and I have real concern for the health of older people in Gosport during these winter months. And that concern extends to the future of some of our most important businesses, the care homes and the nurseries who do such vital work and employ so many of our constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, at this stage I need to direct the House to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests. But these organisations are seriously impacted by the triple whammy of minimum wage increases, employer national insurance threshold decreases and the contribution increases. Hopscotch nurseries in my constituency told me these £25 billion tax increases impact businesses who employ the high number of low-wage workers. They estimate these changes will add almost £1 million cost to their businesses, and this can't be alleviated by productivity increases or headcount reductions because childcare ratios are set by the government, and the services to which we entrust our most precious and loved family members are those who rely on much face-to-face care and human interaction. So the extra costs facing childcare and adult social care will be borne by their customers, working parents, vulnerable elderly, and through employees on lower wage growth. I will.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and she's making a powerful speech, and it's good to see the Chief Secretary to the Treasury in his place, and I hope he will take on board these arguments, and perhaps the overall settlement can be worked to minimise any negative impacts such as she is outlining.
I agree. I'd love to see something done to help these sectors, childcare and adult social care in particular, to be exempted from this policy. The budget also threatens many of the organisations that are so central to the regeneration of our communities. I do welcome the fact that the cliff edge for the business rate relief for hospitality and leisure and retail has been reduced, but what the Chancellor gave with one hand, she took away with another, because hospitality venues can now expect to see their costs increase by £3 billion, crippling potentially 146 businesses in my constituency who employ around 2,000 people. And I'm concerned that while ministers talk about the value of our creative industries and our tourism and our hospitality, they're ignoring the fragile state of them. The CEO of the Sound of Music charity has said that the measures will impose an extra £7 million in additional taxes on grassroots live music sector. The Music Venue Trust estimates that without additional support, 10% of remaining venues will see their doors closed. That's up to 120 venues, 4,000 jobs and 25,000 performance opportunities, all lost. So as well as being a budget of broken promises, I suspect this will become known as a budget of unintended consequences, because the decisions that the Chancellor have taken will have real, tangible impacts on the communities in my constituency and those across the country. Not only that, but we are saddling future generations with billions of pounds of debt to pay for it.
Liam Conlon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by congratulating everyone who's made their maiden speech here this evening, this afternoon. North Ayrshire and Arran, members for Stoke-on-Trent North, Sherwood Forest, Ely and East Cambridgeshire. The first, I'm sure, of many brilliant contributions to this House. It's a pleasure to be able to speak in today's debate in support of the budget. The budget presented last week was an historic budget, the first delivered by a Labour Chancellor in 14 years, the first delivered by a female Chancellor, but just as importantly, the first delivered by a Chancellor who went to school in Beckenham and Penge. On behalf of everyone in Beckenham and Penge, I'd like to congratulate the Chancellor, and I look forward to taking a signed copy of the budget to her old school in Penge very soon. Madam Deputy Speaker, two fun facts about my constituency is that we are the second in the country for the biggest percentage of rail commuters in Britain, and we have the most train stations of any constituency in the country. We are a constituency of commuters, and the vast majority of commuters who board trains every morning go to work in private sector jobs across London. I know that life well, as it's exactly what I did before I was elected as the MP for my constituency this year. A criticism that's been levelled from the opposite benches is that people on this side of the House do not understand business, and that's simply not true. For the decade before being elected this year, I worked in the private sector, first at PwC on the grad scheme, and then later for 2 big tech firms. So I know the private sector adds so much value to our country, and I'm a passionate advocate of it. They're an engine for innovation, they contribute to the economy and help us pay for vital public services, and they provide high-skilled, well-paid jobs, the sort of jobs that thousands of people in my constituency do and want their children to do in the future. But in order for business to plan and invest, stability, economic stability and political stability is vitally important, and they've been starved of that in recent years. 6 chancellors in just over 3 years, sharp cuts followed by serious increases, followed by further planned cuts. Corporation tax went from 28%, then to 19%, then to 25%. They said they were going to build key infrastructure, then they paused it, renamed it, announced it again, but couldn't tell us how they were going to fund it. And they told us Brexit would solve all of our problems, but have made a disaster of that too. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget and this new government, in sharp contrast to the one before, is serious about providing the economic and political stability that businesses in our country need to invest and grow. And I'm delighted to see investment in vital infrastructure, including TfL, and a new cooperative approach to working between my good friend, the Transport Secretary, and our excellent Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. I have no doubt that will be of great benefit to my constituents in Beckenham and Penge, including the thousands who commute across London each day and the businesses they work for. I look forward to supporting it later.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget of the public sector, by the public sector, for the public sector. Neither the Chancellor or the Prime Minister were able to define a working person with any clarity in various confused and stumbling attempts. Does it include the entrepreneurs who take risk, invest money, employ working people, who pay VAT, pay national insurance, pensions, work hard, collect all that money, gift wrap it and pay it to the state, as well as paying corporation tax on any residual profits? If not, why not? We can now see that this is irrelevant, as the massive increase in employers' national insurance, an equally venal cut in the payment threshold from £9,000 to £5,000 is a huge tax on employment in the private sector, which, unlike the state, cannot print money in taxpayers' collective name to cover any budget shortfall. This will mean the private sector will employ fewer people by design, they will reduce pay rises, they will increase prices, they will invest less, and they will pay less corporation tax. It is a disaster. Government hands out taxpayers' money like confetti without proper checks and balances, taking hard-working taxpayers for fools.
That's the Conservatives.
This budget is only possible because quantitative easing has allowed the state to grow without justification, nurturing the culture of central planning, misguided net zero obsession, and all the elements of collectivism which took a generation to destroy the Soviet Union. The Chancellor has landed a knockout punch to private sector entrepreneurs. It is only small businesses which suffer. It's not only small businesses which suffer. The farming industry, already in a parlous state, has been further undermined by revised death tax amendments. If a rethink of this lunacy is not forthcoming, the continuity and long-term investment required to provide this overpopulated island with a degree of food security will be destroyed by forced sales of land on death. Farming is a tough vocational career, and the average age of farmers is now over 60 years of age. The same is true for family businesses, who are set to suffer disruptive death taxes too. The backbone of Britain's nation of shopkeepers is being broken by socialist design. As Winston Churchill presciently observed, we contend that for a nation to try to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle.
Dr. Simon Offer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the honourable member for Great Yarmouth, who should know better because one of his relatives used to be a doctor in my village in the Cotswolds. I and the rest of this country have waited for this budget for 14 years. I've worked as a GP all that time, and I've just watched with horror as our NHS has gone from being the best in the world, as it was in 2010, to a service on its knees. For 14 years, I've watched the gap between rich and poor in this country grow wider and wider. For 14 years, I've watched the fabric of our schools and the NHS fall apart. So I really welcome this budget that lifts the curse of low pay, that invests in the special educational needs of our children, the budget that will finally compensate those who have been wronged by an infected blood scandal. It's a budget that will rebuild Britain. Lifting people out of low pay and making them more equal is probably the most effective way of preventing ill health and making our population more healthy. So what I really welcome in this budget is the huge amount of funding for the NHS, the biggest in 14 years. With that, though, needs to come reform and increase in productivity. And I'd just like to outline a few little projects that we need to concentrate on to increase our productivity. Around GP access, Dr. Tom Sutherland in Dursley practice has... Yes, sir.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Will he join me in expressing concern about the rise in national insurance contributions and the impact it will have on GP surgeries, the potential closure, as GPs have been asking me and my constituency about this impact?
I understand. This will be mitigated through funding. I'm not exactly sure how, but I have no doubt... No, that's because I haven't been informed, but I have no doubt this will be coped with. And I also know that this government is going to rebuild general practice, just as the other party trashed it and really broke the back of it. And I'm not taking any criticism from any of you about the NHS.
Please be seated. Please be seated. You're not taking any criticism from me? You said you. So please do not refer to colleagues as you. Continue.
Sorry. I did get rather angry there, and I shan't get angry anymore. So if I could just talk about GP access. What we need to do is we need to get doctors to perform the triage, not receptionists, not 111. We need to start thinking in a different way. We do not want a protocol-driven NHS. What we need is a genuine doctor-patient relationship. Also, we need to develop neighbourhood...
Is it a relevant point of order?
It is a relevant point of order.
And it cannot wait, the point of order? The point of order cannot wait, Mr. Stewart?
No, it's relevant here. It's just, I wonder whether it is in order for the honourable gentleman to have been given assurances by the government that funding is going to be put in place to mitigate the impact on GPs when that information has repeatedly been refused to this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I know you stand there to represent all backbenchers like myself in making sure the truth is out.
I think that you can most definitely raise that in your contribution when you are speaking later on today. It's not a point of order for the Chair. No doubt the Minister and the front bench have heard and they can respond accordingly. You're going to shortly run out of time, so I'd be quick.
OK. Look, I've worked in general practice for 30 years. All these tax changes, there's always mitigation, and I have no doubt that the government will look after GPs. No, I have no doubt. Anyway, I'd like to just finish my speech if I can. I think we need to invest in neighbourhood health centres. Dr Tim Reed in Suffolk is developing a genuine holistic service which will save money and increase productivity in mental health and in paramedics. And this is something that we need to explore much more greatly. The other thing is I spent 48 hours in general practice with a loved one, in the BRI A&E department with a loved one. And I saw the huge pressures that this A&E department was under. And I noticed that Dr. Simon Lang is using innovative ways of going out with paramedics, keeping them at home, and working with paramedics in his department. This is the type of adaptation we need within the NHS. So this budget begins this process of transforming the NHS and will reward the NHS staff up and down the country who continue to deliver excellent unscheduled care. We must fix the foundations of care. We must use the new funding to ensure more patients are cared for at home. So difficult decisions are being taken. But all of us on both sides of the House would want to see the NHS again become the best in the world. And this budget starts that process. Thank you very much.
Martin Wrigley.
We know that growth comes from investing in productivity and skills, and I too welcome the £22 billion for the NHS. Long-term public investment is essential for the security and stability that the UK needs. However, we've heard the issues of NI employers' contributions, which will hit doctors, dentists, care homes and local hospices, adding significant amounts to their annual cost base per employee. This pressure also applies to voluntary community and social enterprises. In my district, Teignbridge CVS tell me that the sector employs some 3% of the local population, now all subject to that NI increase. And while better than nothing, the business rate reduction from 75% to 40% will disappoint local retail, hospitality and leisure businesses, not forgetting the inheritance tax threat to Devon's family farms. There is nothing in this budget for social care, Devon's crumbling hospitals or Devon's essential transport. Last year's pothole fund... Of course.
I thank honourable friend for giving way. Bank shares are now soaring following this budget. Does my honourable friend agree with me that with the Liberal Democrat proposal even to reverse the Conservative government's cut to the big bank levy, raising around £4 billion a year, we wouldn't need the GP tax, the family farm tax, the winter fuel cut, and it might fund upgrades to Trelisk, Derriford and North Devon hospitals.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. My friend is absolutely right. There are other ways that this money could have been found, and Liberal Democrats have been long saying that we should be looking to banks, the big oil companies, big international tech companies to pay their fair share, and that is where money should be sought. There is nothing in the budget for Devon's essential transport. Last year's pothole fund was a drop in the ocean, according to Devon County Council. The 50% in this budget, 50% increase in this budget, still leaves a big hole. Not even mentioned in the budget is the completion of the Dawlish Rail Resilience Project, key to connecting the South West. And without funding, the design team will soon be redeployed, and all of the progress to date will be lost. This will cost millions more if it's not done now. I urge the Minister to meet with us to get that funded. Growth in the economy in Devon and Cornwall is heavily dependent on fast, reliable train services, and we saw what happened with Dawlish. The budget also speaks of housing and local government. Until July, I was leader of my district council, and I'm proud that the Lib Dem administration started building council homes, the first in 30 years. And these were cheap to rent and cheap to heat because they were well insulated, powered by air source heat pumps and solar power. Additional capital for social homes is welcome, but the frozen local housing allowance hampers housing associations who have already scaled back their plans for development. And commercial developers will still try to cut affordable homes from Section 106 responsibilities. The budget also offers 300 new planning officers, but those are spread very thinly over the 326 planning authorities. Newton Abbott's social housing need has increased by 50%. In my constituency, as well as in Ely, the average house price is 11 times the average earnings, and rents have soared. The broken housing market is failing Newton Abbott. The proposed changes to the planning rules are insufficient to fix it. Homes are unreachable for too many families. People are being denied the right to a safe and secure place to call home. I do welcome the multi-year settlements for councils and the removal of the Hunger Games-style bidding for grants involving huge amounts of wasted efforts, including for bids and unachievable timeframes. We cannot let that centralised control continue. We need real devolution, but devolution is not just reorganisation.
Rosie Writing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many of my other honourable friends, I have spent my career in business, more specifically the retail head offices, so I'm proud to be a part of a government that is pro-business and pro-worker. The last time a Labour government delivered a budget in this House, I was 12 years old. That Labour government looked after our public services, focused on cutting crime, were ambitious about our education and invested in our NHS. It's because of those decisions that I had the opportunities that I did and that I'm standing in this House today. Since then, those priorities have been forgotten and our constituents have had to bear the brunt. People in my constituency of Kettering know all too well the price they've paid for the last 14 years of Tory failure. Crumbling hospitals and schools, rising crime, and a crisis in send. Working people in this country haven't had a government that's worked for them for 14 years. It is shameful that the previous Conservative government promised funding that simply did not exist. They let our communities think that they were going to receive money knowing it wasn't there and it would be someone else's problem to pick up after the election. But finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a Labour government now and a truly Labour budget that prioritises working people. It's incredible to be the youngest woman in this House today. But even more incredible to watch the first female Chancellor deliver the first Labour budget in 14 years. It shows me and many young women that there is no limits to our ambitions. Regardless of what the Leader of the Opposition thinks, this was a glass ceiling shattered. And there are some hugely important measures in this budget for the people of Kettering. Our public services deserve better than the treatment they've had for the last 14 years. And I am proud to be part of a Labour government that fixes the foundations and rebuilds Britain. People all over the country are waiting to see what this government will deliver. And we can give them the hope today, thanks to this budget, that they will have an NHS fit for the future, a country inviting investment without barriers to opportunity, where working people are at the heart of everything we do.
Charlie Maynard. No Charlie Maynard? Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the raid on family firms, it's worth pointing out that the art of a good budget and smart taxation is all about plucking the goose to get the maximum number of feathers with the minimum amount of hissing. I'm afraid on that basis this budget fails lamentably. It certainly does in my constituency. The Secretary of State, in his opening remarks, I think said that 500 farms annually would be affected by the changes to agricultural property relief in this budget. And he said that in a sort of casual way, as if that's acceptable. Well, that's one for every constituency approximately. And in terms of rural constituencies, very much more. And the prospect of having 2 farms every year in my own constituency being affected by this, frankly, and potentially closing down, is horrendous. I would urge the government to think again. I agree with the government that it's legitimate to look at those who are land banking in order to avoid inheritance tax. If that's its intention, it will have support across this House. But attacking family farms is not on, and I hope the government will think again. The government says its priority is growth, its #1 priority. How so? in my constituency has been referred to already. The A303 improvements, long awaited, have been canned. I suspect improvements to the A350 will follow, since the North-South strategic study that was going to be the prelude to a Westbury bypass looks like it has been indefinitely delayed. Of course I'll give way.
The honourable gentleman is making a characteristically excellent speech and mentioning the transport projects that have been scrapped, like we've not heard about what's happening to North Hycombe Relief Road in my constituency. Does he agree that actually investing in roads in this way creates growth?
Absolutely right. So a government that goes for growth doesn't can big infrastructure projects. I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. The removal of the winter fuel allowance, as the mercury drops, that is becoming a real worry to many of our rural constituents in particular, who live in old, cold homes, many of which have no access to gas. Can I, as we approach Remembrance Sunday, Madam Deputy Speaker, just mention cadets, because the Department for Education, its wisdom, has decided to remove funding for CCFs. Yes. CCFs have tripled since 2012. CCFs are a powerful engine for social mobility, as are our armed forces overall. Give kids the confidence they need. For a small amount of money, the withdrawal of funding seems to be appalling as we all stand round our war memorials this Sunday. We will, of course, be admiring our cadets. It seems spiteful and vindictive for the government to be removing support from them. Can I just, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, say that this government needs to go for growth. That is absolutely right. But perversely, by damaging our farmers and our infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, is not the way ahead, and I would urge it to think again.
Steve Race.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be able to speak in this debate on behalf of my constituents in Exeter. This budget is a welcome break from 14 years of policy uncertainty, fiscal incompetence and austerity for our public services. It starts to put this country back on a firm footing, rebuilding the foundations and investing in communities and places like Exeter. Madam Deputy Speaker, Exeter people have had a tough few years. The inflation they experienced as higher mortgage costs, higher rents, higher energy prices and higher food prices was made worse by the last government's catastrophic and incompetent financial management. And yet we have no apology from the benches opposite. None. Exeter has huge potential as a thriving economy. Indeed, Exeter is the economic driver of our region, with a GVA of around £6 billion and sits at the heart of a travel-to-work area of over 470,000 residents. Exeter is home to a world-class research-led university, and we have the best-in-class further education college, good secondary schools. We've got the Met Office, the Science Park, and we're home to further cutting-edge research, including one of the UK's supercomputers. But we've been held back over recent years by a Tory government that has not invested in public services and in our economy in the way that we need to succeed in the future, and that does change with this budget. I'm particularly pleased that this budget commits the UK to an R&D budget of £20 billion that will mean Exeter and the UK remains at the forefront of scientific innovation. From climate change to land management to healthcare and biotechnology and beyond, Exeter is already a hub for scientific research, but we can do even more. I also listened to my residents on the doorstep in the Newtown area of Exeter at the weekend who were really pleased about the investment in our NHS. From long waiting lists to our lack of NHS dentistry services and closures of community pharmacies, my residents have been affected by the huge strain that the NHS has found itself under in recent years. And I'm pleased that this new investment in the NHS budget will begin to fix our local NHS, though people do realise it will take time. While the secondary schools in Exeter don't suffer from the awful rat crisis because every single one of them was rebuilt under the last Labour government, I know how important the new funding will be for schools around the country. Investing in our education settings is important, and that's why I'll be supporting the excellent Exeter College as it seeks to grow its campus to continue to deliver exceptional education to young people and in Exeter and across the South West. Madam Deputy Speaker, having a healthy, well-educated city with opportunities to work in the high-tech sectors of the future is vital to our future economic prosperity. And I close by welcoming that this is a budget that recognises that reality and also recognises that the South West region, and Exeter in particular, has huge potential and will play a significant role in the growth of the UK economy in the future. Thank you.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate all those who made maiden speeches today. This is heralded as a budget for rebuilding Britain. So let's take a close look at one or two aspects of that. Let's take a look, first of all, at the care sector. As far as I'm concerned, an integral part of the national health and well-being. How will the additional employer national insurance costs affect this sector? Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting the Burnbank Care Home in Buckie in my constituency, one of 12 care homes run by Ron Taylor and his partners. Ron and his colleagues pride themselves on the ethos of their homes, where personalised care is provided at the expense of larger profits, where staff turnover is low and morale is high. Ron tells me they come through the pandemic without a single case of COVID in their homes. How will the national insurance changes help to rebuild the economy when Ron and his partners must consider how he will find the substantial additional sums necessary to ensure his homes continue to operate with the same wonderful care and humanity? Can there not be an exception made for this sector? Secondly, let me turn to farming. Food security is the bedrock of everything else. You can't rebuild Britain without food security. Recently, during a political discussion with my daughter, I said to her, "Where do you think your food comes from?" She said, "Sainsbury's." Just under a year ago, the then Shadow Secretary of State for DEFRA stated that the Labour Party had no intentions of raising additional revenue through the agricultural property relief provisions. To reverse this decision after making an explicit promise not to do so is shameful, and it will put confidence in this government at an all-time low, and that's after only 4 months. That's quite an achievement, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thirdly, let me press the issue of rebuilding public confidence. The new government rightly prioritised sorting out the infected blood scandal and the post office scandal, two important steps in rebuilding public confidence in our public services and in government generally. But what of the waspy women already referred to by the Honourable Gentleman for Liverpool Walton? What about the waspy woman? The government rightly prioritised infected blood in the post office scandal. No mention in the budget. No understanding this is a vitally important part of the process of rebuilding public confidence in what we do in this place. Compensation was recommended 6 months ago by the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman, and I call on the Government and the Minister to address this issue. These women deserve justice, not just means-tested justice. No ifs, no buts. Just do it. Finally, the people of Scotland are left wondering exactly how this budget build is rebuilding Britain is actually going to work for them. There are many other questions, but I'm going to leave it there, Madam.
Christine Sullivan. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate all the honourable members who have made their maiden speeches today and spoken so powerfully. I'm also very honoured to speak in this debate today, as it's a budget that breaks the mould. It breaks the mould with its delivery by Britain's first female Chancellor. It breaks the mould with ambitious investment in industry and public services, speaking to every part of the United Kingdom. And it breaks the mould of Tory budgets and mini-budgets, which lumbered the country with declining living standards, a painful lack of investment, public services at breaking point, and no economic growth to show for it. The imperative for investment in services and industry has never been greater, and my right honourable friend the Chancellor has responded to that challenge, delivering a budget that has ambition, aspiration and fairness at its heart, fixing the foundations so we can rebuild this country. The priority of this Labour government is growth. Growth for our economy, for wages and living standards, for our public services, and this means an uplift in the national living wage and the national minimum wage, giving a wage boost to those on the lowest incomes. A record £22.6 billion investment in the NHS, with 40,000 new elective appointments a week, a programme to modernise services and slash waiting times. And I have to be clear here, this additional funding has to make its way to frontline services in Scotland, where 1 in 6 Scots are languishing on waiting lists. We've also had a massive increase to education funding, and again, the Scottish Government has to make sure that this makes its way to our council budgets. And we have to get the money into those schools impacted by the rat crisis.
like St Kentigern and St Blackburn, where West Lothian Council has not received one penny in financial support for the £35 million partial rebuild of the school.
Will she give way?
I will, yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Members opposite have spelled out how they would like to see tax cuts in the budget. But does she agree with me that they haven't spelled out where they would pay for those tax cuts from, and which public services and which investments they would cut to pay for those tax cuts?
Thank you very much for that intervention. And it's a really good point you make. Investment has to be paid for. And I think we're all, across the House, very much aware of the desperate need for investment in our public services and in industry. The investment in social and affordable homes across the UK to offer security and stability to over 1 million people who have nowhere to call home. And again, the Scottish Government must grasp the nettle here and deal with the housing emergency throughout Scotland. It has to deliver funding to the councils and the RSLs and bring down the shameful levels of homelessness that we see right across the country. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is delivering the largest budget settlement for Scotland in the history of devolution. And as I've said, this money must reach frontline services, struggling families and local communities. No more excuses for the SNP government. For too long, they've bungled Scotland's finances, underinvested in public services, with many services such as NHS and council-run services stretched to breaking point, all whilst crying, "It wasn't me," and pointing to Westminster. No more. At the election, we said, don't send a message to Westminster, send a government, and that's exactly what the people of Scotland did. And this budget makes good Labour's commitment to deliver the change Scottish people voted for, change that delivers for Scotland and every part of the UK.
Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate all those who gave their maiden speeches today. May I also congratulate President Trump on his election. Whilst many of us in this House have legitimate concerns as to what his victory presages for democracy and the rule of law, we should not undermine those values by criticising the American people for the choices they have made. It was a consequential presidential election, and it is also should have been a consequential budget. The cost of living crisis, record NHS waiting lists, crumbling public services and decaying infrastructure. After years of broken promises by an out-of-touch Conservative government, people are desperate for fundamental change. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget has failed to deliver it. There are aspects that my party and I welcome, particularly extra investment in our NHS. Although where is the structural change and reform of social care that is key to saving our NHS? More fundamentally, despite this government talking the talk, they've not walked the walk to grow our economy. In fact, much of what the Chancellor announced this week will hold us back. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for transport, can I ask if the Chancellor is serious about economic growth when she has inflicted a real terms cut in the transport budget? Our transport system should be the engine of our economy. After years of neglecting our infrastructure, the time has come to make targeted investments that will make a real difference to people's lives by initiating organic growth, rather than the sugar rush of increased government spending, which, as the OBR has shown, will dissipate in future years. Sadly, however, the Transport Secretary's previous promises of unprecedented funding has resulted in little more than recycled infrastructure announcements, including some that have already been built and increases to bus and rail fares, which will hit the poorest hardest. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just in regard to transport policy that this budget disappoints. Labour claims to be championing the working people and growth. The increases in employers' NI contributions is a tax on jobs, as it was when the Tories did it, putting small businesses, which should be in the vanguard of our growth strategy, in jeopardy. And as the IFS has said, depresses wages in the long run. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all appreciate the mess the government has inherited from the Conservatives. And earlier today, the PM said his government put the economy centrepiece to our budget. However, a budget that damages the finances of families and businesses while stifling growth is not doing what it says on the tin, but rather kicking that very can down the road, doing nothing to reset our economy by laying the foundations for genuine, productive, organic growth. Thank you.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And may I start by thanking members for their maiden speeches today. Such warm and thoughtful contributions. I look forward to hearing more from members who spoke today. Growth for higher living standards is the defining mission of this government, and it is right that it is. Because we know on this side of the House, and we've seen it play out over the last 14 years, that there is a link between the health of the national economy and the health of family finances up and down the country. Why have families in this country suffered in the last 14 years? It's because productivity growth has been on the floor. In fact, if wages in this country had continued to grow since the financial crisis at the rate that they had before, then families wouldn't just be £1,000 or £2,000 a year better off today. On average, workers would be £10,700 better off if the party opposite had grown the economy and grown our productivity so that families' living standards could improve. I think particularly of young people and children and the economy that they will grow up into. I want people from all over the country, people in Chipping Barnet, but across the United Kingdom, to be able to enter into a jobs market where there are good jobs available in every place. And I also want our politics in the elections to come in 5, 10, 15 years' time to be one that is not defined by scarcity and fighting over limited resources because we continue on a path of decline that the members opposite have set us on, but instead to be a politics that's increasingly or maybe even defined by abundance and there being enough for every family, maybe even more than enough for every family, so that children from whatever background, even and particularly children from backgrounds like mine, growing up in a low-income family and on free school meals and in social housing, can have the opportunities that they need. And this budget has done so much to help children and families like that. For example, we've changed the fiscal rules so that we can invest again in our public services and in infrastructure. We're reforming welfare so that we can support more people into work. We're putting money into affordable housing so that we can get to 1.5 million new homes. We're investing in transport, Northern Powerhouse Rail, and also here in London. And I'm confident that with those reforms, the Office for Budget Responsibility, which set out that it hadn't yet taken account of many of the reforms that this government is implementing, will be able to revise up those growth forecasts so that, as the Chancellor said, what we've achieved so far is not the summit of our ambitions, but only the beginning.
Graham Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to take part in this debate. We've heard fantastic maiden speeches from across the House, and I'm sure we've all enjoyed the insights from them. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Chipping Barnet. And I loved the way he set out his aspiration of the kind of country of abundance that we should seek. And he's entirely right, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm just not sure that this budget is the way to get there. And if the penny drops with him over time, I hope he will be able to engage with us in coming up with a more constructive way of delivering the growth which this country needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not only a budget of broken promises, but unfortunately, and this is an important issue, a bad faith budget. Because I don't want to rehearse, because there's so much to rehearse, the 50 promises not to raise taxes, the bogus 22 billion which wasn't validated by the OBR. It's a serious point, and it's good to see the engagement from members opposite, because you cannot afford in politics to have a reputation for being dishonest, for not doing what you say, and those opposite who laugh at that should remember. I will give way to the honourable member in a moment. Should remember the Cicero's advice. He's always better sometimes at giving it than he was at following it himself. But the foundation of justice is good faith. That is truth and fidelity to promises and agreements. Without that, you lose trust. I give way to the honourable member.
I thank him for giving way.
Does he think that the former member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip was also honest at all times?
With respect to the honourable gentleman's point, I think the former Prime Minister and member for Uxbridge was true to himself and I think and true to his heart and true in his expressions. Like all of us, he probably had his moments, but. What the former Prime Minister never did was set out on a deliberate path to mislead people. He set out his honest view of the way the world should be. And unfortunately, 9.7 million people believed the promises of the now Labour government. 15,000 of my constituents thought what they were saying was true, and even as we see 410 members of Parliament now present thought that they were being honest. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thanks for giving way and for the speech that he is making. Does he agree with me that many of those people will now be feeling betrayed?
People do feel betrayed, and I would just say that we need to have an honest, we need to conduct our politics as honestly as we can. And as they broke their promise not to raise taxes on working people. The OPR has made clear that the NICS raise will overwhelmingly fall on working people. In fact, if you go through the numbers as I did, it turns out there's a bigger reduction in wages than there is net receipt to the Exchequer. It's quite a remarkable achievement. Only a Labour government could probably do that. They've also, of course, put up the cost of getting on the bus. If ever there was a symbol of working people travelling from my constituency into a low-paid job in Hull, £500 a year extra out of taxed income. I don't know why the honourable gentleman grins. I know he grins a lot. But it shouldn't be funny to him that someone who travels into Hull every day on a low-wage job pays £500 a year more because of the decisions that his government is making. A couple, it's £1,000 a year. It's real, and it shouldn't be glossed over. In my constituency, there's just one train station. And if you live in Withensea, there's no choice but to travel 26 miles to get there. The Prime Minister's constituents are blessed with a pick and mix of the tube, overground, trains, Ubers, Bolts and even Boris bikes to get them to the office. That is not the case in rural and coastal East Yorkshire. My constituents get the bus at 7 o'clock in the morning and they get another bus at 6 o'clock at night. That's their lived reality, and the serious impact of this budget should be recognised. Another broken promise was to pensioners who were told that they would have security in retirement, that they wouldn't have their benefits touched. £300 from the very poorest pensioners is not maintaining that. The very poorest pensioners are those eligible for pension credit. I will not give way. The very poorest pensioners are those eligible for pension credit, nearly 900,000 of them, who will not get this £300. That is the truth, and there's no point denying it. And finally, there's the awful betrayal of British farmers, many of whom work from dawn to dusk to ensure our supermarkets are full of fresh fruit and veg. It is a rural catastrophe, according to my constituent William Hodgson, who runs a small family farm near Withensea, and I ask them to think again.
I'm looking for Tony Vaughan, but I cannot see... Tony Vaughan, there we are.
Thank you. Of all the things that people in Folkestone and Hyde said to me on the doorstep during the general election, it was that public services do not work anymore, particularly the NHS. So I'm proud that the first Labour budget in 14 years has answered those calls. Billions of pounds will be invested in the UK's public services, and that will be the start of a long process of rebuilding those services, which were left flat on their face after 14 years of Tory neglect. So it was interesting that in the minutes after the budget, Folkestone and Hyde Conservatives were tweeting at me on social media complaining about higher taxes and higher borrowing. But that sounds to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, like the arsonists criticising the fire service. The Chancellor was very open about what was required to start fixing the foundations of our country. And the question that the Conservatives cannot answer is what tax they would instead have increased. What would they have, if they would have borrowed less, what public services would they have cut? And the truth is that after another 5 years of Tory rule, we would have seen more austerity, leaving our public services to rot. More hardship and literally more pain for the working people who have borne the brunt of 14 years of austerity, COVID restrictions and the rising cost of living. I am proud to be a Labour MP supporting a Labour government which chose not to go down that road. I fully accept that this budget did involve hard choices, but they were hard choices that were ducked by the party opposite for years and years. In addition to the headlines to the budget, which I warmly welcome, like the £22 billion for the NHS and raising the national minimum wage, this budget has given hope to the hundreds of constituents writing to me about a whole range of matters. Children with special needs and disabilities. In Kent, the Tory-run County Council's SEND provision is on its knees. Thanks to Labour's budget, there will now be £1.3 billion extra help to build an education system which can cater for every child's needs. Constituents in rural areas, like Romney Marsh in my constituency, who have no proper access to broadband, £500 million will now be allocated to help improve such services. Carers, the budget increases in allowances will be welcomed by the over 2,000 carers receiving carers allowance in my constituency, and the £600 million more in grant funding for social care to local authorities is especially urgent in areas like mine, where the population is older and more vulnerable. I warmly welcome the £100 billion of infrastructure investment over the next 5 years, and I continue to make the case for investment in upgrading the rail freight infrastructure in Kent, particularly to maximise the use of the Channel Tunnel rail freight capacity. Thank you, Madam.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all congratulate the honourable members who gave their maiden speech. They were touching and very inspirational. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor promised us that by making the necessary and tough choices, the autumn budget would provide the blueprint for unlocking growth and prosperity. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, I struggle to see the substantive improvements that my constituents will see in their lives. For good reason. Many people in Birmingham Perry-Barr have never felt as poor, disheartened and ignored as they do at this very moment. And it doesn't take much soul-searching to see why. The budget did not deliver for 73.7% of pensioners in my constituency, who are no longer eligible for the winter fuel payment, many of whom are now forced to choose between keeping warm, feeding themselves or incurring inordinate amount of debt. The budget did not hear the pleas of families in low-income households. 48.9% of children in Birmingham Perry-Barr live in poverty. 5,930 children in my constituency alone live in households directly impacted by the two-child benefit cap. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the child poverty crisis unfolding nationally, this government's refusal to remove this cruel measure has limited its ability to tackle the issue head-on. In the wake of recent budget, our nation's most vulnerable stakeholders remain under the protection of a safety net that is brittle, hollowed out, and unable to support the weight of living. This budget did not serve my constituents in Birmingham Perry-Barr, nor did it ease the burden felt by Birmingham's 1.2 million residents, who continue to face the indiscriminate cuts to local government spending. With Birmingham City Council, incidentally Labour-run Birmingham City Council's mismanagement, they are essentially bankrupt. Necessary services such as transport for school children with special needs, adult social care, youth centres being cut and closed, libraries. The list is endless, Madam Deputy Speaker. What was once a far-reaching local government authority has now been reduced to a minimalist, bare-bones skeleton service. And whilst I welcome the government's slight increase in local government finances, Birmingham City Council needs a significant
amount of funding. And I urge this government to consider increasing local government finances. Thank you.
Joe Platt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a great honour to speak in today's budget debate. So it's the first Labour budget in 14 years, delivered by the first female Chancellor in 800 years, and a budget that lays the foundation for local and national economic growth. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, like many high streets across the UK, our town centres have faced serious challenges. Over the years, businesses have closed, unemployment has risen and crime has increased. All signs of 14 years of Conservative underinvestment and neglect. This has hurt not only our local economy, but also the very fabric of our communities. But one thing we can all agree on is that we want to see our town centres come back to life. We want to restore the vibrancy that makes our high streets the heart of our communities. And that's why I'm speaking today about the possibilities of this new budget opens for towns like Leigh, Atherton, Goulburn, Loughton and Tyldesley. Towns that have been fighting back despite years of disinvestment. We've already seen that targeted support can make a real difference. So take Leigh Spinners Mill, my former place of work. This community-owned venture, a cooperative venture, hosts over 80 businesses, from start-ups to social enterprises, thriving right up in Leigh. These businesses have flourished with minimal investment, proving that when we create the right conditions, like affordable rents and the reduced business rates, local economies can thrive. But as much as we celebrate projects like the mill, the question remains, how do we get and how do we bring that same success to our high streets? So the government's new business rates initiative is a step in the right direction, protecting small businesses and encouraging entrepreneurship. Supporting high streets isn't just about economics. It's about revitalising the unique character of our communities and creating the independence needed for businesses to grow. And I'm particularly encouraged by this government's commitment to the long-term plan for towns, despite the £22 billion black hole left by the previous government. This strategy aligns with Labour's manifesto priorities, reaffirming our commitment to building a sustainable, inclusive economy that benefits everybody in our communities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like everyone else, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the maiden speeches and to express what a pleasure and honour it is to share the chamber with them. Can I refer the members to the Register of Interest, which details my professional career as an optometrist, providing NHS services and owning small businesses. Like many in this chamber, this is my first budget, and I have been spending time listening very carefully to my members dissecting the budget and weighing up the details, and as always, the devil's in the detail. As an NHS care worker, I welcome the increase in the NHS budget, but I am concerned to see the absence of any specific measures to aid the funding crisis in the professionals, including dentistry, pharmacy and optometry, all of which have important roles to play in providing care to our patients. Investment in these services will indeed save millions in the long run. Leicester South, my constituency, has a real disparity between patients and GP. In fact, the second largest in the country. For every GP, there's 3,262 patients. This is untenable. As a result, many people cannot get to see their GPs, and that is where optometrists, dentistry and pharmacy play a huge role in serving those people that do not even have a registered doctor or GP to see. I welcome, and I feel sorry, that we must do more to promote the contributions they make to the NHS and ensure that they are properly funded in the future. I welcome the increase in funding for social care, SEND and increases in the national minimum wage. However, in my view, the burden on pensioners and small business owners is a missed opportunity. The government could have used wealth taxes for those in our society with the broadest shoulders to burden unnecessary revenue to fund improvements in our public services. Instead, they allowed the funding and the money to be raised by those small businesses and those that are most vulnerable, like our pensioners. Thank you.
Joni Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to warmly welcome the additional £47.7 billion that this budget will deliver to the Scottish Government, the largest settlement in the history of devolution. This additional funding can rebuild Scotland and our failing public services, but the Scottish Government must now take responsibility, admit its failures and take a long-term approach which is serious about addressing Scotland's challenges. Madam Deputy Speaker, economic and political stability underpins the Chancellor's budget. The undoubted attractiveness of Scotland for both domestic and international investment requires the removal of uncertainty that can hinder any investment plans. Only when there is a government in Scotland that seeks to genuinely work collaboratively with the UK government and the private sector in investment plans, not just for the next decade but beyond, will we fully reap the benefits of this budget. But we have a government in Scotland that makes policy and economic decisions through the prism of the Constitution and seeks, as a matter of ideology, to find points of difference and divergence. This was demonstrated by their failure to even turn up and vote for GB Energy, an unquestionable economic opportunity for Scotland. And while the Chancellor has committed the UK Government to work closely with the Scottish Government on the industrial strategy and the National Wealth Fund, the vehicle for promoting this collaboration, the Council of Nations and Regions, has unfortunately been undermined by the SNP, who cannot bear the prospect of joint working in a UK context being a success. Manufacturing grievances on behalf of local councils regarding representation on this council, while they have been the most centralising administration that these islands have ever seen, disproportionately stripping local government in Scotland of power and of resources. I welcome the efforts of the Secretary of State for Scotland to rise above this petty divisiveness in pursuit of a higher vision of jobs, growth and prosperity. This budget is a serious, strategic, long-term approach to fixing our country, an approach that we have not seen from either the Scottish Government or the last 14 years of the Conservative Government. It sits alongside an ambitious investment in industrial strategy, again which we have not seen from either party in the last decade or so. I am confident that with this new approach we can rebuild our economy and country, and I therefore welcome the measures outlaid in the budget to rebuild Britain.
Carla Lockhart. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to congratulate the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. And the fact that President Trump made such a comeback after one term out of office should be a warning to this government that if they continue on the trajectory of burdening ordinary working-class people and businesses financially and with their anti-life policies, that their stay in office will be equally short. Madam Deputy Speaker, the theme for today's debate is focused on rebuilding Britain, yet in reality it's a budget that has the potential to rock the very foundations of the United Kingdom. A government budget that has dealt a most devastating blow to so many. 10 million pensioners are left reeling from the decision to cut their winter fuel payment, with many now having to choose between eating or heating. The WASPy women failed again, with no provisions to right the wrongs that have impacted so many of our women across the United Kingdom, including in my constituency of Upper Bann. Madam Deputy Speaker, I warned this House that in the space of 1 month in my constituency in Portadown, 4 cafes closed their doors prior to the budget. This budget will undoubtedly close many more. The requirement on businesses to pay additional national insurance contributions will tell a tale. This is not a budget for working people, despite the rise in the living wage. That rise will be swallowed up by having to pay higher retail costs due to the rise in national insurance contributions for employers. It is a cause and effect algorithm. This budget hits workers and it hits businesses. The Prime Minister and his Chancellor have betrayed our nation's farmers, decimated our family farms and jeopardised our proud rural heritage. The introduction of a 20% inheritance tax on family farms valued over £1 million marks an unprecedented and unjust assault on the backbone of our nation. No farms, no farmers means no homegrown food and rising costs as we have to import food to eat. This policy threatens the survival of family-run farms, forcing many, especially in Northern Ireland, to consider selling off land or assets to meet tax liabilities, thereby undermining the continuity of farming businesses across generations. For Northern Ireland, this tax burden looms heavily as family farms will be dismantled to cover liabilities, eroding the very fabric of rural life. I urge the Government to stop with the spin, but more importantly, stop with the farm tax and rather implement policies that support our farmers rather than hinder them. We must prioritise the sustainability of our agricultural sector to preserve our rural communities and ensure the prosperity of our nation and food security for future generations.
Ward. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some have spoken today of the wait for this budget to be delivered, but depending on your perspective, you either waited 16 weeks or 14 years, and I must say I was in the latter camp. I was proud to sit behind my right honourable friend, the first woman Chancellor in the 800-year history of the office, as she delivered the budget last week. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was even more proud of the budget that she introduced and what it means for the working people of all ages in Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy. 1 in 4 children in my constituency are growing up in poverty. They have been failed by 2 parties opposite. Save the Children Scotland said this year that the Scottish Government's policies, and I quote, would not move the dial on child poverty, and the SNP have consistently failed to meet the targets that they themselves have set on this. Once again, they're not here to listen to the debate, I see. Because of this budget, Labour's fair repayment rate will mean that more than 1 million of the UK's poorest households will be £420 a year better off from next April. This is expected to benefit 110,000 households in Scotland and begin to drive down dependence at last on emergency food parcels. Of course, many of those visiting food banks are in work, and the 6.7% increase to the national living wage, an even larger increase for 18 to 20-year-olds, is important recognition of the financial difficulty that many of my constituents find themselves in. In Fife alone, over 8,000 low-paid workers stand to benefit from the increase to the national living wage. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Mine Workers Pension Scheme will return over £1 billion to 112,000 former coal miners, 824 of whom are in my constituency. This means that the people who powered our country, so badly mistreated for so many years by the party opposite, will receive a 32% increase to their annual pensions. And finally, Labour's budget delivers the largest financial settlement to the Scottish Government in the history of devolution, with an extra £3.4 billion next year alone. It is over to the SNP now to use this competently and to fix Scotland's precious public services, which they have run down over the last 17 years. In conclusion, this is a budget which delivers for all age groups and all parts of my constituency, enacting our manifesto commitments to make work pay, revive our public services and tackle poverty. I am proud to support this historic budget.
Steph Aquaro.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I commend those making their maiden speeches, but also the collegiate warm response and support that I saw in this place. There are aspects of this budget which people in North Norfolk will of course welcome, such as the promise of greater spending in our National Health Service. However, for all that welcome stability, there are several significant concerns for people in my constituency. The potential for increased costs on North Norfolk's GP surgeries and all sorts of other care providers through the national insurance rise is a huge worry. Madam Deputy Speaker, the huge challenge facing rural constituencies in this budget is, of course, the government's family farm tax. And I wanted to share with the House the story of Judith, a constituent of mine who lives on her farm in Antingham. Judith and her husband are both fifth-generation farmers and have reared prize-winning cattle on their small farm. Their son has been working on the farm with them for the last 40 years. He is also a carer for his father, Judith's husband, who's at the advanced stages of Alzheimer's disease. Judith is losing sleep over whether her son will be forced to sell the farm and its machinery to pay the death duties, which would mean an end to generations of family farming on their land. These are hard-working, honest Norfolk farmers, not multimillionaires or land barons. Indeed, many Norfolk farmers contacted me before and since the budget to share their concerns, and I'm proud to be standing up for them here today. Madam Deputy Speaker, North Norfolk will also feel the brunt of the increase to the cap on bus fares. Rural public transport is a lifeline for many residents living in our villages. It gets them to the shops, to the doctors, to see friends and family. Asking them to swallow an increase in cost while Londoners continue to enjoy a £1.75 cap here is ludicrous. They, along with pensioners in North Norfolk who'd already lost winter fuel allowance, are starting to question the change that this government is offering. I honestly believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this was a budget of extremely good intentions from the party opposite, but sadly a handful of missteps have led many in North Norfolk to question the direction that we are going in. I do hope to work with the government to see how we can ensure the positive parts of this budget deliver for North Norfolk and remedy the issues that are causing the most angst. As ever, I'll be putting North Norfolk residents first, standing up for the constituents, raising their concerns and making sure their voices are heard loudly and clearly.
Yeah. Louise Jones.
Families in my constituency of North East Derbyshire have been hit hard in recent years by rising inflation outpacing their take-home pay. I'm delighted, therefore, that the Chancellor, who has already recognised the importance of public servants, with a fair rise of 5.5% or 6% for the military, meaning that nurses, teachers and service personnel are fairly recognised for their hard work, but we are also awarding recognising through the rise in the national living wage to £12.21 an hour, which will make a huge difference to living standards for my constituents in North East Derbyshire, enabling more people, and in particular young people, to stand on their own 2 feet. One of the biggest issues I hear from constituents is the terrible state of the SEND provision by Derbyshire County Council. The Conservatives have determinedly and deliberately run that council to a dire financial position, leaving many children paying the price through long waiting lists for assessments and inadequate support, costing the council even more in fines. I am proud that we in Labour will not accept this Tory neglect of vulnerable children and have allocated an extra £1 billion to reform SEND, and this shows the difference a Labour government can make to ordinary families. We are fortunate in North East Derbyshire to have a wealth of small businesses, whether on our high streets with retail or service businesses, whether landscaping or consulting. We in Labour know the value of rewarding those who are prepared to take a risk and build their own business. And I'm delighted that the threshold at which employer national insurance contributions are made has increased to £10,500, meaning that many small businesses in North East Derbyshire will see the cost of employing people fall and their ability to grow rise. Under Labour, we know the future is bright for business.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I declare I have an financial interest in some budget measures. This budget is a budget of broken promises and poorly thought out measures for every generation. From children who attend private schools who will face VAT, quite apart from the disruption that it will cause, it was unlikely to raise the money they suggest because the wealthy parents have already paid, more students will need to be looked after in the state sector, there will be a greater demand on SEND services, and there will be a reduction in employment amongst staff who previously worked at such schools. For those who go to university, the Prime Minister told them that he wanted to abolish tuition fees. I wonder if they're surprised that he's put them up. For young people wanting to buy their first home, they will see stamp duty thresholds fall, and many more will pay stamp duty on their first home. And what of those working people that the Labour Party has found it so difficult to define? First of all, they have to get to work. Those who use the bus will find the bus fare has increased by 50%. Those who have commercial pickup trucks will see that the tax on them has gone up too. And then what did the national insurance rise? This is a tax on every single working person. And it hasn't been thought through. Public sector workers will also need to pay the national insurance. The government said to the Times that they were going to provide a mitigation against this. But the DHSC don't seem to know how much it's going to cost them to start with. I asked a written parliamentary question and was told that they're preparing an answer because it will take longer. So they don't seem to know how much it will cost them directly or how much it will cost them indirectly. And many honourable and right honourable members have talked today about the indirect costs that will face air ambulances, hospices, general practices, opticians, care homes, mental health services, outsourced laundry, outsourced catering, outsourced HR. And what of the private hospitals delivering waiting list initiative work for the NHS? They will also need to put the prices up. Will a nurse working there doing a proportion of her work or his work for the NHS and a proportion for private enterprise be partly recompensed or not? This has not been properly thought through. And we will need the NHS for all those old people in their homes, cold and vulnerable, who've had the winter fuel allowance snatched from them, people who the Labour government have let down. And if they die, they have a prospect of further taxation, tax on their pensions, tax on their business assets, tax on their family farms. And for those who need a pint after all of that...
My honourable friend, give way.
Will give way.
My honourable friend raised the issues of family farms. Does she agree with me that it has been hugely disingenuous of the government to repeatedly say they have the farmers backed, only at the first opportunity to abandon agricultural property relief?
I absolutely do, and as a farmer's wife, I particularly recognise the effort that families go to work together on farms, which is not the most profitable work, but is a labour of true love. For those who need a pint after listening to all those increases in taxation across the generation, they may be pleased to hear that pints are going to be a penny cheaper. Woohoo! But with the business rates for pubs and other hospitality having gone from 75% relief to 40% relief, a rise in the minimum wage, the rise in national insurance contributions, the likelihood the prices won't have gone down at all. Further disappointment. This budget is bad for business, it's bad for growth, it's bad for young and it's bad for old. But most of all, it's a break of trust. It is a litany of broken promises from this Labour government to the public. Labour voters, like the Prime Minister's favourite singer, may be saying to themselves, "Did you have to do this? I was thinking you could be trusted."
Lillian Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to contribute to the debate on the first Labour budget in 14 years, and in particular on the impacts that it will have on my constituents in Kilmarnock and Loudoun and Scotland as a whole. This Labour budget delivers the largest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. It means an additional £1.5 billion for the Scottish Government to spend this financial year and an additional £3.4 billion next year. This is a budget that keeps our promises to Scotland, ends the era of 14 years of Tory austerity, provides billions for investment in public services and prioritises economic growth. This budget is good for the Scotland Office, good for Scottish Labour and, most importantly, good for the people of Scotland. An aspect of this budget which is particularly welcome is the reserve spending from the UK Government, something which is necessary due to SNP administration in Scotland at best spending on the wrong priorities and at worst wasting money on silly vanity projects or legal fees to cover up FOI requests. This reserve spending will go directly to those communities that need it, such as the largest town in my constituency, Kilmarnock. Despite the aforementioned biggest financial settlement in the history of devolution, the Nationalists are taking Scotland in the wrong direction and they have been careless with Scotland's money. The SNP cannot continue to blame others for their own economic incompetence. It's about time they apologise to the people of Scotland for their mismanagement of the public sector funds, but I will not be holding my breath. The problems in Scottish public services created by the SNP are not solved by having more money to spend. Simply, the SNP need to get smarter spending it. They waste millions on delayed discharge and agency staff in our NHS, on ferries that never sail, and on pet projects that don't deliver for Scotland, all while decimating local communities' funding, meaning vital services are being lost. While Labour has committed not to increase taxes on working people, the SNP continue to try and use income tax as a substitute for economic growth, with those earning over £29,000 paying more. Labour's manifesto commitment to brand Scotland has been realised, and an initial investment of £750,000 will fund trade missions, promote Scottish goods and services around the world, and help Scottish businesses export for the first time. This is the budget my constituents have been waiting for, the budget Scotland has been waiting for, and the budget the UK has been waiting for, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Mike Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by welcoming a few of the measures in the budget, particularly the increase in the carers allowance and the funding for the NHS, sorely needed after the last government. There is something that I am confused about, though. This, as trailed in the Labour manifesto, was meant to be a budget for growth. Indeed, that's how the Chancellor introduced it on Wednesday. And the Secretary of State today, opening this debate, said that this budget will bring growth. But it doesn't appear to help small businesses, which are the engine of our economy and employ over half of the people in the economy and provide 50% of the revenue. In my constituency of Tunbridge Wells is Adrian Scripps. Now, they grow 10% of the UK's apple crop, and James, their managing director, tells me that they are going to lose, their labour costs are going to go up by 8%. So this year, if he does nothing, he's going to lose 50% of his profits. Now, this is a good year, so in a lean year, they would actually lose money. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if a business that is producing 10% of the UK's apple crops is going to lose out from this budget, what does that mean for the wider SME sector? And as an aside, if I ask James about what he thinks about this government's policy on Europe, which is essentially a continuation of the previous government's policy on Europe, I would not be able to repeat it in this chamber. So James, as a result of this budget, will have to lay off staff. And people losing jobs does not grow the economy. Now, a very short time remains to me, but I'd also like to talk about Toby, who runs the Chapel Salon in Tunbridge Wells. And he's also the head of the Salon Association, which represents 1,900 salons across the United Kingdom. Now, he estimates that more than 25% of salons may go under as a result of this budget. It's a very labour-intensive sector. Obviously, cutting hair is very labour-intensive, and the margins are wafer thin. So businesses going insolvent does not grow the economy. Now, I do understand and I agree with the fact that we need to invest in our public services. You know, that bit of the budget I think the government has got right. But what I disagree with is who you tax to pay for it. And we think, the Liberal Democrats, that you should tax big businesses, and the Labour government thinks that you should tax small businesses, and that's not on.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. After more than a decade of stagnation, this budget provides the vital reset our economy needs, not just to address the immediate challenges we face, but lay the foundations for a brighter and fairer future for all. There are many welcome measures in this budget, and of particular importance to my constituency will be the increase in the carers allowance weekly earnings limit, giving them the greater flexibility to work and increase their financial security. And the additional £1 billion for SEND and alternative provision is a vital first step as we begin the work to rebuild the broken system and restore trust with parents that education can be inclusive, supportive and break from the adversarial model that is the root of the crisis they face. But today I will focus on housing as we strive to get Britain building once again. Having worked in the social housing sector for the past 20 years, I'm convinced that whether the issue is educational opportunity for children living in overcrowded accommodation, the healthcare needs of people with the blight of damp and mould on their bedroom walls, or the cost of living pressure caused by poorly insulated or drafty homes, it is fixing the housing crisis that is the solution. A safe, decent and affordable home is the cornerstone of a dignified life. When people have decent, safe accommodation which is suited to their needs, they have a strong foundation on which to build their lives. That, in turn, has a stabilising effect on their families and the wider community. In recent years, we've witnessed a dramatic rise in house prices and soaring rental costs, leaving many individuals and families struggling to secure a roof over their heads. In my area, average prices have increased by 59% since 2010, whilst earnings have increased by only 23% over the same period. For many young, hard-working people, the dream of home ownership has slipped away. This is why the £500 million investment in the Affordable Homes programme is so important, as well as the long-term settlement for social rents to give confidence to our registered providers to make their own investments. It's also important that we ensure that support is in place for vulnerable populations, and that is why I welcome the additional £233 million that is being allocated towards tackling homelessness, bringing total spending in this area to £1 billion. We believe that every individual deserves a safe and stable place to call home. This is how we transform lives and strengthen communities. I'm proud that we have a Labour government in office that takes the housing crisis seriously, a government that is dedicated to delivering the change that our country so desperately needs and delivering hope for a brighter future for everyone. It is this government that will build a Britain where everyone has a place to call home.
Sure, I can get in as many people as possible. No further interventions. Alison Bennett.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in mid-Sussex, we do not have many large employers, and so small and medium-sized enterprises truly are the backbone of our economy. On watching the budget statement, Bob from Hurstpier Point, who's involved in multiple small mid-Sussex businesses, told me that the big loser was small business. Bob is already having to make contingency plans and think seriously about his workforce going forward. He is right when he says that without thriving small businesses and SMEs, the ability of local communities to thrive is inhibited. This is true in mid-Sussex and it is true in communities up and down the country. Another constituent of mine, Ian, who has invested considerably in a local business and employs a number of local people, says he feels abandoned. The catastrophic impacts of this decision won't just be on employers, but on employees too, and nowhere more so for mid-Sussex than GPs and care businesses who have written to me since the budget. Nikki from Hassocks is a director at a social care organisation supporting adults with learning disabilities. She raised the following points. First, the national insurance changes will have a disastrous impact on the sector. Social care providers are already struggling, hit in recent years by COVID, interest rate hikes, rises in the national living wage and the cost of living crisis. Many are teetering on the brink. Second, social care providers will feel the government's measures acutely and disproportionately. They are people businesses, so almost their entire cost base is hit by the NI increase. They employ many people on low wages, so shifting the NI threshold to £5,000 has a huge impact. Kate, a Linfield GP, said that the changes would directly undermine patient access and patient care. In our area, she said, there are dwindling partner numbers, old estates and difficulties recruiting staff. We partners aren't sure how long we can keep providing increasing healthcare for. And my constituent, Tom, a GP partner, told me that because practices don't charge patients, they don't have the option to put up their prices like a business might. He is trying to digest how he feels about partners bearing the brunt of these changes. GPs have told me that they aren't entitled to claim employment allowance. We need absolute clarity on this essential point, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is why the Liberal Democrats are calling for GPs and care providers to be exempt from national insurance rises. With those who employ us, care for us and choose to base their businesses in mid-Sussex feeling insulted, abandoned and unsupported, I fail to see how this decision is the right one.
Collier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget speaks to the needs and ambitions of Burton and Uttoxeter, supporting our communities in ways that matter deeply. It's a budget that delivers on infrastructure, on industry and on opportunities to keep our towns and villages thriving. On transport, the message is clear that we can't afford to keep our communities disconnected. I've long been vocal about the pressing need for upgrades on the A50-A500 corridor, a critical route linking Uttoxeter and surrounding villages to the rest of the Midlands and beyond. This road has needed vital improvements for years, not just to reduce congestion, but to ensure the safety and reliability that our residents and businesses depend on. The party opposite have failed to invest in our infrastructure, a fact well known to Branston residents who now face a crumbling bridge and roads across my constituency that are riddled with potholes. With this government's increased focus on local roads and public transport, I am optimistic that our ongoing efforts will soon deliver the changes that my constituents deserve. My area has a proud industrial heritage, and this budget provides a lifeline for manufacturing areas. With the first industrial strategy since 2017, we will finally be taking a long-term approach to training, skills and investment. This means that our skilled workers and young people in Staffordshire won't have to leave for opportunities elsewhere, but will instead find them right where they should be, backed by investment in green technologies and clean energy initiatives like Great British Energy. These are not just big-ticket items, they're the jobs, training and progress that people in my constituency need. And then there's public procurement, with our commitment to back British firms and British jobs with public tenders. With new regulations requiring faster payments and favouring British firms, we're seeing tangible support for the small and medium businesses that are the backbone of our society. We must buy more British and build more British too. We will use the purchasing power of the British state to invest in our communities by buying from local companies. We're investing in local companies, and by investing in local companies, we invest in local jobs, which means more money for our communities and communities like mine in Anglesey, Shobnall and the Heath. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is real levelling up, not the pale imitation attempted by the party opposite. It's delivering on the promises that we made, not breaking them. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is a blueprint for a Britain rebuilt. It's not just about growth, it's about renewal. It's about supporting the spirit of innovation and resilience in every part of the country. And it's about reminding every family in Burton, every business in Uttoxeter, that they are not just part of the economy, they're part of Britain's future too.
Jamie Stone.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I wasn't expecting you to call me. Can I first of all associate myself with the remarks made by my honourable friend, the member for North Norfolk, apropos farms and farmers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, you, and I can call you, have heard me talk about health services in the remote north, far north of Scotland more times than I care to remember. And when members collectively across the Chamber have referred to the NHS being on its back, is never truer than in my constituency. And I believe all the electorate, all the people in Caithness and Sutherland knew that when they came to put that cross on the ballot paper in July, which is why we got the result we did. And I would say to friends, Scottish friends in other constituencies, I think that was true of that as well. Two doctors in my constituency, Dr Alison Brooks in Thurso and Dr Ewan Pearson in Wick, have made it very clear to me what the effects of the increase in employers' national insurance would mean. I don't want to bore the Chamber because we've heard a lot about that already, but the honourable member for Stroud, who's not with us today now, did refer to possible mitigation, and I do hope that that will prove to be the case, because otherwise we could face the diminution of service and we could find that even jobs could go, and that would be totally and completely unacceptable. Now, I was sitting here when the Chancellor announced the 3.4 billion for the Scottish Government, and I heard behind me 9 soft thuds as 9 chins hit the deck. Because they had the old wailing dirge record already. It's Westminster, what done it, we ain't got the cash. Oh, none of them here. What a shame. What a shame. Well, look, I'm just going to say what other members have said. I hope that the Scottish Government, the SNP Government, gets off its backside and spends this money properly. There's no hiding now. There's no excuse. They've got the dosh. And, you know, how many times have you heard me say this, Madam Deputy Speaker? Mums having to travel over a 200-mile return trip to give birth in the middle of winter. Are you joking? It's amazing that there hasn't been something dreadful has happened. The doctors I spoke to about the national insurance contribution tell me that gynae services in the far north Scotland are on their knees. One told me, Dr. Pearson told me, about a mum who had to wait 2 years to get a hysterectomy. Is that not a disgrace in this time? And just one other thing, in the county of Caithness, there is not one psychologist. That is a damning fact when we know that mental health is the problem that it is. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no hiding. They should get on with the day job and sort out the NHS in my constituency and in the rest of Scotland. They have no excuses. Thank you.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the time allowed, I'll just confine myself to a few comments on the financial settlement for the Ministry of Justice in the budget statement. The MOJ is one of the smaller departments in budgetary terms, but has suffered the largest cuts proportionate to its size. Given its function in keeping us safe, providing a high-quality judicial and court system and access to justice not dependent on means, this was not just regrettable but reckless by the previous government. So I was pleased to see for the first time in 14 years real-term substantial investment, not enough to resolve all the crises, but a start in turning things round. Total overall MOJ spending will rise from £11.9 billion in the last financial year to £13.8 billion in the next, an average real terms increase of 5.6% a year, and the law officer's budget will increase by 7.5% a year over the same period. Some of this funding has rightly been directed at prisons and probation, £2.3 billion on new prisons, £500 million on maintenance and security budgets, and the same on recruiting new staff. But the budget made no mention of civil and criminal legal aid or additional money to address the unsustainably large courts backlog. This year's settlement funds 106,500 Crown Court sitting days, not enough to address the backlog which grows ever larger. Trials are being listed for 2027, and there are similar logjams in the civil and family courts and tribunals. As of the 4th of November, the prison population was 85,794. Prisons are running at almost full capacity, and the prison population is projected to increase to 94,000 by March 2025 and up to 106,000 by March 2027. Prisons are in a dire strait. Prisoners are being held in unsafe, crowded conditions in a state plagued by widespread disrepair and severe maintenance backlogs. Fire safety standards on the prison estate are woefully poor, and we have to ensure there's a plan for probation to grow in response to measures to reduce prisoner numbers. Legal aid is another area of acute pressure. Will any of the new money allocated to the department be spent on legal aid? Failure to invest will deny access to justice, and it will not be possible to tackle the growing court backlogs without further investment in criminal and civil legal aid. So I was pleased that the Minister, in reply to a question yesterday from me in the House, said that there will be announcements in the next few weeks on legal aid. This is an excellent start, but there's a long way to go to repair our broken justice system.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me say it was a pleasure and a privilege to listen to some excellent maiden speeches. As a Welsh Liberal Democrat, I'm pleased to play my part as a constructive opposition. Want to see things get done for Wales. And there are certainly parts of this budget that we welcome. For example, the increase in the carers allowance that Ed Davey and the Liberal Democrats have campaigned so hard for. Around 10% of the Welsh population are estimated to be unpaid carers, and many of them will see a real difference thanks to this initiative. We also thank the Government for listening to our calls for extra funding for NHS and social care. It's now over to the Welsh Government, obviously in Wales, to ensure that all consequential money
is spent on health and social care, which hasn't always happened in the past. And with 800,000 people stuck on waiting lists in Wales, which is nearly a third of the population, this couldn't be more urgent. We want to see further action on social care. 50% of beds in Powys are currently blocked, and the patients are unable to be discharged to go back to their homes and families. That's something that's got to end. So fixing our health services is key, and it's for this reason that we've called for the national insurance hike to be removed for care providers and GPs. As somebody who is very proud to have mining heritage in my family, it was also very welcome to hear the boost to former miners' pensions. But confusion still remains over the future of the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme, which has over 41,000 members, many of them across South Wales, and further clarification has not been provided so far for those former miners. Time is running out for many of them, and we'd urgently call on the government to provide some reassurance to them. There are obviously elements of the budget that we have less favourable views on. Take the changes to agricultural property relief that are causing a genuine great deal of anxiety across my constituency and across Wales as a whole. And if Labour does not change course on this, they will be throwing family farms to the wolves in the same way that other industries have been let down in the past. The impact will not just be felt by young farmers unable to take on a viable farm business, but will also lead to wider consequences for the entire rural economy. The rural economy is dependent on farming incomes, and this will threaten jobs across Wales. We don't understand why they're not raising the revenue from other sources. Why should Welsh farmers bear the brunt of repairing the economic damage caused by the Conservatives?
Marvellous. Alex Barrows-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this debate following the first Labour budget in over 14 years and the first in 800 years to be given by a woman. This might not be an achievement the Leader of the Opposition thinks is of any note, but I can tell her and this House that in my constituency of Cardiff West, it is a proud moment and one women and girls in my constituency take great pride in. Madam Deputy Speaker, after 14 years of chaos and instability, this Labour government has made its choices in this budget known. This Labour government has chosen to deal with the £22 billion black hole left by the Tories and to be honest with the British public about it. This Labour government has chosen to stabilise our economy so that we can grow our economy. This Labour government has chosen to invest in our public services and end the austerity of the last 14 years. This Labour government has chosen to support and work with our devolved governments rather than denigrate them. In spite of the dire economic inheritance from the Tories opposite, the Chancellor has made some tough choices and yet held true to this party's values and delivered a budget that supports and invests in working people throughout our regions and nations. For my constituency and Wales more generally, this budget has delivered for Wales. This is the biggest budget since devolution. It provides a record £1.7 billion spending boost for the Welsh Government to support public services. As a result, my constituents will see the benefits of this both through the Barnett formula but also through direct spending. I was also proud to see that the budget sets aside £100 million to support steel communities, both through the Transition Board and the Town Centre Regeneration Fund. And for the first time ever, the budget allocates first-time funding to make coal tips safe with £25 million in new money. But let us not forget why this budget and the choices within it were necessary. The Tories crashed the economy and we had to fix it. But in so doing, we have also ensured working people will not face higher taxes in their payslip, and we are increasing the national living wage to allow for an increase of 6.7% to their hourly wage. So when we talk about choices, let us not forget the choices the Conservatives have made. They have chosen to oppose this budget. That means they are opposed to the investment that will grow our economy. That means they are opposed to investing in and reforming our public services. And in so doing, they can only mean that they remain committed to continuing austerity. And I don't even know where to begin with the Tories' disgraceful position that they promised to pay compensation to victims of contaminated blood in the Horizon post office scandals and yet allocated no money whatsoever to it. Constituents like Sue Sparks in my constituency who have fought this injustice tirelessly. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget shows the difference between two Labour governments here in Westminster and Cardiff, and I celebrate it.
Josh Babberinde.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the returning tide of populism that we've seen today is a sobering reminder of what can happen when people feel that the system has not been delivering for them. This reality is what makes fiscal events like a budget delivered by a new government so critical. For a budget is more than just an annual accounting practice. A budget represents an opportunity to reassure our communities that they can trust us, all of us, to recognise their needs, their aspirations and their concerns. A budget is an opportunity to meet those needs and to inoculate our communities and our country against the populist contagion that has invaded yet another host today. And so it's with that backdrop that I will shamelessly share what some of Eastbourne's needs are. Eastbourne needs support to tackle homelessness, which fuelled our food bank to be the busiest food bank in the country last year. I therefore welcome the £230 million that was announced in the budget to support with homelessness prevention, and I hope that the East Sussex Floating Support Service can benefit from that. But we've been let down by the lack of emergency support to help councils like mine with the unsustainable cost of temporary accommodation that was so eloquently described by the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. Eastbourne also needs services at our local hospital to be protected, where I was born myself. And so I welcome the investment announced for the NHS in the budget, but I'm disappointed that still the status of investment in our hospital via the new hospital programme has not been confirmed, which means more local mums who are having to travel over 20 miles away in many cases to have their babies are still unclear about what investment their hospital is going to get. Myself and our significant population of local pensioners pleaded with the government to review its decision to remove the winter fuel allowance from many of those pensioners who need it, and it is unacceptable that those calls for that review have been ignored. Our local businesses need additional support to thrive, yet the increase in employer NICs is going to make it harder for them to survive, especially many of our hospitality businesses in Eastbourne, who I'm proud to represent as a patron of the Eastbourne Hospitality Association. Eastbourne's WASPy women, led by Angela Boas, deserve compensation. That's missing from the budget. Eastbourne's Send families, supported by advocates like Katie Humphreys, must benefit from the £1 billion spend funding, Send funding that was announced. The government has overall made progress, but it must go further to reassure my community that it will deliver for Eastbourne on all the counts I've described. Failure to deliver will leave my town more vulnerable to the vice of greater hardship and more exposed to the venom of populist predators.
Claire Hughes.
I'd like to congratulate all the members on both sides of the House for their excellent maiden speeches today, and it's a pleasure to speak in this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, for far too long, people in North Wales have suffered with stagnant wages, falling living standards and rising costs. That is the legacy of the last Conservative government and why our country has voted for change. Last week, we saw a budget that turns a page on the era of unfunded promises and sticking plaster politics. Last week's budget was an honest budget, one that will fix the foundations of our economy and improve living standards for people living in communities like mine. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Chancellor for this historic budget and what it means for Wales. The Chancellor has delivered a record £21 billion for the Welsh Government to invest in public services, with £1.7 billion in consequentials for the Barnett formula. But there is more to welcome. Like my honourable friends, the members for Beckenham and Penge and the member for Kettering, for most of my time before I came to this House, I worked with and for small businesses. There are many measures in this budget which will be welcomed by businesses in my constituency of Bangor-Conway. Measures like the support for Welsh pubs and smaller brewers by cutting duty and providing additional relief will mean brilliant brewers like Wild Horse and Llandudno and Crew Nant will be supported to thrive. The continued freeze on fuel duty which will be welcomed not only by those living in rural communities who depend on their cars, but also on logistics businesses, people like Baines & Son in Bangor. The increase in employment allowance, and perhaps most importantly of all, over 70,000 people in Wales will receive a pay rise next year as a result of the increase in the minimum wage. Meaning more people have more money in their pockets to spend in our local economy, in our shops, in our cafes and on our high streets. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to say that we now have two Labour governments working hand in hand in the interest of people of Wales and the UK. This budget isn't just about rebuilding our country, it's about rebuilding trust in politics, and nowhere is that to be clearer to be seen than the return to a constructive relationship between this UK government and our Welsh government in Cardiff. This is the difference that a Labour government makes. This is the difference that a Labour budget makes. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a budget that delivers for Wales, it delivers for people in my constituency of Bangor Aberconwy. It's a budget of which we can be proud, and I know that we will see the benefits for years to come.
I call Dr Neil Shastrahurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow so many excellent maiden speeches this afternoon. The budget marks a seminal moment in the parliamentary calendar. Irrespective of party politics, there is a collective desire that any budget provides the foundations for our great nation to succeed. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency of Solihull West and Shirley, with its range and breadth of businesses, is an important economic driver for the West Midlands. Having sat down with 17 business leaders last Friday and having visited multiple businesses in the lead-up of the budget, it is important that I convey their balanced and market-led view. Businesses look for stability, Madam Deputy Speaker. They want to understand a government's growth and economic plan for an industrial strategy. However, as one CEO described it, the budget represents private industry versus public sector, employer against employee. One cannot have well-funded public services, Madam Deputy Speaker, if there is no private industry to pay for them. One cannot have high employment, Madam Deputy Speaker, if there are no private businesses to spur job creation. One cannot have economic growth, Madam Deputy Speaker, if private investment is driven out of this country. This budget has brought businesses more complexity and more uncertainty. And as a consequence of last Wednesday, businesses in my constituency have already announced recruitment freezes. By now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor will have received my letter sent yesterday and signed by approximately 40 members of this House and the other place, regarding the impact of her new NICS policy on general practitioners, dentists, hospices and care homes. These are vital services, Madam Deputy Speaker, who will be forced to decrease staff numbers, thereby creating further pressures on the NHS and public services. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, they don't like to hear it, but every not while an intervention's happening, I don't think, but every Labour government in history has always ended with higher unemployment than it began, and it looks from these measures that this one will be exactly the same. Does my honourable friend agree?
While the honourable gentleman will be very grateful, I'm sure, for the intervention, can I just remind members that time is tight?
I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's intervention, and I agree with him entirely. I'm mindful of the tightness of time. Much as the Chancellor has with VAT on continuity of education allowance payments, will the Chancellor reconsider the exemption list to protect these vital services? We all understand how much money the Chancellor hopes to raise, but I ask today that the Chancellor sets out a plan to realistically raise this money. What is the Chancellor's plan to grow the economy? Currently, GDP growth predictions are lower than inflation rise predictions, effectively shrinking the economy over the next 5 years. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask the Minister to set a firm date for when the Government will publish its industrial strategy so that businesses can have stability rather than being on the receiving end of the Chancellor's smash and grab tax raid.
White. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me welcome the first Labour budget in 14 years and the first ever to be delivered by a woman. The budget's positive interventions for Bassetlaw reminds me of the vibe from the late, great Ian Dury's song, Reasons to be Cheerful. Wonderful lyrics listing the joys in life, written in response to his bandmates surviving a brutal electric shock. Well, let me tell you, this budget is Labour's response to the shock of the Trust mini-budget and 14 years of neglect and no economic plan. In Bassetlaw, we now have significant support for US fusion energy research to build on the UK's position as global leader in sustainable energy. The building of the first fusion power plant in Bassetlaw will take us to the next generation of carbon-neutral energy creation, providing huge opportunities to develop talent, skills, local jobs, wealth and build on business. Madam Deputy Speaker, the massive injection of funds into the NHS means that the waiting list at Bassetlaw Hospital will now be tackled head-on with a crack team from London hospitals going in to get our operating theatres open 7 days a week and driving those waiting lists down. People are waiting too long for the operations they desperately need. They want to be in work and bring home a wage. This is central to rebuilding our economy and lifting people out of poverty. This is our government putting joined-up thinking into action. I welcome that in Bassetlaw, 2,500 retired mine workers will see their pensions go up by £30 a week, delivering on our manifesto commitment. But it doesn't end there. Our government will continue to review the existing surplus sharing arrangements. And I'm calling for this to include those retired miners in my area who are on the scheme for supervisor and overseers. They cannot be ignored. They paid into an identical scheme and they deserve equal treatment. When Bassetlaw people told me that they were too scared to go into our town centres, I promised I would take action. And I welcome that there be funding to crack down on the organised gangs and target the retailers. And I welcome that the government will be scrapping the law that gives immunity for low-value shoplifting, granted by the party opposite in 2014. Deputy Speaker, whilst the Tories talk the talk, they didn't walk the walk. All hot air, promises and no delivery, whether it's the challenge of getting a GP appointment or a dentist, sorting out the funding for flood alleviation schemes in Retford and Worksop, or the failure to stop Doncaster Airport closing. The Tories have left it to Labour to pick up the pieces, to sort out their mess and get Britain back on course again. Dr Al Pinkerton.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and may I congratulate all of the maiden speakers today for their excellent contributions. In her budget statement last week, the Chancellor announced a £1 billion increase for special educational needs and disabilities. Any additional funding is, of course, very welcome, especially in Surrey, where the SEND system is in crisis, but it is important to set that figure into some context. Estimates suggest that the national SEND budget is running an annual deficit of £4 billion, rising to £6 billion nearly in 2025. The whole system is only being saved from complete collapse thanks to a statutory override, an accountancy trick that allows councils to keep these deficits off their books until March 2026. What happens after that, no one yet knows, but the National Audit Office have warned that the UK SEND system teeters on the brink of collapse. Surrey County Council alone is carrying an eye-watering £118 million SEND deficit. So whilst the Chancellor's additional £1 billion investment may sound promising, it really only buys a little bit of time. A few weeks ago, I spent a morning with a group of nearly 70 parents, each of whom has a child or children with special educational needs, and many of those children have been unable to attend school for months and in some cases years due to the lack of appropriate setting or support. Parents are being forced into becoming full-time carers, with one or both parents giving up paid employment to take on caring responsibilities. Each year, thousands of private and public sector workers are lost from the economy because special educational needs is failing children and parents alike. When not educating their children, parents tell me that they work late into the night, administering appeals processes, gathering evidence for tribunals, seeking help from charities and agencies that might just help to unlock the broken SEND system for them. This is a daily pattern shared by many thousands of households across this country, yet the experience can feel crushingly lonely. The current SEND system pulls working people out of their careers and out of the workforce, while permanently limiting the life and career chances of children with incredible potential, human and economic costs that are barely accounted for in the government budget setting. Madam Deputy Speaker, if this is indeed a government that prioritises economic growth and seeks to invest in working people, then I would encourage the government to see the reform and proper funding of special educational needs as a vital component in this national mission. Thank you.
I call Claire Hazelgrove.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was out knocking on doors and listening to fellow residents at the weekend, many people in Winterbourne said how pleased they were to see us begin the change that has been so desperately needed by so many and for so long. From our NHS and our schools to our industry and our roads, this Labour budget is focusing on fixing the foundations, delivering change that matters, and rebuilding Britain. After 14 years of decline and neglect, simple things have been much harder than they should be. And while people know it will take time to deliver the scale of the change that Britain needs, with the funding for 40,000 more NHS appointments a week, money to rebuild the schools that are crumbling around our children, money to start that work to improve SEND support so that every child can thrive, and to make life fairer for the carers who look after loved ones, this is a Labour government delivering as promised. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Filton and Bradley Stoke constituency is a rich tapestry of towns and villages that have strong local character and a great national and international impact. I'm proud that our communities are at the heart of aerospace in the UK, both the home of Concorde and the future of flight, with major companies supported by brilliant SMEs, innovating every day to reduce emissions and lead the way in British enterprise. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that local people will join me in welcoming our government's investment of £975 million into the aerospace sector in this budget, funding vital research and development for the latest in aerospace technology in our region and beyond. And this is also important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because rebuilding Britain is also about restoring Britain's place and leadership on the world stage. With a strong defence sector locally too, including MOD Abbey Wood, I welcome the £2.9 billion uplift in defence funding, in addition to the funding for Ukraine for as long as it is needed. Our support must never waver. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the first woman to ever represent my constituency, I'd also like to note the important moment that it was, seeing the first woman Chancellor stand to deliver the budget in our country's history. Representation matters, as does delivering change. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what our new Labour government was elected by the people to do. This budget sets that path for rebuilding Britain, and I look forward to supporting those efforts on behalf of my community who elected me to deliver this change.
I call Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Certainly, this budget has been on the minds of many of my constituents. It was even a topic of conversation last night with the owner of Gurkha Sankoshi in Didcot when collecting an Indian takeaway. More shortly about the impact on small businesses like his, but I'd like to start with the positives. It's certainly excellent to see the government committing to NHS investment, which has been a key Liberal Democrat campaign, including in my own constituency. I also welcome the compensation to victims of the infected blood scandal and Post Office Horizon scandals. I agree with my colleagues who've highlighted that the increase in carers allowance and in SEND provision is also welcome, but of course does not go far enough. Nevertheless, there are a lot of causes of concern to my constituents, and particularly small business owners. GP and dental surgeries are very concerned about the rising costs they will face as a result of increased employer national insurance contributions and the minimum wage increase. And alas, so far they have not received accompanying assurances of additional funding to match those liabilities that they are going to face. That, of course, runs the risk of them needing to reduce staff recruitment or even potentially laying staff off, which brings the risk of adding to pressures on the local health service. The same issue applies to the wider small business and high-tech sectors in my constituency, as well as Indian restaurants. My constituency has been assessed by the Startup Coalition as number 16 in the country for new businesses, not least because of our high-tech and business parks as in Milton Park, Culham and Harwell campus. Those businesses will also be worried about their ability to grow with the costs that they face. Many of my colleagues have highlighted concerns about the proposed family farm tax, and the Liberal Democrats, we call for an extra £1 billion a year in support for farming communities. It's on transport policy that the budget most disappoints. Perhaps the government is of the impression that working families only use cars and not also buses and trains, with the proposed increase in the bus fare cap and above inflation increases in rail fares, and a season ticket in my constituency from Didcot to London plus travel card already costs around £7,000 a year. These policies undermine the government's stated objectives on economic growth, climate change and reducing congestion. I also regret there's no commitment to local rail schemes in my constituency, such as a new station at Grove and Wantage and electrification between Didcot and Oxford. Today's election result in the United States emphasises the importance of managing the economy and public services so that people feel they are being listened to and supported. My fear is that some of the budget measures will have the opposite effect, but I genuinely wish the government success and hope they will listen to and address the many concerns raised by this budget.
Dr Zabir Ahmed.
Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate fellow honourable members on delivering their maiden speeches and for their thoughtful contributions. This budget marks the end of an era of austerity inflicted by the party opposite over the last 14 years, during which time take-home pay was cut to the bone and our public services came to almost existential crisis. In Scotland, we have had the trouble of two failing governments. The SNP promised Scandinavian-type public services, while the party opposite promised North American levels of taxation. The result in the end was broken public services and a complete misuse of taxpayer money. I am proud of many things in this budget, but I am most proud that next April the national minimum wage will rise to £12.21. This will lift the earnings for 200,000 people in Scotland and 3,000 people in my constituency of Glasgow South West. It is this Labour government that will make sure that work pays, but the work that also is secure and is dignified. This budget continues and increases direct investment to Scotland through the Innovation Accelerators programme, supporting 11 projects in Glasgow. It also establishes Brand Scotland, supporting Scottish trade abroad by contributing £750,000 to the Scottish office. For Scotland, this is the biggest uplift in its funding through Barnett consequentials since the beginning of devolution in 1999. £3.4 billion additional funding. In that, Labour has increased the overall education budget by 3.5% in real terms, increased local government funding by 3.2%. And therefore, there is no excuse in SNP-run Glasgow City Council for them to be cutting 450 teaching posts over the next 3 years. They must not rob young Glaswegians of their future, because they are the contribution that will make our economy grow. Madam Deputy Speaker, members opposite used to frequently tell us that they believed in Britain, and SNP members, conspicuous by their absence, used to tell us that they were stronger for Scotland. But what better embodiment of strength and that belief than investing in our infrastructure, investing in our people? Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side have made our decision. It is now up to them whether they back Britain or not.
I call Charles Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to focus in this budget debate on the massive disconnect between the government's talk about growth and investment and what the OBR considers will be the outcome. Sadly, just because you want something and you talk about something, if you don't enact the policies, you're not going to get it. And that's going to hit everybody across the country, particularly the most vulnerable, really hard. And I'm seeing that, the reality in my constituency, where we have lots of employers who are relocating plants abroad inside the EU rather than relocating and growing those jobs in the UK. And that is repeated not just in my constituencies, but very likely in all of yours too. And that is a huge problem for our public services, which are ultimately underwritten by our taxes. As a result of this budget, real private consumption is set to fall by 0.4%, and real business investment is set to fall by 0.6%. That's not me saying it, that's the OBR saying it. That's as a share of GDP by 2029. That's very different to what the Secretary of State is telling us. This leaves real GDP growth lower in the outer years, in the forecast 27 to 29. Again, not my words, the OBR's. As per OBR data, Brexit is cutting our long-run productivity by 4%, and overall trade intensity of our economy by 15% in the long term. Now, the UK has got a free option to boost economic growth at zero fiscal cost by restoring a closer economic relationship with Europe. However, not a single person on Labour's front bench even voted to leave the EU, but we find ourselves with a government supporting daft conservative economic policies which nobody in the country voted for, such as remaining outside the customs union and outside the single market. Even before Trump's win today, as a country, we could not afford to be taking these wrong decisions. Continuing to do this willfully and in direct contradiction of the facts is neglectful and shows a disregard for the well-being of our country. And I urge this government to change course.
I call Jack Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget was about rebuilding Britain after 14 years of incompetence, negligence and chaos. Now, the party opposite, all four of them that's left today, can't even bring themselves to apologise for the inheritance that they left to not just our government, but to the country as a whole. And they should have spent the last few months reflecting on why the country rejected them so profoundly, as we can see before us. Instead, they engaged in yet more infighting and asked people not to believe their own eyes. Even now, they tell people that the economy has never had it so good, but that people should ignore that their depleted bank accounts, increased mortgage rates they have to pay, and the state of our high streets. They talk as if our hospitals and our schools weren't left to crumble, that they didn't savage local government finances and the services so many people rely on, and that the criminal justice system hadn't been pushed to the point of ruin. And even when they admit to the desperate state of mental health, special educational needs, dentistry, social care, homelessness and poverty, they talk as if it had nothing to do with them. It is always someone else's fault. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget ends the cycle of Conservative decline and restores hope that things can get better. Britain, just like our NHS, might have been broken by the Conservatives, but we are not yet beaten. And that is underlined by the choices this budget makes, not always easy, but necessary. The choice to protect pensions with the triple lock, the choice to not raise national insurance income tax for VAT for working people, the choice to unfreeze income tax thresholds so people have more money in their pockets, the choice to increase carers' allowance, the choice to raise the minimum wage to record levels, the choice to fund thousands of new homes for families in towns like mine of Ipswich and far beyond that too, and the choice to start rebuilding our NHS, our schools and our infrastructure. These are the choices we have made to fix the foundations of the economy and our public services, to invest in Britain's future and to deliver the change that people voted for. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to return to a specific issue that's been mentioned many times in this debate, special educational needs. And this is now very much a national crisis, but one we have been battling in Suffolk for the best part of a decade. And £1 billion injection into SEND is much needed. And as our government looks to repair a broken system starved of funding, resources and focus. Yes, money alone won't solve the multitude of issues facing families desperately trying to get their support that children need. We need bold and wide-ranging reform too. But new specialist staff and places don't come free, and unfunded reforms are a complete non-starter. SEND can't be treated as a Cinderella service any longer, and this new funding is a much-needed statement of intent from this government, one that will be welcomed by families in Ipswich, Suffolk and across the country.
John Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This first budget is about cleaning up the mess of the last 14 years. 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors and repairing Britain's foundations. This budget is about investing back in Britain to succeed and ensuring that when you need public services, they are there for you. An important first step, but my goodness, the party opposite have made an incredible mess. During the general election, my team and I spoke to thousands of people across Telford. Every conversation was about decay, our crumbling NHS, the struggles of our education system and the breaking of our council services. The fact that you don't see enough police officers on our street, that there's high streets are in the need of support, a SEND system that's letting children down, roads and transport systems that do not work for working people, and I could go on. A real sense that the government had given up on governing and made so many people believe that there was no hope, that decline and doom and chaos and corruption was the norm. This first budget is a watershed moment. It marks a return to a state that cares about making sure you can get the medical treatment that you need when you need it, making sure that you feel safe on our local streets, and making sure that you can afford housing. The contrast between the hope that this budget offers and the bleak future that I described under the Conservatives is striking. I'm particularly pleased that this budget has delivered a real-term funding increase of more than 3% for local government next year. Before I came to this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was a council leader and the chair of the Cross-Party Local Government Association. I declared interest on the basis that I am now the honorary vice president of that organisation. Every councillor, regardless of political persuasion, would talk about the last 14 years. Councils going bankrupt almost every single year, of all political shapes and persuasions. The LGA has called this budget a step in the right direction. But after 14 years of stumbling in the wrong direction, this is just the start of a long journey back. It must start with the reforms of local government. The government recognises the urgent need to give local government leaders more skin in the game, and I look forward to seeing further reforms in this regard. I also, like many other honourable members, welcome the fact that the national living wage is increasing, which will impact 4,000 people in my constituency. This budget is pro-growth, pro-business, pro-worker, pro-family, pro-public sector, giving Britons a Britain that they can be proud of.
I call Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget truly marks an historic shift with real steps to rebuild Britain for lasting change. After 14 years of Conservative mismanagement, this budget brings hope with a commitment to rebuild and restore fairness for working families, essential workers and vulnerable communities. I am especially pleased that this budget has put working people at its forefront by increasing the national living wage and ensuring they won't face higher taxes in their payslip. In Erdington, this will benefit thousands of working families who have been hit hardest by rising costs, stagnant wages and insecure work. The food banks at Six Ways Church and Spitfire Services are heartbreaking reminders of the past government's legacy, but now hard-working people are finally getting the fair pay they deserve. As a nurse of 25 years, I am deeply heartened by the commitment to our NHS. Years of underfunding have left it struggling, and this budget's £25.6 billion investment is a lifeline promising timely, quality care. The funding will help reduce the painful waiting lists that have left many of my constituency suffering as they wait months, if not years, for essential care. Community safety is also a priority. Traders on Erdington High Street have spoken about the rise in low-value shoplifting. I'm grateful that this government has pledged to scrap immunity for such crimes, restoring accountability and safety. Education, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the foundation of a fairer society. This budget's investment in the core schools budget and free breakfast clubs is exactly what our schools need to support young people and prepare them for success. Today, we reject the chaos and cuts of the past. This budget restores integrity, fairness and hope, offering a path that invests in people, protects families and rebuilds communities for a stronger Britain. I am proud to support a budget that works for Erdington, Kingstanding, Castlevale and South Oscott, and for every community that deserves better. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Nadia Whittam.
Speaker, the mission of any budget should be to ensure that the needs of all people in this country are met and to shape our economy towards this end. After 14 years of Conservative-led governments, working class people do not have the standard of living they deserve. The Tories have pushed children into poverty, normalised low-paid insecure work and increased economic inequality. Meanwhile, the public sector has been decimated by austerity. While the rich pay to go private, millions of people are stuck on NHS waiting lists, their pain increasing, their quality of life diminishing. So I welcome a budget with higher spending for public services that funds our NHS and our schools. The increase to the minimum wage and carers allowance will make a tangible difference to many people's lives, and the injustices of the mine workers' pension scheme will finally be rectified, benefiting thousands of former miners across Nottinghamshire. And there's more, but there are also elements of this budget that worry me. Disabled people fear that the targets of delivering savings through reforms to the disability benefit system will mean that people are excluded from the support they need. It is shameful that people have been forced into poverty by the welfare cuts of previous governments. Some have even lost their lives thanks to a system which all too often seeks to punish rather than to help. So we must do things differently. We must fund a social security net which gives everyone the resources they need to live a decent life, whether in work or not. And we must prioritise ending child poverty, as previous Labour governments have. So I'm disappointed that the Chancellor has not moved to scrap the inhumane two-child benefit limit. Meanwhile, the richest 1% of Britons have £2.8 trillion between them. While this budget will modestly increase their contribution to our public finances, we must go further to make the super-rich pay their fair share. We should introduce a wealth tax and tax earnings from wealth at the same rate as wages. I'm confident that this budget takes important steps to deliver change, but is it at the scale that we need after the devastation caused by the party opposite? I'm not so sure. And I say this not to undermine this budget, which stands in welcome contrast to the last 14 years, but to push for even greater ambition, because that is the job of a backbench government MP, is to tell their party when they need to go further. Trump's election is a warning to us here. If people don't see their lives improve, the populist right stands to benefit. So let's build on the good work that our government has started in the first 100 days. Let's ensure that every person has a decent standard of living. And let's tackle the inequality that continues to blight our society.
So, Speaker, as the Business Secretary and many of my honourable friends have said, the central mission of this government is to get the economy growing after years of stagnation. 14 years of poor economic management, short-term decision-making are writ large in my town centre in Bournemouth West and in the high streets up and down the country, as my right honourable friend for Lee and Atherton set out so powerfully. And we see this in our creaking infrastructure, the crumbling schools my right honourable friend for Kettering mentioned, and the pothole-ridden streets that we drive our cars on. Now, while the public made their views very clear on the 4th of July about the state of the country, the party opposite seemed to still be in denial of that. This budget gives us the opportunity to turn a page, fix the foundations and rebuild our country. I want to welcome the Business Secretary and the Chancellor's focus on investment. My constituency of Bournemouth West is a microcosm for the UK's diverse economy. Just last week, I visited a new manufacturing plant whose products have Made in Britain proudly branded all over them. We have a vibrant retail, hospitality and leisure sector, and yes, while there are some concerns about rising costs, they are given confidence by the government's focus on growth and getting money back into people's pockets. We have a strong education and finance sectors. We have a burgeoning tech and creative industries sectors, and I was pleased to see support for these industries reflected in our industrial strategy, giving them certainty over the long term. Now, underpinning all of this are our people. This government's budget will benefit the 8,300 people in my constituency on the minimum wage, the 1,880 people in receipt or eligible for carers allowance, and the 30% of children who live in poverty and their families who will benefit from the investment in our schools, hospitals and in the affordable homes to live in. Because healthier, happier and more secure workers and people and constituents are good for business, it's good for growth and it's good for our economy. And Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can make one point on infrastructure, the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hyde mentioned that when we knock doors, people always bring up our public services in the NHS. They do, but every good constituency MP knows that potholes are the bane of everybody's lives. So may I welcome the £500 million for potholes that has been announced in the budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, you cannot achieve sustainable growth without a solid foundation, with stable public finances and public services that benefit everybody. This is what we're doing with this budget, and I look forward to supporting it today.
I call Chris MacDonald.
Deputy Speaker. Several of the previous speakers, including the honourable members for Solihull West and Shirley, East Wiltshire and Witney, expressed concerns about growth and productivity. So I hope to draw on my previous experience working in industry to set their minds at rest. But first, I think we need to acknowledge the dire starting point and the damage done both to our economy and to business confidence by the last government. I know from my time spent in industry that the last decade and a half has been one where our country has lost out in the race for international investment from a combination of political uncertainty and a long-standing indifference to industrial policy. I listened carefully to the words of the member from Great Yarmouth, and I think he read a different budget to me. The budget that I read committed us to a public sector investment of over £100 billion over 5 years, which, along with our modern industrial strategy, sets a real scale of government ambition for increasing prosperity and security across the whole of our country. Several members, including the members from Wimbledon, Tunbridge Wells and Didcot and Wantage, mentioned small businesses, and these are the very businesses that stand to benefit from our industrial strategy, as our new approach to industry and manufacturing sees the private sector crowding in investment, producing well-paid jobs and exports that will support our small businesses in supply chains. It will also reverse the tide of deindustrialisation, a frankly bizarre policy of inaction enacted by Conservative governments over many years that have left much of our industry, including steel, chemicals and ceramics, mentioned by the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, at a serious disadvantage. It seems clear to me that to grow our economy, we need to boost productivity and simply build more factories. But I know, as an advocate of industrial strategy, that this position is not a settled one, particularly in the party opposite. A big contrast, I think, to the collaborative approach of this government, which works pragmatically with business leaders. We did hear some warm words from industrial strategy, including on the opposition front bench, but I think they maybe haven't had time to consult with their new leader, who has described policies like this as part of the law of diminishing returns. While having seen my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business, secure £63 billion of private sector investment, we can be sure that, to borrow a metaphor from the member from South West Wiltshire, had their goose not been cooked at the last general election, returns would most certainly have been diminished. So I know this budget is a budget that will be a benefit to my constituents in Stockton North, in Stockton, Billingham and Norton, who value well-paid industrial and manufacturing sector jobs. And I can understand the confusion of the member for Beverley and Holden, as he's not used to a government that actually delivers on its manifesto. But this government is determined to do that. It will release the finances required to restore the public services that the people of Britain deserve, and only a Labour government can deliver.
Arran.
Deputy Speaker, people in my constituency of Altrincham and Sale West voted for change at the last election, and last week the Chancellor delivered a budget to start changing their lives for the better. As members on both sides of the House have reflected on, the first Labour budget in 14 years comes at a time of challenging economic circumstances, with the £22 billion black hole in the public finances, 14 years of sluggish economic growth, a massive squeeze on living standards, creaking national infrastructure, public services on the floor. But our first female Chancellor has never been one to back away from a challenge. And despite the dire inheritance left to her, there was so much in our budget that will change our country and the lives of my constituents for the better, be it our record investment in the National Health Service, our pay rise for 3 million low-paid workers, funding for breakfast clubs in every primary school, and our £1 billion lifeline for special educational needs provision. This will be transformative for families in Altrincham and Sale West. But as I said in my maiden speech, my constituency is also a place of business, full of thriving smaller enterprises that offer so much to our local economy and culture. And that's why it is so important that even in the face of the dire economic circumstances we've inherited, the budget did ensure that smaller firms, those least able to shoulder additional costs, have been protected. 865,000 employers now won't pay any national insurance next year, and over 1 million will pay the same or less than they did previously. And the budget enables these firms to employ 4 national living wage workers full-time without paying national insurance on their wages at all, by more than doubling the employment allowance. And for the small businesses that make up the high streets and market of my constituency, this change will make a huge difference. And I'm pleased that the Federation of Small Businesses has welcomed our changes to the employment allowance as a huge help for small firms. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is still much to do, but this budget starts to turn the corner, fixing the foundations of our economy to deliver a brighter future. It accepts the huge challenges we face, but is optimistic about our ability to overcome them. And this budget sets out a serious path to rebuild Britain for the benefit of our people and for my constituents. Thank you.
I call Paran Moon.
Speaker, this budget is a truly landmark budget. Not only for its glass ceiling smashing, I sincerely hope the girls and young women in my constituency of Campbell, Redruth and Hale will be inspired to see the first female Chancellor for 800 years. But it's also a landmark budget as it provides the basis for a clean break from the race to the bottom, trickle-down economic drivel riddled with vested interests to which the party opposite has subjected the country for the last 14 years. Austerity, recession, dodgy PPE contracts and economic collapse. The public should never forgive and never forget what the Conservatives have done to our country. This budget marks an end to using public finances and the British people as guinea pigs in an economic experiment that sent interest rates and mortgage payments soaring, living standards plummeting, families gripped in the vice clutches of the Conservatives' cost of living crisis. And when I listened to the response of the former leader of the opposition, it's quite hard to keep up. It's crystal clear to me that the born-to-rule Conservatives simply haven't understood that they're not ruling anymore. I only wanted to hear one word from the former leader of the opposition, sorry, and that word never came. And as someone that has over 30 years of private sector experience, getting a little bit bored of the trope that no one on this side has any private sector experience, well, the member opposite points to the front bench. I appreciate that there's a large proportion of Conservative MPs that are now on the front bench. It just begs the question, what about the quality of the people that are left behind and couldn't even make that? This is a budget that, on the one hand, places desperately needed money in the hands of the lowest paid workers, where it will be spent locally, and on the other hand heralds a new era of much-needed infrastructure investment, the kind of investment that will stimulate growth in the economy and thousands of new jobs across the country based on a coherent industrial strategy to set us on a course to rebuild depleted public services and lays the foundations for the pillars of a decade of economic and social renewal. It recognises the importance of the Shared Prosperity Fund, a fund the Conservatives wanted to scrap to pay for their harebrained National Service Plan, a decision that would have been devastating for the people of Cornwall, as well as many other communities around the UK. This budget places British workers at its heart, those same British workers that rejected the failed economic experiments of the Conservatives, the chaos, the infighting, the fiscal incompetence. They decisively voted for stability and security, a sea change from the previous 14 years. They voted for change. This budget delivers it.
Oh, Chris Webb.
Mr. Speaker, can I first start by thanking members across the House for their well wishes and my sincere thanks to the Metropolitan Police officers who were with me till the early hours of Tuesday morning. They were brilliant and a credit to the force. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour is the party for working people and the Chancellor's budget has confirmed that. With the increase in the national living wage, thousands of people in Blackpool South, where work is often precarious, are set to receive a 6.7% pay rise. 18 to 20-year-olds will see their wages increase by 16.3%, a huge boost for young people in my hometown who often face barriers to opportunity and well-paid work. Much of the work available to my constituents is hospitality and tourism, and as the leading voice and chair of the all-party parliamentary group for this sector, I'm proud that I can now represent Blackpool's voice on this platform. Blackpool's tourism economy is valued at £1.7 billion per year and supports more than 22,000 jobs. We deserve a seat at that table. And like many British seaside resorts, Blackpool has faced significant periods of decline in the latter half of the last century. But unlike others, our tourism trade never collapsed. My hometown has adapted and reinvented itself. Now we are on the cusp of a new era of growth where our economy development can help tackle our social problems by improving lives and inspiring pride in the place we call home. Blackpool's tourism figures topped the 20 million mark in 2022 and accounted for more than 30% of all visits to Lancashire. Well after the summer season is over, we're welcoming 4,500 tourists per day, adding £200,000 to the local economy daily. Just as it's an outlier in most statistics, businesses there operate in a unique economy, traditionally seasonal with low per capita spend per visitor. I welcome the Chancellor's move to permanent lower business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure, and the decision to extend some business rate relief for next year to avoid the cliff edge businesses were facing from the previous government. But I know businesses in my constituency are hoping for more reassurance from the government. These include grassroots music venues such as the Bootleg Social in my constituency, who are already fighting to keep their doors open but make a huge contribution to our cultural landscape in Blackpool. I have reassured business owners in Blackpool that the government's approach to the economy is both pro-worker and pro-business, but I welcome the opportunity to discuss with the government the individual circumstances of small businesses in my constituency. I know that tourism and hospitality in Blackpool welcome investment in our town's transport, making our town more accessible and fit for the future. I'm grateful for the Chancellor to support in towns like mine. The Conservatives left behind a huge economic mess for Labour to clear up, but we are the party of working people and we're getting on with that job.
Speaker, I congratulate all honourable members who've made their maiden speeches today. The economic inheritance of the last 14 years could hardly have been any worse. Conservative governments have serially undermined our public services, stripped them of funding, made it harder to deliver and demoralised dedicated public servants. And at a time when the impact of their political choices couldn't have been clearer in multiple crises which spanned from our NHS and social care to local authority services to schools, prisons, policing and criminal justice, housing and universities, instead of reinvesting to rebuild, they promised billions of pounds of entirely unfunded tax cuts in a desperate bid to cling on to power. They have been the vandals of our public services and our economy, and they have left this new Labour government with a colossal and daunting task to restore and rebuild. So I welcome this budget, which seeks to fix the foundations and begin the restoration that is needed. I regret that the actions of the previous government mean that the road to recovery is so long. The additional £1 billion for SEND in the budget is as welcome as it is essential. The crisis in the SEND system is the biggest current challenge in the education system, with far-reaching consequences for children and families who are being let down, schools which cannot meet the needs of their pupils, and local authorities being driven to the edge of bankruptcy by the costs. I urge the Government to ensure that SEND remains at the forefront of discussions in the Comprehensive Spending Review, because £1 billion, while welcome, is only a third of the current in-year deficit in the SEND budget. The statutory override which protects local authority general fund accounts from SEND deficits is due to come to an end in March 2026, and local authorities will need certainty very soon about what will happen after this date. Without a clear plan, more local authorities will be issuing Section 114 notices, and that is not something that this government can allow to happen. As a constituency MP, I want with the remaining time to raise two additional issues arising from the budget. The additional funding for the NHS is desperately needed. The allocation for individual areas and health trusts has not yet been made, and I want to make a particular plea for capital funding for King's College Hospital. King's is currently facing very severe financial challenges, which it is working hard to address, but this is made harder by a lack of funding for the essential equipment the staff needs to increase productivity and deliver the services patients need. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, while the additional injection of £100 million for social housing in London and changes to the regulations on right to buy are welcome, the crisis in London is so deep that the Government must turn its attention to the local housing allowance, which must keep pace with rents in London to avoid even more families being forced into temporary accommodation with knock-on consequences for local authority budgets. This budget seeks to fix the foundations and undo the damage that the Conservatives have done. There is much more to do, but this budget is a very welcome first step on the road, and I'm pleased to vote for it today.
Conor Naismith.
Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that answers the call made by many of the constituents that I spoke to during the general election. A budget for change, a change for our National Health Service, change in the living standards of working people, and change to our declining investment in infrastructure. There were tough decisions, yes. We on this side don't shy away from that fact. The key difference, though, between this government's approach and its predecessor for the last 14 years is that we simply refuse to place the burden of those tough choices on the backs of working families. There has been lots of talk about business during this debate, but I think the opposition does business a disservice, as if the only thing that they care about is their tax bill. Businesses also rely on a functioning health service, a quality education system, and investment in our broken infrastructure. They also rely on their customers having money in their pockets to spend in the local economy. So I am delighted to see a transformational uplift in the minimum wage, which will positively impact thousands of workers in my constituency of Crewe and Nantwich. I welcome the commitment also to extending HS2 to Euston, and indeed a recognition that spending on major infrastructure doesn't merely carry a cost to the taxpayer, but also has the potential to pay back to society through economic growth and wider societal benefits. It is imperative that we now turn our focus towards delivering a solution between Birmingham and Manchester. The Birmingham to Crewe leg of the original HS2 project, for example, was due to return £1.91 for every pound spent. So I welcome the government's new approach to infrastructure investment and look forward to working with them to realise the potential of my constituency as a transport hub. My constituents did not elect a Labour government to continue the failed, miserable image of the future projected by the party opposite. A future where public services can only decline, where growth flatlines, and the only figures rising are debt, destitution, and the number of failed prime ministers within a single parliament. They voted for change, and that is what this budget delivers, so I commend it to the House.
Josh Benton Glynn.
Speaker,
I'm proud to stand up on behalf of my constituents in Calder Valley and thank this government for the budget that was delivered by our Chancellor, a budget that rebuilds the country and protects the NHS. As someone who spent 8 years in local government before coming to this place, I recognise some of the huge steps that this budget takes to cement local government, guaranteeing funding for high street projects like those in Calder Valley, but also an end to the beauty contests that see communities pitted against one another for meagre funding. 600 million guaranteed for social care and a commitment to longer-term proper funding for our highways and the scourge of potholes. But most importantly, we get 3-year funding settlements, no more the annual scrabble in December to try to work out how you're going to make a budget fit. You can actually plan long term, which is something that businesses want, that local authorities want, and it's the stability we need. But it's been quite something to sit through this budget debate for the past few days, where it seems like there's been 2 budgets. There's been one budget, which my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, delivered, which fixed our foundation, supported hospitality in the High Street, provided billions for the NHS, found funding for SEND and opened breakfast clubs. And then there's been the budget that exists in the imagination of those on the benches opposite. The one which just today the Leader of the Opposition claimed didn't mention the word defence. The speech mentions it 6 times, and the budget has a whole section in the funding settlement for defence.
She's been a bit busy.
And today, even, we heard from the member of Solihull and West Shirley and Sleaford and North Hacombe about the problems of social care. This would be a new concern for the members opposite. Andrew Dilnott released his report in 2011. We were then promised that we would get some kind of a proposal in 2014. In 2017, the members opposite released their proposals. They then withdrew it because they had an election. They then delayed it in 2018. It then came back in 2021. It was then delayed again in 2022. And then they said that they'd deliver it in 2024, but didn't find the funding. And in all of this, there has not been a shred of contrition. There's not been a shred of acknowledgement that they left the country on its knees. They have no idea yet why the public rejected them so resoundingly at the last election. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that as the opposition sum up, they will perhaps show some contrition and they will perhaps answer the budget as it is, not the budget that exists only in their imagination. Thank you.
I call Daniel Francis.
Deputy Speaker, and I refer the House to my entry in the register of members' interests and that my wife's employed as a Senko in one of our local authority schools. My constituents in Bexley and Crayford have been clear they want to see a country and community where public services work and the economy is growing. Our government has bequeathed an inheritance of 14 years of low to no growth, the impact of the Conservatives' kamikaze mini-budget and the £22 billion black hole left in the public finances. This budget invests in public services with the OBR outlining the direct effect of policy changes in this budget is the largest sustained increase in spending in at least the past 15 years. The path to rebuild Britain will include building the homes we need, and I welcome the investment in the Affordable Homes Programme in this budget to kick-start progress towards 1.5 million new homes over the Parliament. And this will include investment in the capacity of local planning authorities. In my local authority in Bexley, we're seeing applications from the council's own development company taking 15 months to reach committee from submission. If our local economy is to grow, then applications need to be determined more quickly than at present. And Phase 1 of the spending review provides record levels of capital investment for health. My local authority's local plan has identified sites for new homes, but not the sites to deliver the additional local health provision required. I will be pressing for this capital investment to deliver a new neighbourhood health centre to help the government's objectives. And the budget delivers £6.7 billion of capital funding for education. And alongside that increase, there's funding for the core schools budget. I particularly welcome the £1 billion of funding to support the SEND system. While we await the details of this, I know in my local authority who have signed a safety valve agreement to avert effective bankruptcy, and they now face, as we've heard from other members, that ticking time bomb of the statutory override running out in 2026. And the finances of my local authority will be boosted by the increased spending power provided. It's 3 years since my Conservative Council sought a capitalisation order and made 15% of our staff redundant to stave off bankruptcy. And I believe this government will work with local authorities to ensure that the impact of austerity is not repeated again. And it's for those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will be supporting the budget this evening.
I call Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Finally, after 14 years of patching up, this is a budget that puts down the first bricks as we start to rebuild our country. With this budget, we'll be able to start to get the NHS back on its feet with a 25 billion boost, provide a shot in the arm for our schools with extra funding, that 1 billion for SEND, and invest in our transport and energy infrastructure. On a local level, the budget has positives for my constituency of Truro and Falmouth and for Cornwall more widely. Local transport in rural areas will receive 650 million, with the Chancellor naming Cornwall in particular as an area that will benefit directly in terms of connectivity. And the freeze in fuel duty and fixing those potholes will help those who still have to rely on their cars in rural areas like ours. We're also getting some solutions for our housing crisis with a stamp duty rise of up to 5% for second home buyers, which should lead to more houses on the market for local people. And there's extra money for councils to build affordable and social housing too, as well as limiting the discounts on selling off council houses and changing the rules so councils can build more social houses with the proceeds. Cornwall Council has been supported with extra funding, which I am pleased about, although I do want to raise the case of other councils, such as town and parish councils, who've taken on so much of the services that the unitaries have divested themselves of, and often as a consequence are large employers with big budgets. I'm pleased that the important shared prosperity funding for Cornwall has been extended for another year at a national figure of 900 million, so that all the investment in schemes getting people into work and into Cornish businesses can continue. But I would ask for confirmation that the funding formula continues to recognise the huge loss Cornwall suffered when we lost the EU structural funding. The government is also boosting public investment, and next year will publish a new industrial strategy setting out high growth areas where the UK has real competitive advantage. Some of the areas ripe for investment will be those like renewables, tech, food and the creative industries, where Cornwall has real strengths. We in Truro and Falmouth particularly look forward to investment in floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea and into our ports like Falmouth, as well as our vital creative arts. Our Chancellor has chosen the bold path to save and rebuild our NHS, schools and other public services and invest in the infrastructure of the country while making sure people don't face higher taxes in their pay packets. It's a big budget of renewal and will set us on the road to recovery.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
I congratulate the Chancellor for delivering the first Labour budget in 15 years and to do so as the first ever female Chancellor. Speaking to residents in and around the Stocklake area of my constituency over the weekend, I was glad to hear positive feedback and optimism following the budget. Of course we had to make tough choices, but people get that, and personally I'm very proud of the choice we have made to invest in our public services first and foremost and to get them working for people again. There's much to commend in the budget. I'd just like to highlight 4 points. First, the increase in the national minimum wage to £12.21 per hour, which has been very well received by my constituents, and it includes over 9,000 people working in Buckinghamshire on the national living wage, and they're all set for a pay rise. Second, the increase to the core schools budget to £2.3 billion and the allocation of £1 billion to support children with SEND, which again I know can't come soon enough for my constituents. Third, the commitment to infrastructure investment, including the commitment to East West Rail, which I know will unlock growth and opportunity, and I'll keep pushing for the Aylesbury spur to link up to that. But finally, and I think most importantly, the huge commitment that we have made in this budget to the NHS, the £22 billion increase to day-to-day spending and the £3.1 billion capital investment, which will be used to bring waiting lists down, invest in new technology, deliver 40,000 extra appointments every week, including at Stoke-on-Trent Hospital. And I'm excited about the specific budget for mental health as well, which will be crucial. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm so conscious that improving our nation's health will take time and that our goals are necessarily long-term. And I was reminded of that just this morning at the parliamentary launch of the fantastic Health Equals campaign, highlighting the work that we have to do to tackle the social determinants of health inequalities and halve the gap in healthy life expectancy. But this budget, with the biggest cash injection into the NHS since 2010, outside of the COVID years, has put us firmly on the road to recovery. This is a budget that is firmly on the side of those who need our support, firmly on the right side of history, and I can't wait to see what it delivers for my constituents in Aylesbury. Thank you.
I call Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents go to work on trains, planes and automobiles at Alstom, Rolls-Royce, Toyota and in their supply chains. And this is a budget that delivers ambitious plans for rail infrastructure, nearly £100 million in R&D funding for aerospace and £2 billion to support the automotive sector. To get to work, many of my constituents commute. 1.2 billion vehicle miles were travelled on Derby's roads last year, and the fuel duty-frees and an extra £500 million to fix potholes are hugely welcome. My constituents also teach and learn at our great university and schools, treat and are treated at the Royal Derby Hospital, and work in our shops and restaurants and on the building sites where the regeneration of our city is taking shape. We in Derby are laying the foundations for growth, literally. Building underway on a new university business school, a new mental health unit at Kingsway, a new performance venue at Beckettwell, and at Frigate's Goodyard, which has stood derelict for over 50 years, new homes and businesses. An investment in our theatres with £20 million of funding that this budget underwrites. We needed and got a budget that supported our ambitions. And last week I went back from the budget to a meeting of small businesses in my constituency, organised by the Federation of Small Businesses, to discuss how this budget will grow the cake too. And from investment in skills to reform of business rates, the approval of the East Midlands Investment Zone to start-up loans. And this is a budget that is at last honest that the public finances were in a mess and made tough decisions so that our businesses can have the stability and the certainty they need. But to rebuild Britain, you also need to reset the broken contract with working people. For 14 years, budget after budget, from austerity to Liz Truss's mini-budget, working people were barely offered the crumbs from the table. Productivity and growth flatlined. No more. Working people now have a proper seat at the table. The minimum wage up from £11.44 to £12.21 an hour next April for 1 in 10 Derby North workers. For 18 to 20-year-olds, a 16% increase to £10 an hour. Derby has the second highest average salaries outside London. So for those moving on with their careers, there'll be a rise in the income tax and national insurance contributions thresholds from 2028 to 29. Finally, investment...
Order. Sam Rushworth. Order. Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party opposite was keen for us all to declare our membership of trade unions in the Workers' Rights Bill debate, so I think we should probably all be declaring that most of us receive funding from businesses as well during the general election campaign. I certainly did, and I want to pay tribute to the small businesses in my constituency. 89% of them are considered micro businesses with fewer than 10 employees, so a majority of them will pay less national insurance tax under this budget. And I want to thank the Chancellor for protecting working people and small businesses. Now, to listen to the members opposite, as we've been doing for the last 5 hours, many of them see the business community as a community that cares about nothing but quick profit and avoiding tax. But the local businesses that I speak to not only are proud to deliver quality products and services, they're also proud to create good jobs and strengthen the local economy. They've been doing this in trying circumstances, and so many of them have supported Labour candidates at this election because they want a government that matches their ambition. And when I ask them what they want to see from government, they want not only a fair tax system, but investment. And that's what this budget delivers. They want a secure power supply. They want faster planning decisions, like the young farmer who came to see me because he's been pushed back for 2 years now just to build some pig pens. The biggest barrier, however, and this is true from manufacturing to hospitality, is you can't get the staff. Britain is held back by a skills shortage, so I welcome a budget that will invest in Britain's most precious productive asset, her people. And this is true, isn't it? That when we invest in faster NHS appointments, when we invest in emergency dentistry, in mental health, in SEND provision, in specialist teachers in STEM subjects, in childcare, these are investments in business too, because these are the people who will rebuild Britain. And the people of Durham have been held back for too long. For the past 14 years, our life expectancy has fallen behind, our children are shorter, and children in care has increased 250%. So we see the austerity in the impact on people's bodies and family lives. So I welcome a budget that brought the end of austerity and has begun the long, hard job of rebuilding this country. Finally, I welcome a budget that's put more money in people's pockets, including actually honouring the triple lock, which the party opposite failed to do in 2022, costing pensioners in my constituency £488.
I now come to the final speaker, Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I stand to speak in this House, I often criticise the former government. And to be fair, there was a lot to criticise. But Liz Truss at least got one thing right. She claimed to make economic growth the driving force behind her plans. But while Truss took a reckless Big Bang approach to tackling the stagnation that this country has experienced since 2010, our focus instead is on long-term investment, not short-term tax cuts. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, this speaks to the big problem, amongst many big problems, with recent Tory governments. And that problem is a problem that any business owner in this country could tell you about. It's all about return on investment. And the truth is, over the last 14 years, there's been too little return because there's been too little investment. To combat that, we've secured £63 billion in private investment. We've put £2 billion into electric vehicle development. And I note too that the UK Space Agency says that the space industry is worth £17 billion a year to our economy. No doubt helping to make sure that we get early warning of any new supermassive black holes we might not be aware of. This budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the beginning of the change our country voted for. It will make Britain better off, with more money in people's pockets, with an NHS that is there when people need it, with businesses creating wealth and opportunity for all, and with the house building we need, with the transport infrastructure that we're crying out for, with wages that make work pay, and with the state pension uprated like it should have been all along. This is a budget of change, a budget of investment and growth, a budget to put more money in working people's pockets, and a budget to get our public services back on their feet again. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the most welcome budget for many years. It's a budget in line with the values of the British people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to support this Labour budget. Thank you.
And to the Shadow Minister, Richard Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, before turning to my remarks, can I just thank, I think, the 67 backbench members who have spoken in this debate, and also commiserate. I think there were two left on the Labour benches who didn't get in, but I'm sure they will get their opportunity in future. But can I in particular congratulate the 4 members of this House who gave their maiden speeches. The member for North Ayrshire and Arran, for Stoke-on-Trent North, for Ely and East Cambridgeshire, and for Sherwood Forest. Many in this House will remember their own maiden speeches and know how anxious they were before they got to stand up and speak, and how relieved they were when they got to the end and could sit down. I'll just tell you that feeling doesn't go away. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to my comments, we end this budget debate where we began, with the deceit the Labour Party showed to the British public about its intention to launch one of the biggest tax grabs in our history. At that election, the Labour front bench toured the country, staging photo ops, snapping cheeky selfies, and soliciting reassuring quotes from businesses and from farmers and from our senior citizens, saying to each in turn that they could trust Labour, that a Labour government would have their backs. This budget of broken promises show that they have all been conned. My Conservative colleagues in this debate have laid bare, always clearly and frequently with strong feeling, the consequences of the political choices the Labour government have made with this budget. Colleagues who have spoken on behalf of Britain's farming families, our country's small businesses, for parents with children in education, for GP surgeries and for our hospices, and above all, for the working people they represent who have been targeted by this budget. This is a budget of choices, and the choices are Labour's choices and theirs alone. The choice to increase taxes, their choice to increase debt, their choice to change the fiscal rules, and their choice to rip up promise after election promise after election promise. Our choices, just as the Labour government has made their choices, today we must start to make our own choices. Our choices are to help the small business owner, to help the aspiring entrepreneur, to those thinking of using their talents to help build Britain, to help the farmers whose parents and grandparents have toiled in our fields, the children who will be turfed out of their schools in the middle of the year, with some having no school place to go to, and to protect the workers of Britain who believed what Labour have said in the election and now know they were conned, which is why we will vote against budget resolutions this evening. Yeah. But there are 2 groups of people who have been clobbered drastically by this budget. 2 groups of people who are the cornerstone of our economy. As we have heard throughout these debates, the Labour government's decision to increase employers' national insurance is not only a manifesto breach, but also a barrier to growth. Sadly, this Labour government does not understand that without a thriving private sector, there will never be a sustainable public sector. The private sector in this country is a delicate fabric of small and medium-sized businesses, many just scraping by for years, but each spurred on by the endeavour that is the spirit of free enterprise. Yeah. Running a small business, you may all want to take a note here, is not easy. There are many constituents across the country who formed 5.4 million small and medium enterprises in the UK. So will the Minister, when she gets up, explain to the small and medium enterprises in my constituency and across the country what they are to do in the face of Labour's job tax, the massive increase in employer national insurance contributions, a jobs tax which the Office for Budget Responsibility says will be passed on by most firms to their employees through reduced wages, a jobs tax which the Resolution Foundation say will have the biggest proportionate impact on low-paid workers, and a job tax which the Federation of Small Businesses says will cause many SMEs to struggle. This is the truth, and a far cry from the warm words the Labour Chancellor offered businesses during the election campaign. And when the Prime Minister, in February this year, looked farmers in the eye and said they deserved better, was he already hatching Labour's family farm tax? The NFU have said this shameless breaking of their promises on agricultural property relief will snatch away much of the next generation's ability to carrying on producing British food. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Labour Party doesn't understand even the basics of farming. Reducing the relief and imposing inheritance tax on farmland will devastate family farms and poses a serious risk to domestic food security and food prices. Throughout the debate, Labour MPs have sneeringly referred to these farmers as millionaires. But many family farmers are not rich. They eke out a modest and... They should have been here for the debate. They should have been here for the debate. Many family farms eke out a modest and highly uncertain income year after year. That's why we ask taxpayers each year to subsidise British farmers so they can continue growing food for Britain. The family farm tax is not just taxing farmers, it is taxing Britain's farmland, the very land we need to grow the food we eat. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget of broken promises sends a series of clear messages. Don't start your own business because Labour will tax you. Don't have a plan to hire new employees because Labour will tax you. Don't take a risk and expect to keep a reward because Labour will tax you. Don't invest in the education of your children because Labour will tax you. And don't, whatever you do, farm your land to grow British food because Labour will grind you into that very same ground and tax you too. Finally, I say to the Minister, the trust that has been broken in this budget will not be recovered. People will never forget what happens when Labour are given their chance. We'll never forget the harm done when Labour makes its choices, and we'll never forget that Labour's first budget was a budget of broken promises.
Yeah. For the Minister, Tulip Sadiq.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an absolute honour to make the closing speech for this historic budget. And this budget is historic for two reasons. It is the first ever budget to be delivered by a woman. Yeah. The first female Chancellor of the Exchequer after 800 years. Yeah. She smashed the glass ceiling, and I hope all the women and young girls watching this knows they can be in the driving seat of a Labour government. Yeah. And secondly, it is historic because we are finally wiping the slate clean, turning the page on 14 years of Tory incompetence and chaos and economic instability. It is a budget that will make meaningful change by focusing on the fundamentals.
Me that one of the best ways of celebrating this budget is with a pint of locally brewed beer, and does she also agree that the consultation that this government has announced in the budget statement on the pubs code will open up and be joyful to the ears of locally independent breweries in all of our constituencies?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I know she's a doughty champion of the pubs in Carlisle, and I know the pubs in my constituency are celebrating penny off a pint. Thank her for that intervention. But let me get back to the last government, who were wrong when they claimed that they would fix the roof when the sun was shining, because whilst chasing a budget surplus for which 14 years later all they had to show was catastrophic public finances, they merely painted over the ever-growing cracks in the bedrock of our society and our country. And that is why this government is right to focus on fixing the foundations of our economy, because that is the only way that we can change the country, we can deliver for working people, and we can rebuild Britain. Because, of course, Buying a home is harder if the seller has misled you about its true condition by underestimating the size and cost of any required repairs. And in that sense, rebuilding our economy is no different, because the last government's public spending plans existed only on paper. There was no real allocation of money to back up any of the spending plans. They behaved no better than hucksters trying to desperately sell you a flat that they knew it would never be built. That is why the OBR have said, had they been made aware of the scale of the spending pressures during the spring 2024 budget, their assessment of the previous government's spending plans would have been, and I quote, materially different. And that's why it was right that we took our time to conduct a full survey of the economic inheritance that they left us. The honourable gentleman intervened 18 times, so I'm not giving him another chance. And it is only right. The only way we can really fix the foundations, of course, that meant taking tough decisions, particularly on spending and taxation. But I will take no lectures from those who are content to levy a £22 billion tax on this country's future through their unfunded spending commitments and attempting to undemocratically bind the hands of a future government. Well, guess what? This government will do things differently. And while the previous government allowed investment in our country to fall to its lowest levels on record, this government will put investment at the heart of everything that we do. And that's why we held the International Investment Summit in October, to show firms at home and abroad that Britain is open for business once again. And that's why we introduced a fiscal rule that's new, the investment rule, which alongside appropriate guardrails provided by the OBR and our new stability rules means that this government can meaningfully invest in our country's future. And of course, investment means taking a long-term view, as anyone who has bought a property, built a business or raised a family will know. The early days are always the hardest. But if you take the hard calls now, in time you will get back far more than you put in. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I picked those examples deliberately, but with regret, because the sad truth is, for working people up and down the country, particularly young people, home ownership, entrepreneurship and starting a family has never been so distant, and this budget will start to change that. Our manifesto made a clear commitment to get Britain building again, and this budget puts the first shovels in the ground with a commitment to spend 2.6% of GDP on public sector net investment on average over the course of this Parliament. And this will include an additional £500 million in new funding for social and affordable homes. This brings total investment in housing supply to over £5 billion and supports the delivery of tens of thousands of new homes. But of course, we will build more than just homes. We need to build communities. And infrastructure is key to tying those communities together while ensuring they plug into the wider economy. The Shadow Foreign Secretary asks how. If she listens, she will learn. So listen and pay attention. Getting our country moving will be key to growing the economy. She shouldn't chunter from the front benches. She needs to listen, because our commitment to infrastructure investment will do so by including local roads investment for £500 million in 2024 to 2025. These are things that the previous government failed to do, but we will deliver for our country. For working families, that means less time wasted dodging potholes and more time for the things that actually matter. And of course, infrastructure not just helps families, but it helps firms too. In an increasingly volatile world, government should play an important role in securing our energy supply so that firms can price that into their business plan. I I also want to comment on the powerful and authentic maiden speeches that we heard today from the honourable members from North Ayrshire and Arran, Stoke-on-Trent North and Sherwood Forest. They were authentic, they're powerful, and I'm pleased to say that we will see them as huge assets in Parliament. Many of them mentioned that their families didn't think they would get here. I'm really pleased their families were wrong and that they are here. I will finish by echoing something that the honourable member opposite said. It's not often that I agree with him, but he said we had choices. And the truth is, we did have choices. And guess what? We chose to act. In 10 years' time, the country will look back at this budget as a moment in which we got Britain's future back. This is the moment where, in the future, the economy would have grown because we chose to prioritise a healthy workforce. This is a time when in the future we will have record levels of investment because we prioritise fiscal responsibility and economic responsibility. This is the time when people will have more money in their pockets because we prioritise protecting hard-working people's pay slips. The merry-go-round of austerity and economic irresponsibility is over. We made a choice, Madam Deputy Speaker. We made a choice to rebuild Britain.
The question is the motion relating to income tax charge as on the order paper. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now explain what happens next. I'm now required, under Standing Order number 51.3, to put successively, without further debate, the question on each of the Ways and Means motions numbered 2 to 62, and the money motion on which the finance bill is to be brought in. These motions are set out in a separate paper distributed with today's order paper. Now, motions number 2 to 5 are en bloc. With the leave of the House, I will put the questions on motions 2 to 5 together. The question is that motions 2 to 5 to be agreed to. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 6 on capital gains tax, the main rates. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Around, just go round. The question is on motion 6. As many of their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Christian Wakeford and Martin McClexley. The tellers for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew.
The ayes to the right, 401. The noes to the left, 120.
The ayes were 401, the noes were 120, so the ayes have it, unlock. We now come to motion number 7. Motion number 7 on capital gains tax, business asset disposal relief. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Motion is, as motion number 7, as many of their opinions say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Christian Wakeford and Martin McCluskey. Tellers for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew. Order.
The ayes to the right, 400. The noes to the left, 120.
The ayes were 400, the noes were 120, so the ayes have it The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 8 on capital gains tax, investors' relief. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Question is motion number 8. Motion number 8. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Christian Wakeford and Martin McCluskey. Tell us for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome May.
The ayes to the right, 400. The noes to the left, 122.
The ayes were 400, the noes were 122. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. I now come to motions 9 to 11 en bloc. With the leave of the House, I will put the question on motions 9 to 11 together. The question is that motions 9 to 11 be agreed to. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 12 on energy, oil and gas, profits levy, increase in rate. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Is she going to take a try and drink it? The question is on motion number 12. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Christian Wakeford and Martin McCluskey. Tell us for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew.
The ayes to the right, 455. The noes to the left, 125.
The ayes were 455, the noes were 125. So the ayes have it, Unlock. We now come to motion number 13 on energy, oil and gas profits levy relief for investment expenditure. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Opposition, clear the lobby. The question is motion number 13. As many of their opinions say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes are Christian, Wakeford and Martin. But tellers for the noes. Repeat offenders are noted. Tellers for the noes are David Simmons and Gaga Mahindra.
The ayes to the right, 454. The noes to the left, 124.
The ayes were 454, the noes were 124. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 14 on energy, oil and gas profits levy, period for which levy has effect. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many that are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is motion number 14. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Kay Dearden and Gerard Jones. The tellers for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew.
ayes to the right, 450. The noes to the left, 120.
The ayes were 450, the noes were 120, so the ayes have it, Unlock. With the leave of the House, I will put the questions on motions 15 to 33 together en bloc. The question is that motions 15 to 33 be agreed to. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 34 on value-added tax, private school fees. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Sit. The question is motion number 34. As many of their opinions say aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Kate Dearden and Gerard Jones. The tellers for the no are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew.
The ayes to the right, 383. The noes to the left, 184.
Oh.
The ayes were 383, the noes were 184, so the ayes have it, Unlock. We now come to motion number 35 on stamp duty, land tax, additional dwellings purchases before the 1st of April 2025. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Motion number 35. As many that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes are Gerard Jones and Kate Dearden. The tellers for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew.
ayes to the right, 378. The noes to the left, 116.
The ayes were 378, the noes were 116. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 36 on stamp duty, land tax, additional dwellings, purchases on or after the 1st of April 2025. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Petitions, where the lobby?
Sit down! Sit down!
The question is, on motion number 36, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Gerard Jones and Keir Mather, and the tellers for the noes are David Simmons and Jerome Mayhew. Order.
The ayes to the right, 373. The noes to the left, 110.
The ayes were 373, the noes were 110, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I will put questions on motions 37 to 43 together. The question is that motions 37 to 43 be agreed to. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 44 on rates of alcohol duty. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Sit. The question is motion number 44. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Keir Mather and Gerard Jones. The tellers for the noes are Kirsty Blackman and Tessa Munt. Thank you. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 371. The noes to the left, 77.
The ayes were 371, the noes were 77. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I will put the question on the remaining Ways and Means motions together. The question is that motions 45 to 62 be agreed to. As many as are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And I come to the finance motion. The question is that the motion relating to finance money be agreed to. As many as are opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. All the motions have now been agreed to. Bill ordered to be brought in upon the foregoing resolutions. Who will prepare and bring the bill?
The Chairman of the Ways and Means, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Darren Jones, Tulip Sadiq and myself.
Finance Bill. Second reading what day?
Monday the 11th of November.
Monday the 11th of November.